years I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, la, 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la.
Hello, everybody. What's up? So, we got so much to go through tonight, so much to say, so much to share. We do have an interview coming up right like in a few minutes. I need to leave the YouTube studio though, come right back because my count is like all jacked up. It shows like 7 and I know it's at 50 something right now, which we just started. So let me try to leave the studio, come right back. Y'all please stick around, you do not want to leave. Plus we have to say happy birthday to our girl Laura Marie. Don't go anywhere yet. Hold on to y'all's happy birthdays. We gotta do the song. Come on now. All right, y'all give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, 1 second. Nope, still jacked up. I see there's 66 so far. By the way, please hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. It really helps out the channel. I mean, am I on the wrong? I don't know what's going on. There, yes, her name is, well, y'all are gonna meet the mystery woman for sure. My numbers they're just not gonna work. This has happened like 4 or 5 times. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, should we do the happy birthday now? Let's just do the happy. I wanted to wait till our room got filled up, so she'd got tons and tons and tons. But I don't really want to wait. She deserves it right now, y'all. Tonight's gonna blow y'all's mind. Jen's gonna be pissed the fuck off. Like she's gonna be like hurricane fingers. Like she's gonna be going. She's already been harassing this woman, threatening this woman. The woman's gonna go to jail. Her kids are gonna go to jail. Like y'all are gonna hear all of it. I'm gonna let you know right now. Also, the goal is not to separate any families, actually to reunite, which is the only reason I'm doing this tonight. If the goal was to hurt a family, I wouldn't do it. But it's to actually pray and hope that things can get better. So, I see it here in the background. Okay, I do see in the background. We're gonna do a quick happy birthday for my friend, and then we're gonna get into it though. Okay, give me a second. I gotta switch over to my brand. 1 minute. All right, give me 1 second. Where is my happy birthday? Okay, we're gonna do the long happy birthday, y'all, because She's special to us. All right, here we go.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
All right, my goodness, I can't even keep up with all the happy birthdays. Happy birthday to our girl Lauren Marie, the nice one. Happy birthday, Lauren. I promised you I was coming live just to entertain tonight. So here we are, honey. I kept my word. I took a break last night so I could be here tonight. Look at all these happy birthdays. My. Thank you so much, everybody. Y'all did awesome. I know I missed so many of them, Lauren. I missed so many of them, but that was like 30 or 40 of them at least. All right, so let me switch back to my other one. And I'm going to drop the link as well. Let me do this. By the way, if you are not a member to this channel, please consider being a member to the channel because we have fun emojis like this. Clink, clink with Jen. Her little mugshot. Let's get her canceled, which it's already happened. We have Jen in a cop car. Now, we made a little updates to it. It's a little bit different now, but just a little something that we like to play around with. We got Clint flipping her off and got it like that. With just some sayings with that she says that we just, I don't know, sometimes it's just fun to piss her off. So let's see. Hello, everybody. If I missed any comments, I'm sorry. It's going to be an interesting one tonight. My numbers are still so far off on my StreamYard. Why does it do that? I don't know. Okay, so let's get to the nitty gritty first. I'm behind on comments. All right, I'm going to drop the invite. There was one other person that's going to come up just to help with the interview. I'm about to put this young lady up here right now and get into it. You had a phone call? No worries, girl. No worries. But hopefully y'all can see those emojis on YouTube and get some good use out of them. Okay, so laying out the ground rules. As y'all know, I don't want to do doxing over here. I don't want anybody's children to be hurt over here. I don't want any threats going on over here. And that's chat. Just chat all together. We don't do any type of slurs. We don't say the R words or any of that. It's just like we keep away from all the slurs. So for anybody new to the channel, because I know I got quite a few new ones today, but just letting y'all know how we normally go about things. So we're going to first bring up moderator. There's generator. And then we're going to bring up, her name is Brandy. Hello, how are you? Can you hear?
I can hear you clearly.
All right.
Hi, Brandy.
That's Papa Mod up there. His name's Generator. He's been around for years, so he just kind of helps me. He's good moral support for all women. Actually, he's a great dude. So he's just up here to.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, babe.
Okay. So this is Brandy. Obviously, y'all can see the last name. Those that don't know, they said you're beautiful.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, y'all welcome her to the Moon Children because she needs some support right now, y'all. They're saying thank you for being here. Hello. I'm gonna put it on the screen so it helps
me come out.
There we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for being as welcoming as I knew you would be. You're a ginger Brandy, but my ginger Brandy was from Green Hills. I don't know where Green Hills is. Do you? No, she don't know. She don't know. Cooch is good people. She's the one that got the body cam footage of Jen getting served yesterday, or no, 2 days ago. Jen got served, or was
I
that 3
just
days
saw the
ago?
video.
Sorry.
I just saw the video.
Oh, you saw it. Okay,
I
good,
just
good,
saw
good.
it. My son pulled it up, and now we all have it.
Oh, the son saw it too?
Oh, we're all having a good bit of laugh about this
Oh
because
my. So let me go ahead
it
and
is
let y'all know.
certifiable.
Miss Brandy is Michael's wife. Okay? Richard, hey, oh, your son's here. He says, hi, Mom.
What? He's in the other room.
So good for y'all to join. And again, she let her other kids know that they're welcome to be here as well. I made sure that they were okay with what we were going to share tonight. I wanted to make sure that they were comfortable with that and they understood what was going on, and verified that they're all on board with it and that they're looking forward to finding out what's going on with Michael. I know.
They
I
are
did warn
adults.
them not to use their real name, but if that's what they are comfortable with, I did let them know that it's probably best to use different names. But they say they're not worried about nothing. So
We've dealt with worse with her.
they've dealt with Jen for years, y'all. I mean,
Exactly.
10 years.
10 years they have dealt with her.
Wow.
After tonight, delete your accounts and make new ones so nobody can troll you because let's be honest. Okay. Yes, I did tell her that people would be trying to reach out and probably harass and stuff like that. Again, guys, the goal is not to offend anybody. It's to get their side out. They want to share what they've been through because of Jen and what Jen's done to their family, the family unit, and what she continues to do. And again, guys, she's messaging and calling this woman and threatening her and both children that she's going to send them all to jail if they don't shut the F up. Y'all know how Jen does. And we have those recordings. So we will be playing those. Yeah, no worry, Haley, no worries. Okay, so to the children of Miss Brandy, welcome to the chat, guys. Sorry, it's not on better terms. If y'all ever want to correct anything, if there's anything y'all are not comfortable with us sharing, please say so. That's the goal again, is not to offend any of you. This is Michael's wife. The one, Jen, okay, let's just get into it. How do you know Jen Bailey?
After the Hurricane Katrina hit, we left New Orleans, where I live now, and moved to Ohio. His grandmother lives there. I actually met her on the PTO at the school. She was my only friend in Ohio. And she
Wow.
babysat my kids, and she was a great person at first. And we did things together with the kids. If I threw birthday parties, her kids were at my house. Very quickly, we realized what type of person she was. But I dealt with her because she just get out of hand sometimes. But I didn't know secretly she was seeing my husband on the side. He worked offshore. And at the time, MySpace was the thing. And I used to get on his page and play Mafia Wars. And then I'd get on mine so I could keep playing. And when I logged on to his page, I found a chat that they had went out to dinner and
Wow.
was deciding to hook up. She was my friend.
Well, do you know that she did an Instagram live probably a few weeks ago, and she literally said, Mike cheated on me with his wife. Like, she got made fun of so bad for that. It's like this is the irony and audacity of this woman, that she got cheated on, that he cheated on her with his wife.
That is facts, actually. I no longer have that video, but I wanted to prove to her that I could take him back if I wanted. And I had him come to the house, and I secretly videoed it, and it was all over the house. I won't get crude or anything. And I sent her the video. And at the time, I was a lot younger and a lot better shape and whatnot, and she was just heartbroken. She was on my front steps crying about it. And then I left them both there, and I moved away, came back here, but he stayed there. In fact, he did cheat on her back with his actual wife.
They always do. They
Yep.
always do. Been there, done that. I mean, now that's how you do it, Brandy. They're saying, go, Brandy, go, girl. Well, that's the thing with Jen, y'all. Now she is contacting Miss Brandy and demanding that she goes get her tattoo covered up that has Michael's name on it. That she's telling Miss Brandy what to do with her own body.
It's been on my leg for 22 years. It's almost aged its way off by itself. But,
Is she demanding that you take it off?
It's in that voicemail that will be played whenever she plays
Okay.
it.
Yep,
Okay.
and I do have it. Y'all want to just let me play it real quick? You don't know, she did. She did do it. I'm gonna play it right now, y'all. So we have 2 voicemails coming up. These are both from. Were these today?
The first one I sent you was yesterday, and
Okay.
and then the one with her screaming about my daughter and my son was, I don't know, about an hour ago.
She must have found out that you were coming here then.
Oh, I warned her. I'm not hiding it. I warned her.
Good woman.
And it's probably going to get worse with her. Is she paying? Yeah, they're asking her, is she going to pay for the tattoo? I know, the effing nerve, guys.
She's already filed a restraining order. Well, she tried. It was denied because you have to have factual reasoning, and they denied it.
Wow.
They said it's Jessica. We are getting those. Which Jessica? The stepmom that we all know, because so they're. I don't know if you're aware of the other parents involved in this situation. So we're not. Again, I won't use names, but Jen's middle daughter, her stepmother's Jessica. She's part of our community. So I'm wondering if it's that one or someone else.
I never met, I won't say her name. I never met her middle child's parents. I did,
Mm-hmm.
however, meet her oldest child's dad and her youngest child's dad. I do
I
know
will say,
them. I do know them though.
well, they're going through the same thing you did. Okay, it is a stepmom. So Jessica went through the same thing you went through, where Jen tried to get TPOs, try to get her arrested, uh, abusing the police system, trying to get the kids taken by CPS. She's gone through everything you've gone through, and she's been dealing with it. Well, I think like 7 or 8 years, I believe. So she's y'all have a lot in common, and she's getting the same phone call. She said.
I think she's done it to everyone she's been in contact with.
She's done it to every child, and she's done it to every relationship. She's done it to every other parent involved in these relationships. That's her thing. That is her thing. Okay, so I'm going to play the first voicemail, guys. Here we go.
Hello, Brandy. I think that I called you yesterday, and I think I told you to shut the fuck up.
Oh, never mind. That's the second one.
That's the
All
second
right.
one.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get the first. I know y'all are going to have to now sit on your seats for that second one. Let's see. Is this the...
She just makes me laugh.
She's quite entertaining.
Very entertaining.
This is Jen. Mike is with me. Well. Cleaning fairy. Anyway, here's what's going to happen. Mike and I are power of attorney over one another. You're not. And do not call any more cops because I have a lawyer, which you know that. And Michael is going to serve you the divorce through the mail. And legally, after a certain amount of time, the divorce will go through. Gabriella is moving in with Michael, and I will be moving somewhere else. So please have Richard call me. I love him. Okay?
Wow.
So call Mike, all right? I'm sorry for what I did with Mike. I am sorry. Take care. Bye.
Okay, so
Hi, Brandy.
Wait, did she apologize in the end?
I told you in the DMs. I was like, honey, she first attacked you and said all that.
I
And then
didn't hear her apologize.
yeah, she goes, and I'm sorry for what I've done. So she's like, hey, Brandy. So, and then she tells you, so guys, y'all know how Jen's been claiming she's still going to live with Michael. Well, in that voicemail right there, she says that the daughter's going to come live with Michael and Jen's going to live elsewhere. And then she tells Miss Brandy, have your son call me. I love him. Her son.
That daughter she's speaking of is 24 years old and lives in Kentucky on her own. She is not coming to. I called her. I don't speak to that lady. She said. My son also doesn't. That's who she's talking about. Richard doesn't speak to her. And the reason the power of attorney thing come up, something happened in the family I won't mention, and he said to mind my business. I said, you are my business. Technically, if you end up on life support, I am your next of kin. They will call me and they will ask me if I will pull your plug. I want you to think about it, Michael. Will I pull your plug?
She would.
So I did tell him, I'm going to go and switch it. But honestly, I would let his grown children make that decision, but I did
Right.
tell him that I would flick his switch. So that's why she brought that up. Because I'm legally, we didn't even file for separation, legally his wife.
So, and do you want the divorce?
100%. But he didn't help with our children. They did nothing but cause horrible things that I just held out and just, I wasn't going to pay for it. I was going to make him, and his mother passed and she asked me, she said, "Don't let her win. You hold out. Don't let her marry him." And it was kind of funny that I could,
Right.
in my way, make her miserable by not because she has a tattoo of his name on her finger as a wedding ring that I guess it was
Oh,
going to
that's
upset
worse.
me. She wanted to upset me about it. I was like, I don't care. You can keep him.
Here's the thing: it's that she's calling to gloat. I've got the power to. Do you understand that she is so mad at her own son because he had the power of attorney over the mother, and she's claiming she has constantly wanted that. Oh, all that insurance money, he took it from me, and we're all convinced that she's trying to do this power of attorney so she could get any money he's got. Which, by the way, come on, catch up on your child support, sir. Catch up on it now. People are talking about, I told you about the 401k situation, how they're claiming Jen and him are claiming they cashed in his 401k and so what do you want?
He worked at a boat company for many years. He was a boat captain. When I left 10 years ago, they cashed in the 401k. It's been emptied. Legally, because we're married, I could make him pay me half of it because it's half mine, but I did not. I did ask for nothing, and I did file for child support. They could not verify his address, so they never gave me a dime. I got nothing. I raised him by myself, and I want nothing from him. I don't want their money. I don't want anything for her to say, well, we had to do this with you. I don't need it. I am a proud person. I took care of my kids. My son is 20 now. I don't need it. I don't want it. And there is no 401k to withdraw because far as we know, he hasn't had a job that's not under the table in a decade.
Like I said, I did tell you in DMs that
right.
There is a video of him driving this company vehicle, and it has the name of the business all over the side of it. And he has been taking care of Jen and her kids for years now.
Yeah, yes.
Which is got to be,
yes.
I mean, that is so upsetting for guys. I'm going through the same thing for guys to do that, to just like, oh, I'm just going to build a new family and act like the other one doesn't exist and take care of these strangers versus my own that I already had. You know, I'm going through the same thing.
He
So
missed out on so much. He missed out on marriages. He's missed out with his own children, marriages, births, graduations. He's missed out on so much. And he has 3 children before me, and I have yet to leave their life. I left him, not the children. And I'm there for all of it. And that makes him mad that I am in their lives. They're children. They shouldn't be involved in it.
They're saying he was working at the gym, then he was doing the roadkill removal. So I don't believe there's a 401k in that.
I'm sorry.
How is there a 401k in that?
The last 401k he had, he worked for a tugboat company where he worked 28 and 7, and he made $500 a day. I don't know if I can say that.
Yeah, you can.
He made $500 a day. And he had health insurance. It was a he made a very large amount. He quit that $100,000 a year because Genevieve said she was pregnant 433 times, and he had to stay there with her.
What?
You're kidding me.
She can't have children.
She can't.
She hasn't been able to in a long time. She tried to do the same thing with Clint. By the way, your son made a comment you might want to read. Can you see that?
My glasses.
You want me to just read it?
Because I can't see tears. When my mom said that.
This has just been going on for years, but Jen, then years and years.
Oh, I didn't know. Richie didn't know that about Lana, about his grandma.
Oh, she's gone. That's horrible.
She's gone now.
Yes.
This is what, and look, now Clint's mother has been trying to do the same thing to let Clint know that Jen's ruining your life. You know, get away, and you're not safe. And this is Michael's wife, Sly, that you're not safe. So, Richard, I am so sorry that you had to find that out. And that
Richard reached out to him tonight and said that you need to leave her. You don't deserve this. But if you don't get this toxic away from us, I will no longer contact you again.
Yes. I was going to talk about something kind of personal. Well, something kind of probably upsetting. I'm going to play the other recording first, and then I'll kind of tell you what Michael's kind of been going through that we've all witnessed and heard about, because I don't think y'all are in the know. It's hopefully we're praying we could get Michael away from Jen. That's the end goal, guys.
His sister
I don't
is
think
here.
Michael's a bad person.
He has family here. His sister's, he was a wonderful father before he met her. His sister's here. I even told him if he wanted to come to visit, he could sleep on my couch. He could spend time with his kids. I would take him to see his grandkids, but he cannot bring that toxic woman around. I may actually lay hands on her. Sorry to say that, but
And that's fair.
It's Minecraft, everybody. In Minecraft, like we've talked about, it's a game. That's what she's talking about. Okay. Yeah, there was a little video I found, by the way. I found it on another channel with Jen saying Michael's going to go to New Orleans and visit his family, and I'm going to go with him. And I'm like, please tell me that she's not trying to bring that woman back around the family that she tried to destroy.
I have restraint. I have a 9-year-old. I will not get myself arrested to where I can't be around my kid. However, my daughter, who is 23, who she tormented, will quickly wear an orange jumpsuit and have no problem. And I don't want my daughter in trouble, but that's the problem. I would rather her not put my daughter to that moment, because my daughter will take that step, and she has went round for round with her.
Well, Jen seems to have that effect on everybody. I mean, I have a video of her doing an Instagram live, and her son's friends come in there, and like, I'm just letting you know, we filed paperwork on you. Your son actually might know him. His name was Jake, and his girlfriend's Haley, and they used to go over there all the time. But
yes, I know who they are.
Okay, yeah, they said they went live and told her that they filed paperwork on her, and then the young girl said, Jen, you've been bullying me since I was 13 years old. And then Jen's like, that's that young man. I put cat feces in his mouth when he was sleeping, which you do that to any of our kids, honey. There's no conversation to be had.
I'm going to be in an orange jumpsuit. I'll be in an orange jumpsuit.
Most of us would, which she should be glad. We don't know how they responded to it, how the mother felt about that, or if his mother even knows, but they're all on board as well, trying to get something done about Jen. I'm going to play this other voicemail, guys. This is the voicemail after she found out, I'm guessing, that Miss Brandy was coming up. I was like, okay, so here we go.
Hello, Brandy. I think that I called you yesterday, and I think I told you to shut the fuck up and stop. But since you won't, here's what I'm going to tell you I do now. Your daughter is a punk. You are the one who has been getting her to do all your dirty work, and I know who she is, and it is Destiny. Do you understand that? So whatever you're doing, I want it stopped, meaning immediately, or I will send the police to your home. It is over. Every single bit of it is over. You stay in your lane and shut up. At least until you get served. You understand that? When I say leave me alone, that means leave me alone. Get your tattoo covered, get some teeth in your face, and do something about your boy. You understand that? Because your son is also going to get charged for being inappropriate with me and with my daughter. You understand that? Shut it down. Thank you.
She's so nice at the end. Thank you. Not.
The first video, the first one, she didn't say anything about leaving her alone, and she approached me after 4 years of not speaking to her.
Right. She's harassing you. She's done that to a lot of people where they want nothing to do with her, and because they blocked her, I mean, she just keeps going overboard. Someone's asking about the 401k. She doesn't. We do not believe there is a 401k. Look, the last that Miss Brandy knew is that Michael was working under the table, not working at a job where he could get a 401k, guys. And even if he did, he owes a lot of child support, which she just wants him to take out, get rid of Jen so he could be back in his kids' lives. Because if y'all don't know, before Jen and Clint broke up, Michael was talking about going back to Louisiana, but now that Clint dumped Jen and kicked her out, he's now stuck having to pick up the pieces and pretty much raise an adult all over again, take care of all her needs. They're having to go apartment hunting and all this other stuff, and his name's going to be on all of it. And y'all did hear her threaten both her children with crimes that they did not commit, threatening Miss Brandy and all, like that's, y'all just heard it yourself. And Jen, what does Jen always do to all of us when we speak out? Oh, she's going to get TPOs. She's going to call the cops on it. She's going to go send CPS to our doors. So this is what Miss Brandy's going with, and that's what pushed her to want to say something tonight. And to be clear, I didn't reach out to Miss Brandy. She found me and wanted to speak, and I was like, well, you're welcome to speak if you want, as long as the kids are okay with it, and you just tell me what you're comfortable with sharing and whatnot. So that's what we're doing here. What's his weird, hold on first. I can't imagine how his children feel. They deserve everything great in this world and not to be a part of this at all. I know, and y'all know what Jen's children have gone through because of her. So we can only imagine what she's put Miss Brandy's kids through as well, because she unfortunately has been in their life. Well, she has it for a few years, but she's affected all these kids.
She told my oldest. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna ask you okay, Brandy?
I'm okay. I just
Okay,
thinking about
darling.
it. When my oldest daughter was 12, she told her that she would be a stripper at 16 pregnant at 16 and a stripper by 18, and she'd be trailer trash.
Jen said that to her?
When my daughter was 12, she had her own cell phone, and she left it on a voicemail. My daughter found it before I could intercept it and stop it.
Wow. She talks like that daily to her own. She went to the police department and told the police that her child was morbidly obese, and I told you
she's talking about her youngest child.
Yes, and the kid suffers PCOS, which sometimes can cause facial hair on women. And all the time, this child hears Jen telling women how fat they are, tell them to lose weight, tell them to go shave, all of this right in front of the young lady.
She tortured that little girl because at the time, back then, the girl's father was the drug addict. And
yes,
she
which
would
he's clean now.
She would play it over her head about, I won't let you go, but he can't come around. And she actually had Michael beat him up pretty bad a while back. I found a arrest record where Mike had beat him pretty bad. Said he had broken in the house or something. I don't know if he had broken in the house, but I do know that he did assault him. The youngest kid's dad.
That's horrible. I mean, it sounds really bad, and Jen is bulimic. She's trash. I know. That's what, if we don't, and again, if anybody has suffered with the eating disorder, we are not trying to say anything other than just saying, for those of us that don't have that issue, please don't mock us if we choose to be a little bit more plump, or, we don't need to be skinny to be happy. Like there's some of us that don't care about that. And Jen demands all of us to be just like her.
How she goes after, like she went after my teeth, or she goes after someone's weight. And I didn't know her from her past, but I did find pictures. She used to be a very large woman, which isn't a bad thing. And then she lost an extreme amount of weight, and she's got like massive stretch marks on her legs to where it like indents. And everything she dogs everyone else about, she actually is dealing with herself.
That's what we've always said over here. She's deflecting everything she points out about everybody else is something she's dealing with. Like she'll say we're all neglectful mothers and we're all bad mothers and our kids hate us, and that's not true. It's her going through that.
Now, if she comes on here and says anything, I don't hide from my past. 2014, for 10 months straight, I was on heavy drugs. My oldest daughter ran away from home and called Michael, and Michael called CPS and said that he witnessed me shooting up drugs, which he did not. And immediately when CPS got involved, I quit cold turkey. When they showed up to my house, I happened to be clean, but CPS took my children. I lost them for a while. And I don't mind talking the story. I've learned from all of this. I've been clean since 2015. Thankfully, it was only 10 months, and my children never saw me high. My daughter was lashing out because she was a teenager. All 3 children were put in a facility, separate. My son, who is the one commented on here earlier, has severe ADHD and anxiety issues, and he's certain things that happen. Well, because he had those issues, foster care would not accept him. He got put into a facility that was like a jail. He went into a cell that closed doors, and he stayed there for 2 years. Michael never came back for him, and they left him there. My baby, who at the time was a year old, was put in foster care, and then her dad showed up. I didn't know that he was a monster because I didn't know him that well, but when she was 3, she was raped. I don't know if I can say that on here.
Yeah, preferably you could just say SA.
She was SA and assaulted, and we're still in trial right now. the person is still awaiting trial. And Michael never apologized and he calls all this, and I did get custody of my children. I have had full custody of Richard and my daughter and the baby. Well, she's 9 now. And I'm completely clean. I own a home now. I own a cleaning company. I just want her to go away.
Well, people are congratulating you on being clean. Your son is commenting that, and yes, they are losing the townhouse. Richard Vince did leave for good. He blocked Jen on every platform. Jen's already trying to get him thrown in jail as well. She's already gone to the cops and told lies on him, trying to get him arrested. This is what she does to everybody. So I know it's hard to say not take it personally, but it's just all talk. She's all talk. Like what Jika says, she's a chihuahua, all talk. Yap, yap, yap. But Richard is saying, if their apartment hunting events moved out, that means that they are going to lose the townhouse. I'm scared that I'm going to lose my great-grandfather's memorial flag that's in that townhome. I don't want to lose that memorial flag forever. Your dad and Jen will be watching this, so we'll just say this, Michael, please
Michael's
don't.
grandpa had that flag. It was issued to him when he died. Richard is named after him. My son is named after that grandpa. The
Do the
last
right
time
thing, Michael.
the last time they saw it, it was in the bottom of a closet. And he didn't let him take it, but
We're going to ask for it.
Go ahead.
I said, we're going to ask for it and hope he listens, because we don't think he's yes, he needs to pay child support. Absolutely. Yeah, he made really bad decisions. Yeah, he should have been with his family this whole time and not Jen. But I don't think Michael's heartless like Jen is. I think Jen's absolutely a monster, but I don't think Michael is.
The war happened, and we cannot change it, and we were all nasty to each other. I will 100% admit that we went to war when all this came out the way she was acting. Now, he did make amends about a year ago. He apologized, and I told him that me accepting it is different than your children because you walked out of their lives. I said that if they want to, then reach out, and we were fine. We used to talk and joke all the time. And I think the reason she reached out recently is I sent him a picture of us when we were 20-ish. And it's one of those 90s pictures where you lay onto each other's lap. And it's the funniest picture. Mm-hmm. But I said, to be young again. And he didn't respond. And then all of a sudden, the next day, I get a call. So apparently she got offended. How dare I sent him a message or whatever. God. I don't know.
Well, she claims she tries to have ownership of every man that's around her. She did it to Clint. She pretty much was in a throuple, like Clint, her, and Mike this whole time. If her and Clint got in a fight, I talked to Clint on the phone. He'd be like, see what, every time she gets mad at me, she calls Michael, and I'm not going to say what she says because the kids are here. But, well, I mean, even though they're adults, I'm still going to be respectful. But she would call Michael to do so-and-so. And then anytime she'd get mad at Michael, she'd call Clint, and she'd play them off each other. She would have Michael participate in helping get Clint under control or intimidate him. And she claims that in the videos where she is abusing Clint, and again, trigger warning y'all about TV, she claims in these videos where she is hurting Clint, she goes, oh, Michael was there the whole time. He witnessed the whole thing. But we don't hear a peep from Michael the whole time. Do you think that Michael would be the type to do that? To hold Clint's hoodie for Jen while she goes to the restroom so she could continue to abuse him?
I don't know. He is not the person I knew, but he's also, I think he's broken. And even though he had messed with her, he didn't want me to leave. Me leaving broke him. We were together all this time, and we had kids. It was a lot. And honestly, if I had told him that I wasn't going to leave and I would forgive it, I think he would have stayed. And she has just belittled him so bad that I think he's just lost. He's just deeply lost.
Broke him. Yeah, that's what abuse and DV will do to everybody. It will make you put up with things you never thought you would. It'll make you think so little about yourself that you don't deserve better. It'll think you're not worthy of being happy. That's what DV does, and we witnessed her do it to Clint for 3 years. This is Mike's wife. Yes, still hit the wife. I don't think Jen's trying to get that power of attorney to get the money from Michael, whatever money.
What money?
Well, they keep claiming that they both claim that he cashed a 401k. I still don't understand what
10 years ago, he cashed that 401k.
Oh,
10 years ago it was cashed in, and I didn't pursue it. And So
Mm-mm.
also, I told you about the car I had repossessed, like for the First Wives Club, because I knew about someone else that he had run off with, and so I quit paying the note on the car. I paid one note on that car the whole 6 years we had it. I planned the whole thing out. It was my revenge. And when he called for his title, they showed up with repo. He owed him 32 grand. And then
Goodness
when he
gracious.
called me about it and called me a stupid, I was like, Merry Christmas.
I get trying to get that little dig in every once in a while because of the stuff they put through. Someone's asking how long did the affair go on between Jen and Michael?
I think I found it immediately. I found it. It was short lived when I found it because we only lived there for a year or two. We're from New Orleans and we were only there a short time. Well, I discovered it and I left immediately when I found it. I moved back here.
I'm proud of you for that. That's not easy to do.
Because she asked permission to have my daughter. My daughter would have been 10. She's 23 now. She was a very young teenager, and she's like, well, we would like to know if when you leave, if you would leave us your daughter. I lost all of my marbles that day.
How do the kids feel about her now?
They don't speak to her. I'm sorry, won't cut it. She's done it over and over and over and over that it wasn't, oh, I didn't really mean it. Oh, I was drinking. She's fully sober, being just
A monster.
evil, just evil.
I've said to Siwa, this has gone past being bipolar now. You know, being bipolar is not going to make her abuse Clint. And on the other side of it, she's very manipulative. And any man she gets, she will break them down. And as Siwa says, that's what abusers do. And she's breaking and breaking. And she used to play Clint off Michael to get her own way, to get her nails done, for God's sake. Her bloody nails.
Michael's known for having a temper. Michael has had actual charges for almost unalive. He got into a fight with someone and it was brutal, really brutal. And he had to pay for restitution. It was really bad. And they said it was excessive because when the guy was unconscious, hitting the ground, he kept swinging. And he's known for this. He's gotten several charges. I think she's trying to get him to react and do the things that he has a short temper. And he like a boxer. He was known when he was younger. If a fight broke out, they were in the French Quarter, which is in New Orleans. Someone hit his sister. Some guy randomly hit his sister, and he took out 6 people.
Jeez.
So he used to be well known for his hands. He was just a tough guy, and he's a little bitty guy. Like he's really short. A little bitty guy. I'm taller than him, and you wouldn't have known it. You would not have known. And he's quiet. He doesn't talk a lot, and he was fierce. I think she's playing off, but I talked to him. Even his voice is low. Like he's just hidden. Like I don't even know if I could get him out. Like he opened up and he would talk to me and whatnot, but even his voice is low. Like he can't speak up.
Yeah. Well, because when you speak up around Jen, she punishes you for it, as we've all witnessed, unfortunately. But we can't even begin to understand what Michael's gone through. And I'll give you some details on that in a minute. Miss Alice is here. That's Clint's mother. You haven't met her, but her son's been abused by Jen for 3 years, and he just got out. That's who, I don't know if you ever met Clint. I'm sure you didn't, but that's who Jen was been with for 3 years. He was on Love After Lockup, and that's how she found him and promised, oh, if you come to Ohio, I'll take care of you. I'll never hurt you like your wife. He was married too at the time. That's her thing, and he hit the road.
I'm aware of what happened to his wife only because I saw it online, but yeah. I don't know. I've never spoke to him, not even by text message.
He's a good person. He's been through a lot. He's been through so much. And we've even seen differences in Clint when he was with her. And I'm sure the same thing happened with Michael. So that's why I don't hold much against him for it. But I want him to just make the better choices for the kids, because Michael, your kids they want you around. I mean, someone's asking, was Jenna alcoholic at the time? Do you know? Was Jenna alcoholic when this affair went on?
I don't remember her drinking. She always had a soda can in her hand, but I never actually saw alcohol in it. we were friends, so I was at her house a lot for a long time before I discovered them. And I never, she was just high strung, and she did take medications. So I don't know if she was ADD, maybe it was multiple personality. I don't know, but
Medications is what I think's the thing with her.
because you
Yeah.
could be talking to her, and then she would just like flip out, and 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 then don't even realize that she had done it.
Mhm. Oh, every day she'll say something. The next day she goes, "I didn't say that." And we're like, honey, it's all recorded. She's done this to. I've talked to 3 other people that were in relationships with Jen, and they all have the same exact story that Clint has, that Michael has. Every single man are still traumatized to this day from what she's done. Every child are still traumatized from this. They're all hurting. They're all trying to block her out of the life, and she still will not let it go. She's still threatening every single one of you guys. She's threatening now you and your 2 children, her own children, the step parent. Like, she's threatening every single person with the same thing. Like I said, are you aware
The
that
Stockholm syndrome, I
yeah,
don't know if I should say what I told you earlier about what happened to her as a child. Do you think
uh,
maybe that trauma could be why she is the way she is? If
Jen
that
has
trauma is
shared that
true?
trauma. Jen shared the trauma about what her stepmother's. Now, we won't say the details like you did, but she has shared the trauma. I have spoken to a cousin who can say that does say that it's true about the stepmother. It was a stepmother that was apparently that was evil to her. But see,
We were
Jen switches.
friends when she told me that. So it wasn't just me finding out we were friends when she told me that. And
Okay,
so this is why, but I don't, but they still came around her kids. If that person was that much of a monster, they were around her kid. But people who went through trauma,
um,
they want love, so they will still bring around the things that are the most toxic.
true.
That
Well,
could be
see, her
why.
dad passed since then, and when her dad passed, she would cry every day and say, "My dad was amazing. My dad was amazing. My dad was amazing." And then now that the mom passed, because they were split, she got taken away from her mother. Jen says she went on the stand and lied about what her mother did, so she get taken. It's a whole story, but now she switches it and says her mom was an angel and the dad was a monster. So the only reason we do question sometimes, I think something did happen to her. I think something did ruin her. But no matter what she went through, there's no justification for what she's doing to everybody. Your son says, I will say from 3 years ago, he holds in his temper and anger very well. Now he has grown from that. I've watched Jen slap him in his face while I was a few feet
It's been
away,
around
and
my whole
he
life.
always walks away. So your son witnessed her doing that and says he just lets it go like nothing happened. I'm sorry, Richard, that you had experienced that at all. You don't. Nobody should have experienced that. That's your own father going through that, and I really hope you understand that he's going through DV right now. Please, I know it's hard. Try not to let his decisions. Don't try not to think it's anything to do with you. That he's stuck, and it's going to take a while to get him away
He
from you.
lost family members, and he knows he messed up, and he knows his kids don't talk to him right now. And I think he feels that that he's lost his family, because I don't believe much of his family talk to him anymore at all. So he's just stuck there, and he has no escape. But I have openly told him that he could sleep on my couch if he wanted to come here to see the kids, or I
Which
would
is
give him a
very nice.
ride to a job. And I'm engaged to a retired military person. We've been together 7 years, and he is wonderful, and he's aware of all of this. And if he wanted, I would help him because it's my children's father,
Mm-hmm.
and he's not a monster. He has made bad choices. I have made bad. I am not an angel, and
You're
my
on it.
kids deserve him. My kids deserve the dad they used to know.
We hope that he's listening. We know Jen's listening because she can't let anybody talk about her, but we hope he listens. And
Hey, girl. Hey.
Do you
Sorry.
know what?
you're good. Parents need to understand that their actions can affect their children. I know. Trauma untreated can cause this, but I'm pretty sure she is dealing with undiagnosed mental illness. I believe she lies to doctors. Oh, it's past that, honey. The people who are listing off all of Clint's life mistakes after knowing he was abused in a relationship are the usual victim blame. Yep, they always do that. They victim blame, victim blame. People need to not hold it against Clint what he did when he was with Jen to survive. I've had to do things I wish I never did to survive. People do that all the time. You can judge all you want unless you're in that situation. You don't know how bad it is. And Or have you seen the videos of what she put Clint through?
I did watch a few that were on the TikTok, and
Mhm.
I saw something somewhere I pulled at one time that said she stabbed him or something. It was some kind, or it could have been just someone making a video of it. It wasn't a cop video. It was someone like a tabloid or something that said that she
Yeah, it
stabbed
was a
him. I don't.
claim that she had stabbed him with a fork, I believe, or something. But now it's been denied since then. I don't think Clint really talks about it. I don't know where it goes from, but the videos I'm speaking on are, and again, trigger warning, guys. Especially Miss Alice. Trigger warning is going to be kind of about what's in the videos I'm speaking on. Jen is holding Clint by his hoodie and choking him and slapping him and demanding he apologize, that she wants to see tears in his eyes, and then she demands he kiss her through the whole thing, and then keeps slapping him every time and says, "Get loud again." And he says, "I can't breathe." She goes, "Good, you don't deserve to breathe," stuff like that. Have you seen any of that?
Is she I did see that. Is she using? Because even with her craziness, she was never that bad. Is she using? Or, I mean, what's making her?
We have no
I mean,
idea.
I'm not making excuses for it,
Oh,
but
absolutely.
she is never not like in that last voicemail. It didn't make sense. Like she's out of it, sort of the way. Because I don't think she's even listening to what she's saying. Because she backtracked herself.
I don't
I
think
don't know.
she claimed she went to the cops multiple times because, like I told you, she tried to report the car stolen. That is Clint's. She tried to report Clint missing, which is what you saw in the TikTok. All because he just doesn't want anything to do with her. And she's telling the cops those videos are lies. I didn't do nothing in those videos. Those videos are all lies. When we could hear word for word what she said. Uh,
Crystal said, he put an ad in the paper. Michael's been to my house. Michael knows where I live to send me
this
papers.
is the lady they're talking about, guys. When y'all hear Jen said Michael's going to get his divorce, this is the wife.
He did one time send me papers. How it was very funny. They were tore out of something. Like they weren't legit legal papers. Like they were tore out of notebooks that have a spiral thing and it has
Yeah.
the little strings on the side. He had his friend deliver it to me. He's like, "Man, don't judge me." And he gave because we have some mutual friends, and I opened it up and it legit was tore out like a spiral notebook. I was like, "Where did y'all find this?
Hard.
Did you get this at Kmart?"
That is that of course that probably is her when she says I'm filing a TPO. That's probably what she's talking about.
I
Um,
have divorce papers. I work for politicians and lawyers, and I had a client draw them up for me, and he was gonna meet me here several times, and we were gonna go. I was gonna fly him here. We would go to the place. We would sign together in person. It would be over, and he didn't show up. And he didn't show up, and I just need to go take care of it myself. But I don't know
I'm
why I
worried
haven't
about
done
that
it.
because if you do, like, I feel like she's going to get that power of attorney, and Jen is the type she would unplug. I mean, she would.
100%.
She would do that
100%.
the first chance. That's Jen doesn't care about she'll especially if she thinks there's any money involved, which you say there's not, but
Well, he
maybe
made a
again
lot of
if she thinks
money
there
in his
is.
jobs that if he ever filed, well, he's not old enough yet to file Social Security, but by law, because we were married 22 years, when he does file Social Security, I draw off of him. No matter what she says,
Yep.
no matter what I draw off of it. I don't want his money, but somehow it works that I get the money because we were married so long.
And that's probably what pisses her off the most. What do you want to say to Jen about telling you to get your tattoo covered?
Come pay for it. Come pay for it, ma'am. I'm gonna put your face on my leg so I could just slap my leg every time. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Get it? Legally speaking, metaphorically speaking, that's one of the things she always says.
Oh my
Metaphorically,
God.
by law, legally. Yeah, they said even if you're divorced, you would get it.
Do you
Uh,
know why it drives her so crazy? Because it's about 5 inches from a personal area. It's my very upper thigh. Just drives her crazy.
and the more you know, son. Okay, I was there when Clint drove to Ohio and came to Jen because, huh? Because what? Disrespect? Oh, because no disrespect to his last wife from the Left Lockup show. She was already beating and abusing him, and Jen convinced him that he would have a better life if he came to Ohio and he would get away. Yeah, well, actually, I don't know if Tracy was abusing him. I think that it was a lot of substance issues going on, and there was a lot of cheating going on. and they were toxic for each other just as much, but I don't think she was doing the abuse. It was more, she was more neglectful, but nothing like what Jen has put Clint through. Clint has been through hell and back. He's lost 2 wives now. He's had one wife that was cheating on him. One passed away, like I said, one passed away within 13 days, and he found her. And Jen always makes fun of him and says, "That's your fault. You called your mom and said 911. That's why she died." And she is just I just can't say it enough. She's a monster. That's the best way to represent Jen.
You see,
Yeah.
Jen uses Tracy as a weapon. You know, everything is, you love Tracy more than me. You married Tracy. You won't marry me. I'm not going to give you sex because that's what Tracy this and Tracy that. You know, and that again, that's Jen's bow and arrow. You know, and that's one thing we've got to keep with is, don't take her eyes off the DV. Yeah, it is mental issues. Yes, she does need to go and get help. But this all started out with us, was with her DV. And I don't want people to stray away from that, if that makes sense. You know, Jenny's a very, 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 very bad person. She's been doing this for years, as we're
Her whole
finding
life
out.
she's been doing this.
Yeah.
Just
Are
not
her
as much as
children
Jen.
adults yet? Or her children adults? Or are they still minors?
So, like
One
I
of
was
them
telling you,
isn't.
her son is now, I think he's 23 or 24. He filed the TPO on her because of her mouth on the internet, because she was claiming, and that, Richard, if you're listening, don't take it, like I said again, I know it's hard to not take it personal, but Jen, Jen's trying to get you thrown in jail. Well, she did it to her own son. She told the police that he Kate, his grandmother, it was a substance deal gone bad, when he actually took care of the grandmother, and she died from cancer, not anything else. And Jen claims he stole all the insurance money. There was no insurance money. So that he's blocked her and everything. He's gotten a TPO on her. She's already violated. They are following everything she's doing and using as evidence to proceed with charges, which they didn't want to do. They're actually heartbroken over that. The middle child moved out as soon as she could, which her stepmother's the one in the chat. Jessica, that's her stepmother, and she stepped up to the plate for that child and is trying to get
her
something done.
father had to fight her in court for a long time, the middle child, because she talked some terrible things about that man. I never met him, but when we were friends, she talked terrible about that man, the middle child's dad.
I believe it. She still talks horrible about him.
I rescued her oldest one time. Somebody was attacking him, and she allowed it. And at the time, I was in the house, and I tried to get in between, and he ran off. I went and chased him down somewhere in town and found him, and he was at my house for a couple of days. And she didn't come looking for him or whatnot. I sent him to school because I don't want, legally I can't keep him. He's her child. So I had to bring him back. But he would call me and stuff. I mean, I haven't talked to him in years. I did reach out today to talk to him. It's not their fault. And we all were very close. My daughter, actually, they thought they were going to get married when they were young. She had a big crush on him. He was the sweetest kid. But because of all of this, they pulled away from each other because who wants to deal with her forever?
Well, they're probably scared of what will happen, Jen was apparently telling people that you were black. I don't know why.
That I was
Clearly
black?
she's not. That you were black.
There is a black baby mom, and that is his second oldest kid.
Okay.
That's the one where she didn't show up to when he didn't come to the wedding. That is that child's mom. I'm a coon ass, fully coon ass.
So Richard said, so I'd been mind played by Jen as well, which used to happen quite often because that was what Jen had told me, or had told me about how Clint was abused before he came to Ohio. Oh, honey, she'll think of any reason. She probably convinced Clint of the same thing because that woman's that good at manipulating everybody. She will love bomb you about all the things she'll do for you, and she cares about you, and she'll be your best friend. And then as soon as you get there, it's over. You're stuck.
They talked Richie into leaving. I lived here. I let him go visit. He hadn't been around in years. I let him go visit. They took him out of school. They put him in a Job Corps there. And then she forced him to leave. He knows no one there. He knows no one other than them. And then she had police come to the school saying he stole flip-flops and a TV, because he's a gamer. He plays games all the time. She gave him a TV, then had the police come and take it from him at the school. And I had to call the school and I said, how is he even enrolled there? I have full custody. And you have to prove it. So I sent papers to prove it. And then I was able to demand that she cannot come on premises. She would harass him. They wouldn't even come get him to get a haircut. And then when COVID hit, he had to leave within 24 hours. And he said, no, he can't come here. And he was calling me panicking, screaming, Mom, where am I going to go? I'm going to be on the street. So I was able to get him on a plane, because it was very hard to get on a plane when you were coming from, because Ohio had a lot of outbreak versus New Orleans or vice versa. And he almost couldn't get here. And she was going to leave him on the street. And he had nowhere to, and he knows 4 years ago. So he's 20 now. He turned 20 this month.
What is her thing with trying to get kids that in her
16.
life arrested for stuff they didn't do?
For
And it's
flip-flops.
always around 16.
Are you aware she sent Michael to her son's school to correct him or get him in line, and a fight broke out and he went to jail over that? The son did. She knew that Michael and the son butt heads all the time, but she still sent him up there.
They had my son institutionalized. They put him in an institution. They said that he tried to unalive her middle child and throw her from a second-story building, which didn't happen. But he was institutionalized over this. They stuck him in a nut house. They had him on all kind of medication. My son and her middle her middle child. He was young, and they put him on all kind of medicines. He had to go to some facility and get all these testing done. Do you know what it does to him, for his own dad, for them to put him in there and say that he's crazy and that he's capable of that?
Tag team. That's what they've done to every child.
Yeah.
Her, Jen, and Michael tag team these kids, and he backs up.
You were 8?
Says.
Sure. Wait, that was when I first left him. Richard just walked in. I'm in the garage because he was sleeping. He said he was 8. When 8? Holy fuck.
He was 8?
He was 8 because it was when I first left him 10 years ago.
See, Jen's just trying to get her daughter put into jail. It's like a continuous. You know, Jen, she's rang the police. We've got the records of her saying that her daughter should be put into, we call it juvenile prison in the UK. You know, so it's like it's a very, very pattern of when the children get to 15, 16, then she starts on them in that way, trying to get them locked up, try to get them.
I can't believe her.
I'm so sorry for what I've just heard from you, my darling. I am so sorry. That woman has got a lot of issues and a lot to answer for.
And no sympathy.
No.
She has not an ounce of sympathy for any of it.
I'm not okay.
In fact, she's trying to add more to these kids' lives. And then I'm sorry, I'm still going to call you kid because you're young enough to be my kid. So I'm still going to call you kid. It's just
he still lives at home with me, and he just had his chocolate milk before he went to bed. That he's still my baby. He's still my baby.
I'm same with my son. But from what I have seen, your son says, from what I've heard and seen with my own eyes, I could say that within weeks, of Clint being there, he had an apartment. He was trying to get away from Jen and ghost her. Yeah, and then Jen moved in and destroyed it. Speaking of, do you want to speak about the kind of environment the kids were forced to live in?
Now, I witnessed this while we were friends, not me being mean, because I want to talk about her. I own a cleaning company, and when I lived there in Ohio, I also was cleaning buildings and whatnot. So I offered to help her because she knew I was experienced. The second floor of the townhouse, it had to be 18 to 20 inches deep and clothes that had been there for years. And they just walked on it like a trail, and no one ever picked it up. And they just stood on it to wash the clothes. The bathroom, I went to clean it, and sanitary pads that girls use during their monthly, there had to be 100 of them. In between the toilet and the cabinet, I filled up trash bags full of them. And I was like, what is wrong? Why would you do this? Do you know how unhealthy this is? There was maggots in the kitchen. The kitchen was always growing.
Wow. And this is when the kids were young.
They were young, because this is 10 years ago when I found this. We were there one day in a place called Rent-A-Center, where you can rent to own furniture.
Yes.
showed up. If you don't pay the notes, they will repossess it if it's in a proper condition. They showed up and they flip her couches. Now, I didn't realize Cincinnati, Ohio, where she is plagued with bed bugs. They have a huge outbreak of it there. And they found it. They found, you can look it up. There, it's huge there. And they found it in her couch. And my daughter told me one day when she was up over that she had these bites, and there was nest of them in the couches. They left the couches. They couldn't repossess them because they could not resell them in their shop.
Like rat nests?
No, bed bugs.
Bed bugs?
Bed bugs.
Oh,
It's like they kind of
God.
look like ticks, sort of, and they live in dark areas.
They're very small as well, so you could have thousands of them and not even know they're on your bed.
When we would do turnovers in these apartments, we would open a closet and it would look like a black shadow in the corner, and they would do like this steaming thing to try to run them out, and then they would just scatter, like just hundreds. It was the freakiest thing I'd ever saw.
We have pictures of her doing the same thing to Clint's apartment. To the person that came in and said I'd be upset this was done to me, first off, this was done to me, but with my abuser. This is not anybody that abused Jen. This is not anybody that has hurt this Jen's kids. This is not anybody that's hurting Jen. Is actually opposite, and this is actually hoping to reunite a family, not destroy a family, unlike what others have done. So they don't come close. If it was to destroy, we would not be doing this. They really want Mike to get away from the abuse, just like we wanted Clint to get away from it. Okay, so don't even try to compare like they're the same. They are not the same thing, hun. Someone said that. So we have two people that in this community that's been at Jen's apartments, and they say the same thing, that she left sanitary. You said there was like hundreds of them, right?
It filled up trash bags full, like kitchen trash bags. And apparently that's where her children, it was normal. So if her kids used one, they just threw it right there. They never picked it up. It never got thrown away. And her kids just thought it was normal.
If that's the way you brought up, that's all you know. You know, you only can do what your parents teach you. We teach our kids to be polite. We teach our kids to show respect. But if you teach them, how can I put it? If you're a drug addict as a parent, and that's all your children know, that's what they're either going to do or hopefully get away. So her children, that's all they knew. The same with the filth. They've always lived in dirt. So to them, it's clean because that's all they know. You know, and it usually happens when the child goes round to a friend's house and that friend's house is spotless. That's when they start noticing there's something wrong. But yeah, I agree with you, Branda. That's all they know. That's all they've seen. So that's what they do. And it's crazy.
Real quick, Irish, I want to say thank you for your 10 gifted memberships. 10 of you got memberships tonight. So if you have one that you didn't have before, it came from Irish Jazz. Thank you, Irish Jazz, for all that. Your son says when Jen found out about, when Jen found out this, Jen went to his apartment and destroyed it and took his laptop and phone and poured liquids on his laptop and ruined it. And Clint got his phone back maybe a week later. So Jen went to Clint's, got his laptop and destroyed it, poured liquid all over it, and then took his phone apparently. And your son witnessed that as well.
Do you know he's never talked about any of this? This is the first time he's ever opened up about all these things.
How's he feeling? I mean,
he got upset at first, and he sent his dad a long message, and he said, I've been drugged through this my whole life. I just want to be left alone. You either make this right, Dad, or whatever. And he's like, I don't want to get in. I invited him to come in. And he's like, no, I don't want, but he chose to get in himself. And he's been drugged in between it since he was 8 years old. And he's 20. And I've tried to shield him from it. I don't badmouth Michael when we're here because that is his father. I don't badmouth. Yeah. I don't even bring up Jen. She doesn't exist in my life because she's irrelevant to my life. Like, I still have all the pictures from when we were married. I saved all that because it is his father. I have all of his family pictures because he had a storage. It was auctioned, and someone sent me a box of pictures that was his family. I have them. Actually, this weekend, I'm meeting his sister who lives near me to give her these photos because I don't want them lost. My son doesn't remember these people, but they're all not all here anymore, and they're cherished photos and cherished memories that we can't get back. So Michael's sister said she would meet me this weekend, and I would bring them all to her.
Bless.
It sounds like Michael has a whole family just waiting for him to get away from her so they can all be reunited.
The thing is, though, no one can escape from Jen. We know that Siwa. She gets that deep into the head.
I know, but Michael's going to find it in his heart,
Yeah.
listening to the pain that his family has gone through. Like, Michael, yeah, you made a mistake, dude. You made and a huge mistake. Don't get me wrong, not undermining, but it's time to correct it. It's time to get away from Jen. You are gaining nothing being with Jen. I don't know if you said you saw the footage earlier, but Michael has lost a lot of weight since he's been around Jen. He's very stressed. He's always irritated and always upset. He's tired of her BS. We know that. He's having to take care of all his money goes to Jen that what he has left over. And again, I'm going to do a trigger warning here, especially to the son and your daughter. Michael has done a stream with Jen over the years, and he's been very open about this. And Jen's giggling and laughing through this whole thing, but Michael went live with her and spoke about how she put a heater, one of those heaters that you put in the room. She put it against his back, his behind, burned him, and she was giggling about that. She put cigarettes out on his neck, and I don't know where else, burned him, and he's sitting there telling her, "You hurt me." She's like, "Oh, it's just a prank. Get over it." He's like, "I don't find this funny, Jen." And that's the kind of stuff he's been going through over the years, which is why I really hope he could get away from her, because that's just the things that he's been open about. We don't know what else has been going on. It's kind of like Clint hid it for years, and then he just couldn't take it no more, so he started recording it, and that's what kind of got the support out here and got him out of it for good. And maybe that could happen with Michael. I know that, I mean, your son said he even witnessed Jen slap him, and he just went with it like he was used to it.
I feel like I want to cry. And
I know.
I don't want to be with him anymore. It is well broken, but I still love him. I will always love him. We were young kids together. Funny way how we met. I worked in a restaurant, and his youngest daughter, before me and him had a kid, she was 3, and they were at a table together, and she's like, "My mom and dad aren't together, and my daddy doesn't have a girlfriend." And she told me all of his business. And when he went to leave, he's like, can I? And I was like, what? Do you want my number? And he's like, sure. And we dated every day since then. And he was so shy, and we grew up together, and we built together, and we were great. But his job tore us apart. He was gone more than he was home. He would work over all the time, so he'd be gone 60 days, and then he'd be home for a week, and then 60 days, and it was like a roommate. When he would come home, he was invading my space, and I grew apart. So maybe that's why he chose to vendor off and find someone new, because he wasn't getting what he needed anymore. I will say that, and he didn't want me to leave, but I didn't. He deserved to have someone love him as much as he loved me, and I didn't love him the same.
He's not getting it with Jen.
No.
We all know that he's kind of he held out hope over the years to get her back, but I think he's past that. I don't think he wants that anymore. And Richard said, "I've witnessed all of these things she has done to him."
They've been together since 10 years ago. Like, it ended quickly. He just stayed in the house. Like, 2 weeks in, they broke up, I think. I don't think they've been in a relationship since the beginning.
I think it's been off and on.
Maybe. I've had them all blocked on all social medias, so I don't look in on their life. I don't even bother with them. And
we're learning a lot more tonight. We're learning a lot more tonight from you, darling, what we didn't know about Mike, But the thing I don't understand, and this is no disrespect to him, is when people leave, why don't they still see their children or pay for their children? Siwa knows my eldest is nearly Siwa's age, and he's always been in my life, and I've moved on. I've married someone else, and I'd never ever understand why a man picks a woman over their own children. They're their own bloodline. And as I say, that's no disrespect to Mike. I'm just saying what I'm thinking. It's silly. It's stupid. I don't get it.
In this country here, the family structure is not the same as it would be where you are, where people are proud there of their family line and they are proud
Yes.
to keep that. In this country, it is so broken that no family doesn't matter anymore. They just don't. It just destroy. All they want to do is destroy. This country needs a lot of help. just in the family aspect. I'm gonna be honest.
What I don't like is Jen reaching out to you guys on Mike's phone, which we all know, y'all, everybody knows that's what she does. She has said many times when she can't get a hold of Clint, she will use Mike's phone, his work phone, to get a hold of anybody that wants to talk to her. So she's probably doing the same to you guys. As you know, you're getting those voicemails. So she's on those phones. Jen's kind of putting a block in between, and now the family don't even know if it's Michael or if it's Jen anymore. Because
That's why my
Jen,
daughter answered yesterday because when the text came through, "Hey, how you doing?" Even though they don't really have a relationship, she wants a relationship, but she needs him to work for it. So she's like, "Hey, how you been? I'm good. Have you talked to Richard?" And but no response. But then when we contacted her and let her know about these emails that she's making threats, now we know that it probably wasn't Michael.
yeah,
I'm not surprised.
she got police Mike's phone number. Oh, of course she did. It's nothing for her to dox Mike's stuff as long as she doesn't. I mean, Jen gives out everybody's number, or I mean, her number to everybody is what I mean. And she does the same with Mike. She acts like everything that's Michael's is hers, and it's not. Jen, just like with the other people, the kids get first dibs on everything. I don't know what you don't get. You don't get to sit here and just annihilate all these families and then just say everything that everybody else has worked for is now mine. You don't get to do that anymore, Jen.
No, my number's not private. It's been public for a long time because it's attached to my cleaning company. So all you have to do is look up my name, and it does say that. So
Well,
I'm not.
people
I'm
might
not.
be going to.
Well, it is what it is. I'm not. I'm not afraid. And it my everyone who knows me knows the story. So it's not like it's something. Oh my gosh, there's such a scandal. They've known for years about this situation. We've moved on. It's been a decade. I don't even bring her up. I don't even know why she reached out. I guess when she took his phone, she realized, oh, you've been talking to her? How dare you talk to her?
Yeah.
And that's assuming
When's the
where
last
it
time you
went.
actually heard Michael's voice?
A couple months ago, I discovered that he has three baby moms. He has another one who was on drugs really bad, and I talked to her family. It's his youngest daughter's a mom, and she got herself clean, but she got real bad. And I discovered that they were talking, and I did say something unkind to him. I'm like, you keep writing all these memes on Facebook about this great life, but you don't give any action to your children. And here now you're following after her, but you don't even reach out to your kids. And he was like, okay, thanks, like stop being mean.
I
And I
think.
guess I'm scalding him like a mom.
Well, I mean, what else? I mean, it's not. He should have figured it out a long time ago. About that Jen was just using him all that time. Sometimes I feel the reason he stayed most of the time is because he got attached to those kids and he knows that Jen wasn't going to be looking after him. So he kind of had to step up to the plate. But then again, what about his own? Maybe he
I
thought, oh,
think
well, the others
he
should take
needed to
care of.
be needed. His kids were mad at him, so they weren't talking, but those kids needed him. So maybe it was a fulfillment to fill a hole that he was needed. He was wanted, he was loved because but they were around him, all of us together. Those kids looked up to him, and he was a role model before I left. So maybe it's because I think that maybe that's what it is. He felt needed.
Yeah, I think that's what it is too. I think also he's just worried about those kids, what will happen to the kids if he does go. But here's the thing: the oldest is out, the middle is out, the youngest tried to leave, and then she called the cops, tried to get the young lady put in a facility because she tried to get out and go be with her dad. They're all walking from her. All her friends have left her. There's people in her my chat right now that were friends with her for years. They had to get away. It's just everybody's getting away from her, and she still shows no signs that she's going to stop anytime soon whatsoever. Someone's asking, do you know if she does have a power of attorney or if it's just bull?
No, she doesn't. Well, I don't know if they would serve me with it. I guess they would have to let me know, I
They
guess,
would have to
maybe?
let you know if were
Yeah.
you the power of attorney?
No,
Okay, but the wife.
we just
still.
were we just moved. I moved a state away, and we never filed papers or anything. I am legally his next of kin. If something were to happen, they would reach out to me,
Right.
even though they've been living together. Because in my state, they don't see common. Because some places you can
Common
have
law.
common law marriage,
Yeah.
but you would have to divorce me first. I
She
guess.
said
I
they
mean,
just got it last week. I don't think I don't think she's allowed to get a power of attorney as long as he's still married unless the missus agree to it.
I would assume the attorney would reach out to me and have to let me be aware that my rights would be taken away, right? I guess.
I
Yeah,
would
you think
assume so.
so?
You're still listed as a wife. I mean, you still have that legal. Hold on.
I think it's take longer than that anyway to get power of attorney.
Usually, yeah, usually it does take. And well, it's just like
Yeah.
she said, she got served papers by Jen, and it was written on a notebook paper. She's like, "These are the legal documents." Like, girl. Okay,
No,
they're
When I
it
saying the
takes
power of
longer.
attorney is for the health and medical issues only, but still, it's. Oh, they said they don't contact. Is that what you said?
he
Well,
has Medicaid, so what medical issues is she paying for? Because he gets state funded insurance.
wait, he's on Medicaid too.
Yeah.
Then that's got to be total BS about that 401k and all that money. They said you wouldn't get served, guy. They're saying that you wouldn't get served.
I wasn't sure how that worked because I've never done that. But the boat company he worked for, he hasn't worked for them in 10 years. That's where the 401k happened. And that happened when Richie was 9 and Richie's 20 now. He did withdraw it and he took it out. And I could have fought him, but it was like $5,000. I'm not taking you to court for that.
Mm-mm. Someone
Just
said power
keep
of
it.
they said the power of attorney also will give her the rights to the money, and that's what she was talking about. Like she keeps talking about, oh, I have access to his money, and the wife can't do anything, and you no longer
What's
have
he make?
rights.
Like $12 an hour? I mean, really? Was she getting 300 a week?
She lives on disability and she gets Medicaid herself, so I
The
don't know
gentleman
why
that
the
used to live in the townhouse, I'm not going to bring
yeah,
his name up because he doesn't need to
yeah.
be involved in that. He paid for her car for years and her children's cell phone and for the rent and she paid for nothing. He paid for it
She
for
still doesn't
years.
pay for anything. Clint took care of it. Miss Alice took care of it. Vince took care of it. And again, Vince has talked openly about this. He knows what's going on with all this. He's seen all the video. He's aware of all of it. That's why he tried to get her in treatment, and she pretty much attacked him. So he's like, "I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore," which is
When
good for
Mike's
him.
daughter got married and he didn't show up to the wedding, she got institutionalized. I don't know if it was
Yeah,
on her own or if she was forced to go, but she had apparently had been put in a mental when
a
you have a
mental health
breakdown.
facility. Yes.
Right. I'm not sure what the term is called. And she had been in there for a week or two, and that's why he said he couldn't attend. He didn't want to leave her. But technically, when you're in there, you're on a hold, right? So he
It
wasn't actually
depends.
able
It
to
depends if
see
it was
her.
done against your wishes or you willingly went. Which
Okay.
Vince was trying to get her against the wishes because she would not go, and she attacked. Her son tried to get her against the wishes, and she went berserk on him. That's why they ended up having to get the TPO. Someone said you should call the courthouse and ask because Jen is trying to definitely get all that done. There's a medical director, which is not the same as financial power of attorney. Y'all knowing Jen, though, she's probably going to try to get that. Y'all know how she is.
I
They
guess it
said
would be
you can even
Claremont County. I think that's where she
Claremont
lives.
County. Yes, ma'am.
Claremont County, yep.
They said I was my dad's power of attorney. He was still married to my mother. She did not have to be notified. Okay, Vince
You're
moved out.
right. I was my father's medical power of attorney so a DNR or would don't bring him back. He was still
That's what.
married, but I was able to be in charge of that. So you're right, and they didn't tell her.
Um, didn't he work for the town for a while now? There. Oh, you mean picking up the stuff?
We saw pictures of him working at some zoo or some type of animal place. I don't know what it was for. I saw pictures of a uniform. I don't know if that's where he was working. And then we saw pictures where he was on a boat somewhere. So I don't know if he was trawling or I don't know if they do that in Ohio. And here we're down south, so they do seafood. I'm not sure, but my son says that he sent him videos at work and that he was roofing. I don't know if he's just jumping from job to job.
The thing is, we only know what comes out of Jen's mouth. So, you know, again, the 401k, the jobs, and everything else that goes with it, we only know what comes out of Jen's mouth until we get confirmation from you or somebody else who knows that situation.
Question on the 401k. Now, if someone owes money, wouldn't it, well, when you pass away, you do a succession. If she was going after money, wouldn't I then need to be notified? Because I am actually legally owed half of his 401k
Yeah,
when we were married.
yeah, you'd be notified for that.
But he owes 20, 30 grand in child support, and if he does file, IRS automatically takes his money to his other 2 children, if he ever files taxes and whatnot. Now, he could get away with not filing taxes till the IRS realizes, "Hey, you haven't filed, you know, whatever," and audit him. I don't know if that's happening, so this is just a maybe. I don't know, but for a 401k, you're getting an actual paycheck, so how is the people that he owes child support to not pulling
Mm.
his money?
The thing is, though, he should have a judgment then, a judgment against him for child support.
He does. He's been in arrears for years, but he hasn't paid on it because I am in the life of those children. He hasn't paid on it in a decade.
Wow. I don't know then, but you'd assume he'll have a judgment against his name. So yeah, if he came into money, aka 4K, 401k, whatever it's called, that money would come to you because it's
Right.
judged to you through child support. It's the same in the UK. If I don't pay child support, if I had to, they just take it directly out my pay. You know, when my children were younger, they used to take nearly half of my pay to pay for my children. Um, so I'm on the understanding in the UK, the US, can't you go to jail if you don't pay child support?
You can. I think it has to be to a certain amount. They also can revoke your license, revoke your ability to fly. You cannot buy a home because it comes up in your financial thing. Um, I think you can't renew a passport. There's a lot of things, but I think you have to be to a certain. I think it's like 50 grand. You have to get to a certain level before they um, really go after you. And here in Louisiana, they don't do their job properly. So it could go on forever and no one's unless someone is pushing it, like his children's mother would have to be like, "Hey, he's not paying, let's go to court." If they're not bringing it to court, it can just be unknown for a long time.
Yeah, because in the UK, you don't get told. All you get is a letter through your door after they've took your, child support out of your wages. So you don't even get told. They just take it, full stop. So
But that's a good thing though. I mean, it makes you responsible for
yeah,
you
I've
know, what
always
you
paid
yeah.
it. I've always, I don't now because my children are of age. I don't have any younger children, but I never questioned paying for my children. You know, I'm their father. Um, they need supporting. So obviously I've got to do that. So I never had an issue with paying child support. Don't get me wrong, sometimes it was a lot of money, especially when I had a mortgage and other things on the go. But I'm not the sort of person to not pay child support. And I remember once I heard it that in America they put you into prison, but obviously there's certain amount of money you have to owe before that happens. I wasn't aware of that
Right.
bit.
And there's a lot of people who owe it, so they're
Hey,
understaffed,
take
you
over.
know.
I'll be back. I got it. My daughter's not feeling good. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. I think they're understaffed and there's so many people that there's just so much going on. They're not able to keep up with it. Now, other states are different. A lot more people are more harsh about it. Louisiana, the South, where I am in New Orleans, Louisiana, it just seems to be they're just not paying attention to it, and because it's going on all this time. I never got a dime for my son. They said they couldn't verify his address, even though I could prove that he lived there in Ohio, and they couldn't find a paper trail, like if where you had a light bill or a phone bill or some way to the mail would know where you are because it wasn't his house.
Yeah.
And so they closed the case and I never got anything. But there were prior cases open with 2 of his children before he went there, as well. Those cases stayed open.
You see, in the UK, all they need is an employee's address. That's all they need, and as soon as they get that address, then there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you didn't want to pay it, you got to pay it. It's as simple as that. But I'm the sort of person, again, who, if they're your children, so you've got to pay for them. There's no way around it. They need clothing, they need feeding, they need school supplies, uniforms, everything that comes with a child, the father should pay for. And that's what I've done all my life for my children, and I still do now. Even my children now, if they need anything and I've got it, they get it.
I
It's
was
as simple
blessed
as that.
enough to make enough money. I make really good money and with my business that my children didn't want for much, and my kids had a good life, and they had more than they wanted, and they didn't struggle, and I was able to provide without help, and I wasn't on here we call it welfare, like food stamps or the whatever they give out. I wasn't on any of that. I was able to do it without state help.
Yeah.
Not everyone is so lucky, but my family was blessed.
You see, I won't go into it, but 15 years ago, I had a very serious accident, and it put me in a wheelchair. And again, 15 years ago, I still had a younger child. So what I was doing, because I had to stop working, I was giving them cash. Because obviously, over in this country, we call it Social Security. I get paid because I'm disabled.
Right.
So out of my disability money, I would still give it to my still then youngest child. So some people say, but I'm not working. Yeah, but you can afford to buy cigarettes. You can afford to smoke marijuana, but you can't afford to give your child some money who needs it for something good.
Right.
It baffles me. It really does.
She actually told my kids over the years, like one time she called, what would they want for Easter? And told them that she was sending this and that for Easter. Hell, my son, when we were together, my son used to wear Jordan sneakers, which were high-end sneakers here.
Yeah.
And he always dressed alike like his dad. And they were supposed to be mailing it in a tablet because my son has been he plays on the computer and a gamer. So that meant a lot to him. It never came. And we joke around all the time, like, we're still praying for that mailman. Did they ever find him? It's been 10 years. I sure pray they find him. And the kids tell him that all the time, and he would get so mad. And I'm like, just tell the kids you can't get him nothing. Don't lie to him. I'm like,
Yeah.
we put him on the prayer list. We pray for the mailman.
You
Oh,
see,
she
when
don't
they're
like
all,
people praying for her though. If you
Yeah,
pray for
when-
her, like Miss Alice went live and said on another show, she's like, I'm praying for you, Jen. I don't want anything to happen. I just want you to get help. I'm praying for you. You know what Jen did? She called the police, filed reports against Miss Alice, stating, Miss Alice is online threatening me and my children's lives. I don't feel safe. You need to arrest her. I have the police report.
Wow.
Miss
Yeah,
Alice,
I did tell her, bless your heart. Here in the South, telling somebody bless
that's
your
what I
heart
say
means
24/7.
something bad. But bless your heart could mean a plethora of things. It could mean shove it or whatever. I'm just like, oh man, just bless
It
your
can mean
heart.
F it. It can mean I love you. It can mean bless your heart. You don't get it. It's yeah. I'm Southern too. I told you.
Because
Still,
it doesn't make sense to argue with her because you will get nowhere. So that's
you don't
why I
care
had
about
her
the
blocked,
truth.
because it's just draining. So I just don't bother her. But then I'm harassing you, even though I can prove that you're harassing me. She doesn't. She's just blind.
I'm actually going to drop the link if anybody wants to come ask questions. I still need to go take care of something. It'll be worth it in the end. But If anyone wants to come up, like Muzz, if you want to come up by any chance, I got some stuff to tell you after this, Miss Brandy. That's going to help
Okay.
all of us. So we shall
I
see.
think you can publish in a paper for divorce here. I've heard of it. I've never done it where you can put an ad up, and if no one answers after so long, you can say that they didn't respond. And I think something I've heard that you can get a divorce like that. But he does know how to contact me, though. He's been to my house.
Say in
Who
the
has
UK.
Clint?
No, no,
Or
no. Michael has been here. So, because someone it's earlier it said something about that they said they filed it in the newspaper. That you can
oh,
make an
that's right.
ad in the newspaper about a divorce, meaning that you don't know how to find the person, and if no one responds after so long, oh, I'm going to look on the newspaper. But that they can grant a divorce or whatnot. I've never tried it, but I've heard of it.
No, in the UK, after 2 years, you can automatically divorce for no reason. If you want to divorce before that, then you've got to give obviously a reason, DV or other stuff. But after 2 years, you can automatically file for divorce,
We
which
have
is
no
good.
financials to dispute. We have no property dispute, no custody dispute. There isn't
Hmm.
anything to argue about. I need to just go up to the courthouse. It'll probably be a simple divorce because there isn't anything to argue over.
Yeah, it
Because
should just be straightforward.
Hey, y'all read the private chat. Don't say nothing out loud. It's top
Uh,
secret.
what do you? Oh, I
There
see it.
should be, you should see to this underneath. If you're on the phone, it should say comments, private chat. I don't know if you can see it, but it's big news. Big news.
wow.
Mm-hmm. Jen's
Wow,
going
wow,
to
wow.
jail. Jen's going to jail. I told you, Jen, what would happen, and you did it. Right? Right. Okay, enjoy that.
I guess everyone else should just find a restraining order on her because that is her go-to. I'm gonna get a T-shirt made. We're gonna get a T-shirt made. I,
A lot of people have put restraining orders on her at the minute.
Oh, gotta go.
It just doesn't matter what you do to Jen. It doesn't phase her. She doesn't live in this reality. This realm is not in Jen Bailey's head. You know, like on her Instagram, I don't know what you've watched, but one day she'll come on apologizing. The next day she'll come on and say she's serving you. You
I've
know,
had it blocked for about 7 years. I don't even look her. I happen to just because she left me this voicemail randomly. I happened to go on. I was playing on TikTok, and something just made me go because I am aware of who Clint was. I don't know him, so I just clicked it. I just put his name and her, and all these videos came up, and I was like, "Y'all need to talk to me. I can tell y'all some more things." And I just started spamming her messages saying, I know so much more. It was a couple hours ago. It just accidentally came across all this. I didn't even know that this was happening.
it's crazy. It's so crazy. You will have people saying that we're doing this, or should I say, she was doing this for clicks and views. She was doing this because she wants to get one over. No, she was giving you a voice. She was giving you approach Siwa. I didn't know anything about it until just before the live. Siwa, you approached Siwa, and she was giving you a voice because anybody associated with Jen needs a voice because she's very, very, very mentally ill. She needs
She
very,
could actually take someone's life because what happens one of the times she hits one of them and they trip and fall? You
yeah,
see it all the time on TV, like, and it could have been an accident, but it's to the point where she's gonna go too far.
yeah. And I think it's nearly there. If I'm honest, it's only around the corner. Either she's going to do something to herself, or someone's going to do something to themselves. It's coming. It's been on the cards for months. You
Thankfully,
know.
we are thousands of miles from her. I think, it was like a 14-hour drive from there to here. So we are a long ways, but had she be local or just within an hour drive, she'd be here. She'd be up and down the street. She'd be aggravating my neighbors. Oh my goodness.
She wouldn't stop. She wouldn't stop. and in her head, she thinks it's correct. You know, every thought she has is true. You know, you can't have her to say Clint's got children by different baby mamas, and you know, Clint's mum has got children, and it's just crazy. It's crazy, and she's a very dangerous person. The internet is not a safe place. You don't know who you're messing with, and all it takes is for one person to dox an address of a woman, and that person gets a visit.
I've seen it on TikTok many times where someone wrote and they're like, "Oh, they did that?" No matter if they did it or not, someone said it and they believed it. They were posting their work, posting their kids' school. Like it's a frenzy. They just go. It's like they're unhinged, going crazy. So I don't have my personal information on my TikTok because I don't want them linking back to my actual person. Like I watch the videos because it's entertaining, but I don't really post anything. And I have her blocked on all those just so I could be on there without being harassed. But, the internet is crazy.
It's very crazy. I've got nothing within my um, channel. There is nothing that associates me with it. And, you know, you should be able to, like years ago, you should be able to come on in your own name. You should be able to show your face. You should be able to give your opinion. But these days, no. My name is the only thing people know is I'm from the UK. My personal name is not registered with anything I do on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Not because I'm scared, it's because the amount of crap that gets brought to your door, even in the
It is
UK.
true, and it's probably dangerous that I put my name on here, but I didn't want anyone to doubt the information was real, and I don't have anything to hide. And I'm upfront, and I told her this is what she's going to drag me through the mud about. This is what my past holds, and I told her everything. And these things can be pulled up publicly. They can be looked up that I got in trouble. It can be, the court thing. So I have anything to hide. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to come out as myself.
Yeah,
But
and you have done. And the thing is, though, for us to see um, you personally is 1 second. To see you personally, instead of just looking at a bubble, we can see that it's you. If do you understand that? We can see
right.
the words coming out your mouth, and that makes it a lot stronger and a lot more powerful about what you're telling us about, you know, Jen, your ex-husband, the children, and so on. You know, and in my opinion, you should be allowed to do that anyway. The fact is, it is dangerous. It is dangerous on these YouTube streets. This is the only channel I come to. I don't go on anyone else's channel. I've never been up on a panel. Oh, sorry, once in over 15 months, I went on another panel. But this is the only one I come upon because it's not safe, you know. So please, basically, what I'm saying is guard yourself because after
Right.
this, you might get a lot of crap coming your way. And it's sorry to say, but I'm just being honest. After this interview, you might start getting a lot of crap coming your way from idiots on YouTube.
I don't never get on here other than to watch random music from the past and whatnot. So when I reached out to her, she told me this is how we could talk. So
Yeah,
this is why. So I created this about an hour before the live started. I don't ever come on here logged in, so I don't. I'm not really familiar with it very much.
yeah, I understand that. I'm just trying to give you a bit of honest advice. That's all, you know, because some of these people, they say they've got communities. There's a bad community, there's a good community, you know, and in the bad community, they will do everything in their power to get you off YouTube. They will dox you, dox your children, dox your children's school. They will put pictures up of your family. They will put the address where your child goes to school. They are evil, evil
Wow.
people. And, you know, I'm just saying to you is just watch yourself because they're crazy on this YouTube.
This probably be the last time I'm on here. I offered to put my my side of it and whatnot, and thankfully I had the voicemails, and if you know her voice, you knew it was her, and
Yeah.
I emailed them to her. That's how she because it was from my phone, and I emailed them to her so she could hear it for herself. And there's no way for me to delete it or edit it because it's a voicemail for my phone.
Don't get me
You know.
wrong, it's really nice to have you up on panel. It's really nice to talk to you. You know, I see this as a safe zone. This is a safe room. And,
Right.
you know, what we say to you is we're not trying to get out from you. And it's nice to see you up here giving your, you know, your version, your truth, you know. So please don't think I'm trying to,
No,
don't
no,
go on YouTube.
I understand, but I'm really not familiar, so I would probably get myself down a rabbit hole that I didn't know about,
Yeah.
and
Just stick to the names, you know.
right,
You know, like if you want to watch Seawell, watch Seawell. And then through that, you'll find out other channels which are associated with Seawell who are, you know, quite safe to watch. And just for me saying this to you now, I am going to get a lot of clap back. I'm going to get a
right.
lot of crap coming at me just for saying this to you now. But in a way, I just want you to know the truth. I'm just asking you to be careful, hon. That's all.
I didn't even realize she had gotten to this much craziness online, and when I saw the videos, my kids are like, "Is that her? What happened?" Like, I'm just gonna assume that she was using something because she just looks different. She
Yeah,
she she's just different, but it's
I,
been a decade, you know.
I believe she's using. She's very thin. Um, she's very fast in what she does, talking, reactions, and when she's apologising and everything, I think that's when she stops. Probably she'll stop, take her meds, and then again the next day she's using, possibly, in my opinion, that's when she's going 100 miles per hour. That's when
I
she's
did
threatening
I did
everyone.
poke the fire though. So when she sent me the first voicemail, I actually after the first voicemail, I just went on TikTok and I happened to just put up Clint's name and it pulled up those videos, and then I realized that other people are realizing she's crazy. So I commented on it several times on her TikTok. I sent it to them. Well, Michael's phone, but I know she has it. And I said, the entire internet knows you're crazy. So this is why the next phone call I got, she was like distraught, angry because I did poke the fire.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with poking the fire. Do you know how to lock down your social media?
My Facebook is completely locked down. I do it often. I go back and check because my business page is connected to it on Facebook.
Yeah,
Um, because I can't afford to lose it. My Instagram is also linked to that, but if I were to lose it, it wouldn't hurt my feelings. I don't really know how to use it very well.
yeah.
Um, I don't know about TikTok. I don't think there's ways to lock it so well. I don't know.
No, TikTok's more of an open platform.
Right.
Um, but I would suggest that you put on family and close friends for a while
I
because
do
they will
keep
be
it
on
that
there.
way. I do keep it that way. And
Yeah,
you can't open you can't see what I post. You can't talk on my pictures. You can't leave comments. I have to get permission to leave tags. Just because my friends will say something inappropriate, and some of my clients are on my personal page, and it's because I don't put politics and religion, and because some people that I work for believe in this person or that, Republican or this, or they don't believe in gay lifestyles. So, but I work for anyone. I'm cleaning your house. That has nothing to do with how I feel. So I have to make sure no one says things that offend someone else.
Yeah, I understand that. The reason I'm saying though is because
People in the
take
background.
they will take photos off your Facebook account and use them against you. So
Nothing's inappropriate on there. So I mean, it's a
mm.
bunches of pictures of my cats and my kids when they were younger.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's your children, darling.
Nothing's
They'll
inappropriate
take
on there.
photos of your children
There's
and
an echo
post
for somebody.
I think it's not
Slide.
Muz.
Huh? Oh, I'm up on here. Sorry.
Sorry, it took me a minute.
I'm sorry. I was too busy looking at something else. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I was too busy typing and chit chatting and multitasking. You know that. I get in trouble. I'm sorry. Hi, Miss Brandy.
Can you
Hi,
hear?
how are you?
Um,
I noticed that someone was doing private messages. I was trying to catch up. I'm sorry.
So these are two people. Sly actually was a really close friend of Jen's until about 4 months ago, and they tried to do an accountability stream and kind of hold her like, is it true what you said about Siwa's son? Is it true what you said about and Jen turned on them because they were trying to hold her accountable for her lies, and she's been at war with them ever since and trying to get people's kids taken away, and it's been a nightmare for them too. So Sly has kind of an insight on how Jen's been the past few months as well. Buzz has watched every bit
Genevieve.
of it along the way. It's a whole lot. So maybe they want
Yes,
to.
Genevieve Ann Bailey loves me to death. She loves me to death. She's
Oh
so
well, she's
scared
in
of
a
me.
world of trouble right now.
Has she threatened you with her
Um,
lawyer? That lawyer that I don't think she knows
oh,
the address
hi,
to?
listen, Miss Brandy. She could try threatening me all she wants from here to Sunday. My abilities and my gumption. I don't. My co-host, which she's down there, which is the doing not for Nicholas. She could write in on the chat room, tell you exactly how I feel, unless Siwa wants to say it. But normally, quote, I don't give a fuck. End of quote. Genevieve Ann Bailey scared of my ass because I hexed her. I
I
cursed her
say
to
bring
death.
it on. I
A
say
few of
bring it
us.
on.
Oh, child, you have no idea.
Marie,
I
I'm in the
told
town where
her,
Marie Laveau is. We need to go
Yep.
to Marie
well,
Laveau's grave. We need to do some
well,
work.
honey, oh, honey, call me.
Oh,
Call me.
Muzz,
I got
you
no
want down?
problem. You
Muzz,
have
did you
no
want
idea.
down? Here, I'm gonna take Muzz down. I don't know if she wanted down or not.
You have no idea. Listen, I went ahead on December the
Oh, okay,
6th. Okay, December the 6th.
gotcha.
I cursed her. I meant every word. You don't do what she did to me, let alone I'm Jewish, let alone a widow. You don't do what she did to me. She knew fairly, very, very well that last year she did something shitty to me and I chewed her freaking ass for 3 freaking hours. I don't give a fuck. I told her, I warned her. I was very nice and she did what she did to Clint last in 2021. No, 2021 to 2022. And then last year for December, my co-host, my host and co-host, because then I become host, and then she co-host because channels anyways. And friend and bestie, she went ahead and tried the shit. And then what she tried doing with Jen, I mean with Sasha and everything else and all this other stuff, we held her accountable. I don't play around. I'm cutthroat. Siwa says that I'm abrasive. I say I'm cutthroat. I just don't mess around. I'm a Yankee. I'm a Northerner. I just don't pussyfoot around. And she didn't like it. And she kept on. So yeah, she's scared because of her crap. I already know. Living on a prayer. Oh my God, Slay's gonna. Oh, really? Living on a prayer. Oh, I know you
Oh,
love me. I know you want me.
That
You want a
second
kid.
voicemail, she was hollering.
she
She was big
was.
mad.
Good
She
night,
was
Cali
hollering.
girl.
Did I tell you? Don't talk to me.
I told you to shut the F up. Yeah. Let's play those again real quick for those that
Go
missed it,
ahead. Go ahead.
because I'm still in shock about that. But Jen is once again threatening people with cops. If they talk about her, she will call the cops on them. Jen, that again, honey, that's illegal. Very extremely illegal. Not only is it malicious police reports, not only you're abusing the police system, honey, you just can't be doing that. I don't know what you don't understand about that. You cannot threaten people with cops for speaking their truth about what you put them through. Let's listen.
And it's my religious belief.
I think that I called you yesterday, and I think I told you to shut the fuck up and stop. But since you won't, here's what I'm going to tell you I do know. Your daughter is a punk. You are the one who has been getting her to do all your dirty work, and I know who she is, and it is destiny. Do you understand that? So whatever you're doing, I want it stopped, meaning immediately, or I will send the police to your home. It is over. Every single bit of it is over. You stay in your lane and shut up. At least until you get served. You understand that? When I say leave me alone, that means leave me alone. Get your tattoo covered, get some teeth in your face, and do something about your boy. You understand that? Because your son is also going to get charged for being inappropriate with me and with my daughter. You understand that?
Ew.
Shut it down. Thank you.
So
Shut it down.
what I don't understand is her saying, because your son is inappropriate with me and my daughter. Jen, what are you trying to do with people's kids, honey? What do you mean? I mean,
She's
you're
right.
the adult. Even if the son wanted to, and we know she's a liar, but even if he wanted to, Jen, you were the adult. And we have all witnessed Jen be inappropriate with people underage or barely legal more than once in this community. So Jen, don't even try to go there. But yeah, that's what she did again. The first voicemail she got that Miss Brandy got was yesterday, and it was her saying, I've got the power of attorney. And here, let me just play that real quick for those again that missed it, and then we'll respond to it, because I know that some of y'all came in late. So give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute.
Oh, see what you do know.
I think that I called you yesterday.
Oh wait, wrong one. Sorry, I'm getting them mixed up. Hold on, one more. Sorry about this, guys. I'm trying.
Hi, Brandy. This is Jen. Mike is with me. Well. Cleaning fairy. Anyway, here's what's going to happen. Mike and I are power of attorney over one another. You're not. And do not call any more cops because I have a lawyer, which you know that. And Michael is going to serve you the divorce through the mail. And legally, after a certain amount of time, the divorce will go through. Gabriella is moving in with Michael, and I will be moving somewhere else. So please have Richard call me. I love him. Okay? So call Mike, all right? I'm sorry for what I did. Mike, I am sorry. Take care. Bye.
So the one from yesterday, she goes, have your son call me. I love him. But then a few hours ago, I'm going to try to get him arrested for being inappropriate with me and my daughter. And your daughter's going to get in all that. I'm going to send the cops to your house. And if you talk about me, and again, guys, she can't do that. You can't call the cops on people because you don't like what they say about you. That is illegal.
Listen.
You know, though, it's true.
That's her MO. She tried it with myself and she tried it with Dee. I didn't pussyfoot around and I held her accountable. People didn't like that. At the end of the day, I don't care. It was Dee. She wasn't going to abuse her any longer. She wasn't going to do it mentally, emotionally, and verbally. If Dee would have been there present physically, she would have attacked her. There's no doubt about it. She can't try it with me. I could be over there in a heartbeat. I'm in Maryland with Dee. I could be there in a heartbeat. What's she going to do? She can't do nothing to me.
Has she ever talked
She
about
does.
her and I's altercation?
No.
Sorry.
She would
no.
not. Would you like to speak about that?
We were
Please
friends. We were friends at the time. And I was squatted down. She has always been a friend to her kids, not a parent to her kids. And all the kids were hanging around and they did whatever she said. They all looked up to her. And she kept having the children call me a whore, which is highly disrespectful.
Whoa.
And my kid was there and I kept saying, Jen, if you say it one more time, I'm going to shut your mouth. And she thought it was funny. And then they were chanting it. The kids kept you're a whore, you're a whore. And they kept, and I was squatted down, and my intention was to uppercut her in the throat.
By the way,
I
she's talking about a past experience. She is not talking about something she's trying to do or wants to do. It's a past thing that they already went through. There's no threats coming. Okay.
It was about 10 years. It was 10 years ago. And it was in my head. My intention was to hit her, like, I guess, hit her in the chin. Somehow, and it's kind of funny, actually. Somehow, I uppercut her lower region, and it lifted her by her, because she was a tiny woman. She's a lot smaller than me. And I hit her in the vagina, and it threw her across the sidewalk, and she hit the ground. And then I was joking around, just wax on, wax off, Danielson, just wax on, because she's holding her vagina because it hurt, like if you got kicked in the balls, and I was just rub it in. She went to the doctor. I actually damaged, like, it made a bruise, and she had a lump, or something. I don't even know how I did it. It was the greatest thing ever. But I was her friend then. Had I ever laid hands on her angry at what she's done, bless it. But it was funny, but how do you uppercut a vagina? That's just what?
Someone said that's the quote of the night. I hit her in the vajayjay.
No comment.
No, yeah, right. No comment.
Well,
See, gentleman of the night.
So
what did she do after that? Did she cry or anything, or call the cops on you? She didn't call the cops after the shock.
No, she wasn't a cop caller then. She cried. She went to the doctor and told all the kids in the neighborhood that I had broke it. That I had broke her vagina.
How are you gonna break her vagina? That's
Lord,
all the kids were there. Like, her kids can even witness to it. They were all outside. I was more shocked at what the hell just happened.
Oh my God.
I have no words. I mean, what do you say about I punched her in the vagina?
Well, she moved, and the angle, it did. What did
I don't know. She flew 4 feet.
Have y'all ever gotten a fight since, or got close to it?
No, but when I was planning to leave Ohio, Michael had helped me pack the U-Haul truck, and she showed up to my house. My father bought me it's like a pellet gun, because we had raccoons chasing the kids at the bus stop in Ohio, and so it's not a real gun. It's like a pellet thing, so it makes sounds. And I made a sound with it. And she thought that I was gonna shoot her with a shotgun. It was a pellet gun, because she showed up at my house the night before we were leaving. And she was running through the yard, and she fell, and she was like, she's trying to kill me. She's gonna shoot me. And her kid was running. Her oldest was with her. It was amusing. But I had dreams that I had gotten to an altercation with her, and I was hitting her head on the concrete. At that point, I knew that I could never lash out on her, because I may not stop. And to have dreams that graphic, I needed to leave. I left. I've never been in contact with her again.
That was the actual best move, because that would have occurred. You were already you were already seeing the future of what was going to occur. Your ancestors and your guides were letting you know that was going to occur.
Yes,
that's why you did the smartest thing. You did the smartest thing of leaving.
I had several dreams, and it was the same dream that I cracked her head, and I couldn't. There was no way. I have had many arguments with her, like over a phone, but I have never seen her in 10 years.
How do you feel? Can I ask you, has she tried to contact you since you came up?
She did for a while. Like, when the kids were little, Michael, because she wanted control, she would call my kids. Well, he would call, and I would make them get on speaker, because he would ask the kids, what's your mom doing? Where is she? And it's not okay. So I made them do on speaker. So if they went inappropriate with the kids, I made them hang up. That they didn't have to listen to that. It wasn't okay. And at that time, I had to deal with her, because the kids were younger, and I thought I had to deal with, But in the past 7-8 years, I have no correspondence with her. I have no reason. He doesn't help. I have full custody. He doesn't even send a card. There's no reason for us to contact each other. So I don't.
Well, I mean,
children.
Also, how about, has she tried to contact you since you came up here on the channel? Does she message?
No, because when she called that number, I did let her know we would be here, and then I blocked her. Yeah. I did let her know that I was up front, and I told her I met a new friend, and I was gonna let go of everything. And then I come here and commented, and so then she knew. So there
And she-
wasn't anything to hide.
Now,
I'm
I
not
did let
Hallelujah.
her know to change her name, that she should change her name, and the kids should change their stuff, but they said they're not worried about anything. I did let her know that people would probably try to contact and harass her or try to put a stop to it. But I said, and I also let her know if she, at any point she wanted to change her mind, it wouldn't upset me. It would be, I would respect that. And yes, Callie girl, thank you so much. I did put the comment in the chat just because I didn't want to interrupt, but thank you, Callie girl, for that super chat for Laura Marie. Again, happy birthday, Laura Marie. I don't think her YouTube accounts are the issue. It's the Facebook and Instagram. Oh, okay. So thank you,
She's
Callie girl.
blocked on that. She's blocked on my Facebook, my
But
Instagram,
others aren't.
TikTok. I don't know if she's blocked on my children's because my kids are
You gotta
adults. I
block
don't
them.
ask them. I don't
We're
ask
worried
them if
about
they
the
talk
other
to her.
people, though.
Well,
You've
right.
got to ask them. You've got to ask them to block them completely, block and have their accounts privated, not to do anything.
No, what
And the
I
reason
tell
being
my
is going to
son,
have other people.
well, what I tell my
True.
son is just put it all on friends only. And that's how we try to be safe about it.
I don't know if my son is still in here. I don't know if he can hear that, but I'll tell him to do that.
Definitely he should do that. And then the daughter too. The daughter was watching, guys, but she doesn't need to make her appearance. But again, she did get permission for the voicemails to be played since it does involve her.
My daughter lives about 4 or 5 hours from here, so and they also don't know where she is. So, but things can come out, I guess. Things can be found.
So can I
I did
ask,
it.
who is Gabby?
Gabrielle is his. He has 3 children. A son. Isabella is the daughter he has. Who's a mix. She's mixed. She's a black. His black daughter. And then Gabrielle. I actually talked to Gabrielle's family yesterday when she sent me the voicemail, and they said they don't know what she's talking about. That
Oh,
Gabrielle
okay.
says she's crazy.
Oh, your son says he's here. He hasn't skipped a beat. Good deal. Yeah, Richard, I would put
He's in the other room.
your Facebook and tell your sister, put everything on friends only, because people be trying to go in there, and you'll probably get a few messages from some people. It's just people. That's how people do every
Now,
time.
see, what's sad is she will give out my daughter's number. The only reason Michael had ability to reach out is my daughter tried to make amends, and she trusted him after all these years and gave him her number. They hadn't had contact with my kids in a long time because I paid for their cell phones, so they didn't have to rely on him. And so now she trusted Mike, and now Mike I mean, I don't know how to say if he allowed it, but now Crazy has her phone number, and so she'll keep creating numbers. She's done it before. 4 or 5 numbers will just show up, and she'll start calling me from random people. So she's gonna
Yeah,
harass my kids.
she uses a particular app, and she can she can switch those numbers in a heartbeat. Have her go ahead and do the other stuff so that way notify the other children and including their baby mamas to go ahead and lock all their social media platform completely. I mean, seriously, she's gonna
One
try,
of
and others
the
that
mother
believe her
Gabrielle's
will
mother
try
is
it.
there. Gabrielle's mother is there, and unfortunately, she is probably the weakest of them all, of
No,
someone that she can go after. She has recently gotten clean. She was in a terrible relationship, and the guy, she lost all of her teeth, and the drugs did real bad. It was real harsh on her body, and she used to be a gorgeous girl,
Well,
and so she's
Jen,
probably going after
Jen,
her.
Jen, yeah, that's why. Now you'll have to be there for her, if at all possible, because she's gonna try. She's the weakest one. She tried with 2 individuals that are recovering addicts, and she tried with one, and I just went on the panel and just let her have it because I wasn't playing because I already saw what she was gonna do.
Lacey
The
has a
thing
lot
is
to
that
lose. She doesn't have a car. She
yeah,
doesn't have a
well,
house. She has so much to lose.
you don't have to mention that here, so that way they don't know about it. Now they'll know
I'm
about it,
sorry.
but
Yeah.
no, no, it's you didn't know. Listen, really, you didn't
my
know.
comment though
You have
was, where with Jen messaging you and saying Gabby's gonna come live with us, and I'm going to live else, which is weird because she's telling us that she's gonna be having to stay with Michael and their apartment hunting and stuff. How's that gonna work when she's telling you that his daughter's gonna come live with him and she's got to go elsewhere? Like, Jen, where are you gonna go? I don't
You
She's
know
understand.
what you can
very
do though?
go ahead.
Brandy, you know what you could do? Talk to her privately. Have her, you and her with legal, and do arrangements legal so the child you legal because he has not done anything for her whatsoever. As long as you have that document and everything else through the courts and legal, they can
Gabrielle
try.
is
But
24. The daughter, she all of
no,
the
the
kids are of
other one,
age.
Hold on, let her
Oh,
the
talk.
other one, the other one. Do you understand now what I'm saying? The other ones.
right,
That
right,
way you can deal with it. That way she'll know that if something does, she'll know that she's with you and that
right,
she'll
right.
be at peace, if anything. That I would recommend. The courts in
Okay,
Louisiana will look favorable to you. That's my opinion. That's what I see. That I
right,
see that they'll be better with you in case that were to occur. I
right.
don't put anything past Genevieve Ann Bailey, the mistress of the whole,
Which
because she
is
knows
not
I
a
told her
dox, Jen.
once.
You use that name, so don't even start that.
Exactly. She's a mistress. Once a mistress, always a mistress. She knows I done told her you get married, you still a mistress hole.
I
She
did
knows
tell
that.
her, I said, if you start a relationship in destruction, it will end in destruction. You will never have happiness in a relationship that started in destruction.
Correct.
Exactly. That's why I say once a mistress, always a mistress. She already knows. That's what she'll say at times. I'm a mistress. Remember? I'll see what you and I are pals by Genevieve Ann Bailey says. Okay?
Well, I think she's salty. I have a relationship with his children's mothers because
Which is
we
how
are
it should
actually
be.
stepmoms, and I spent the holidays with the black daughter. Those are my grandbabies. She calls me Mama B. I was there for their baby shower, and there's pictures public and posted, and that even the mom is there. We take pictures together. We hang out together. She's on my social medias, and I don't. There's no reason for us to argue. We each had separate relationships, and it's better to be civil, but Jen has never tried to be civil. She has been at war since the beginning, so I owe her nothing.
You
No,
can't be civil with her, honey, because even the stepmothers and the other kids, she can't. She does the same thing that she's doing to you. She's done to each one of them. That is just not someone Jen is. You can never be civil with her. You're not going to be able to make sense. You're not going to be able to make peace. She'll make peace with you for a minute, and she'll go everything you tell her. She'll then use against you. She'll threaten. I mean, you've been dealing with it how long now?
She's apologized 10 years. She's apologized many, many times. I'm sorry that I broke our friendship. I wish we can go back. You slept with my husband. There is no going back. You were my friend. You tried to take my kids. There is no bending that bridge. The bridge burned to the ground. There's nothing. I've moved
well,
on.
she
I'm not
says that
angry anymore.
she says that she raised your children.
A year. My
Yeah.
son was there for 1 year, and this was 3.5 years ago when
And
he
then
went up.
when he was there, she got traumatized by Jen.
I had the police brought, that's what she's talked about the police. My son won't call me because I have a hot temper over my kids, and I'd have drove to Mexico if I had to. But my son called my daughter and said that him and his father they were trying to force him to eat. He's got ADD, so he doesn't eat certain thing. And they said, well,
Mhm.
he needs to eat what we say.
Hmm.
Well, he's a teenager. You can't force him to change after all this time. The doctor said if you can get him to eat good things. He won't want chocolate if there's no chocolate. Well, anyway, so
Yes.
an argument broke out, and apparently Michael assaulted him, and he called his sister and said that he had a black eye, and
Wow.
so
What? The kid?
I sent the police. Yes, his own son.
Wow.
I sent the police there to do a
Wow.
well check because I'm in Louisiana. I'm long way from Cincinnati, Ohio, and so she got angry and kept saying something about CPS. I sent the police there to make sure my son was okay because
That is
he's
Wow.
my son.
Okay. You see now what Mike has done to your son in the atmosphere, he's going to pay for that. That's in
He
the
has paid for
atmosphere.
which
that.
He's already
kid?
done that.
Karma has whipped its circle around
Oh yeah.
many times. He is living in his karma. Sadly, he is
Hmm.
living in his karma.
Can I ask you,
Karma hasn't finished with him.
did he do anything to the kids before he got with Jen that you've ever
No,
witnessed?
no,
So
he
it's
was a
just been with
very,
her.
very good, quiet man. They would dress alike. He was right there playing games with him. He was outside. He was the soccer dad. He was good.
Wow.
Like he gave up his family, his children. He just acted like no one existed. I don't know what hold she had on him. Some kind of kryptonite. I don't know.
We know,
I can say
but
what it
doubt it's as good as
is.
it thinks.
It's not appropriate.
I don't think it was her abilities with her mouth or any of that,
Do
because
you
that video.
understand? She has given an oral exam. I'll leave it at that. During an Instagram live, she did it
See,
live.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. Live, she did the whole
she
thing.
did. She did.
I'm
she's
For
not
not
Michael?
She
kidding.
did. I saw it.
because the man that
Not
she did
to
it to,
Michael.
no, the mother's in here, so that's why I'm not saying too much. But
I'm not saying either.
this is the stuff this woman does as a mother, and all
Her
the
children can
recording.
open that. Her
yes,
children can
honey,
open
it's
that.
all over. It's all over. That's what I said. Your
It's all
kids
over.
can see that. What are you doing? She has nudes that she sends around. A FedEx guy
Ooh,
came to give her a package. Honey,
I've, I've
she
seen
gave
her
him her
naked.
package.
Holy shit!
I'm not. No, seriously, a FedEx guy came to deliver a package. She got his number and gave him nudes immediately. There's like 4 or 5 guys since she's been on YouTube that's gotten those nudes. Hell, I've seen them and I've never asked for them. They're being
Me
passed
too.
around everywhere.
I call her Chihuahua. Who is rattling Chihuahua's cage so
Well,
much?
I will tell you, there ain't nothing to aspire to be with those pictures. Okay, it's not what.
Oh my God.
You,
And
she
I don't
looks
call her a
like the
Chihuahua because she's a dog face. It had nothing to do with. She used to be a pretty girl. You know the little dogs. Anytime they hear a noise, they're like, "Yap, yap, 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 yap." She is a Chihuahua.
Yep, yep,
All
yep,
she
yep,
does
yep,
is
yep.
yap, 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 yap.
I
When she harassed my kids at school, I told them, who rattled her cage? What do you mean? The first time they dealt with her, like, oh my God, it's real. It is like someone's rattling her cage. She just keeps yiping.
you can't say one word about her without her trying to punish you either. Like that's just what
Bring
she's
it
gonna keep doing.
on.
Well, I did prepare you that, we know she's going to respond somehow and then she's going to go right back to her BS. And you already told me in the DMs, like, look, if she even tries to go at me, guess what? I'll do it myself. I've done this. And you just started listing it all off, which
I am smart enough not to threaten her. I do know how she is. I don't say anything
don't
that
threaten
can come back to me. I don't leave a paper trail that will get me in trouble. But me laughing at her and making a joke about a factual video I saw is not me threatening her. I said, damn, the whole internet knows you're crazy now. And I sent her one of those videos you have on TikTok, and that's what made her holler. I was like, Chihuahua, didn't we tell you to stay in your cage? So
No way.
I openly, I'll send you the whole message. I openly made her angry, and it was funny. It is amusing me that my name is like Zatarans. That's a seasoning that we have here in her mouth. Like it is like caramel. My name is caramel in her mouth.
Different if she didn't start threatening you and all that. I don't think you would have reached out to me today if she wasn't giving you all those messages, harassing you.
When the first message she sent yesterday, I happened to be on TikTok, and this is how I found out about who Clint Brady was, is that I just happened to be, I'm nosy, I'm on there just putting up names and just let me see what I can get into and read tea. I just want to read somebody's drama. I was just, that's what we do.
Oh, there's plenty.
And that's how I found out about Clint Brady, because I don't talk to her, so I didn't know. And I'm like, y'all won't believe it. After all the things she put us through, she's with a dude from jail. And they're like, no way, I swear we can't make this shit up. She's with a guy from Life After Lockup. The most amusing thing ever. And then
she broke that marriage too.
Yesterday, so when she said that, I put it in and I put it up, and I'm like, then I see all these videos, and then I'm just in it. I'm in a rabbit hole. I just keep scrolling and rewording it. I found like 12 videos, and I was like, this bitch is certifiable. Sorry, cussing. I'm sorry.
That. No, well, I cuss all the time, but she's past certified, honey. This is the world's in danger with this one loose.
So I unblocked her because I don't argue with her. I said what I had to say and I blocked her. So I said, no, I have to let her know that I know that everybody knows that she's cray. So I sent her the video where she was assaulting him. I said, bless your heart, ma'am. Look at you.
No, you did. It's not funny, but I could just see her. Oh my God.
Well,
that's what she's about. Leave me alone, she said.
Your boldness and the fact that you're like, I don't care. This is how I feel about you. This is
I drive the petty train. I will pick up all of y'all. I will bring snacks. Somebody bring the drinks. I'll drink soda no more.
We're still waiting. We're all supposed to be going to jail. We're ready. Like we figured out who's going to be the leader of the cult. We figure out like what we're going to wear. We're all going to wear hot pink Puma slides. I wore hot pink Puma slides, and now she's obsessed with them.
She knows I work for police officers here. I have a cleaning company, like I said earlier. I work for a local police captain here. Like, I know a lot of cops in my parish just because I work for them. Like, when we have Mardi Gras here, so when we have parades, we all line up together and hang out. We know each other by name. Call the police on me. They know you're crazy. They already know this. Call them. You want me to give you their number? I have her. I could text her.
Girl, the police, honey, she got served. So I told you, she went to the police department, tried to report Clint's vehicle that they paid for was hers, tried to report it stolen. The cop's like, oh, well, you can't do that. It's his. But you know what you can do? You can hang around here for a minute. We're going to serve you with the TPO Clint got on you. And she goes to the board. So there's a wall with pictures with like 50 cops on it. She goes, I know him. I know him. I know him. I know him. Just going through the list. I know him. I know him. And I'm like, are you not embarrassed? Are you not embarrassed? And honey,
in the video, when she goes inside, they're talking about her she was at the police station and she was acting like this and this and this. And I was like,
is on AMZ's. You need to catch it. It's gold, but it's also very, very sad and heartbreaking because how she talks about her son again, trying to get the son arrested for the M word. That part destroyed me. A lot of us were really upset by that. But she's just pointing out all the cops that she knows, and people have pulled FOIAs on her police reports, and 160 probably now 160 police reports in the past few years. And it's for the dumbest shit you've ever heard. And the majority of them are all lies.
We got 2 of them. She sent me 2, and she made even a YouTube video about it. Was something wolf. It was called something wolf pack, like from
Jen and the Wolf.
Hangover.
That's Jen. That's Jen's channel.
That's what it was. There was something she had. I just happened to find it one day on YouTube, and I was like, this is hilarious. She is that pressed that she made a whole video about me. And the restraining order didn't even go through. Again, at the time, I had full custody of my son. So my son was there visiting for the summer, and she made this restraining order. And I called her. I said, you cannot restrain me from your house. Legally, I can show up to get my child if I have the custody papers in hand. And it got denied because I think you have to have a justification for they have to have reason. It has to be a good reason. So they don't just approve it. Thank God, because she'd have 100 of them.
Oh,
and it was denied.
Walter, TPO for mentioning the mom. Wait, what? Okay, someone says something else. I missed it. Where is it?
It must be Jen's favorite thing. You get a TPO, you get a TPO, you get a TPO. You get an RO, you get a TPO.
RO.
Everybody gets a TPO. Everybody gets one.
She wants the TPOs.
TPOs. But
I still have it on file just in case if we need it. It shows where the courts denied they didn't allow it to be filed. Okay, if y'all hear me scream, I don't know if y'all know about flying cockroaches. We have these here in the South, and there is one on the wall. It's on the wall. Yes, it's on the wall, and it's blocking my way to
Jen know. She'll grab it and dip it in ranch.
Jen, is that you? Jen, hello?
She took that from a movie. She took that from the Flower Addict. She took that from a movie.
Really? You punched me in the vagina? You told everybody?
Oh my God.
Richie, come here. Richie, come here. Were you at Jen's house that day when I uppercut her in the vagina? I knew it. Remember? And there's a little wax on, wax off. She said I broke it. That's my son over there.
God.
It's in the saint sign. It's in the saint sign right there. If you make that sucker fly.
He don't got a shirt on.
Sorry. If you make that roach fly, I will throw everything over here. That's Lysol. That don't kill roaches. I'm in the garage because my fiance's sleeping and I'm loud. So I didn't want him fussing.
I get that. I don't mean to be loud, but I got a fan going full blast and I always can't hear myself as well. It's a flying cockroach. They exist in the South. They're huge. Well, they're like
they're
I'm going to learn to fly. Yes, that's what they're called. I'm going to learn to fly because if it comes near me, I'm cartwheeling it. I'm 45, but I will make these muscles move.
D, mute yourself, D. I'm sorry, D.
What is that? I had to mute her. I muted you, Sly. What the heck was that? Did you?
Is it dinner time? It's a cowbell. Is it dinner time?
Show up.
Is it Santa?
She set the alarms off.
No, I wanted D not to hear it because Jen, it's my religion. I
That
call
was
for
really
you.
loud.
Yeah, I'm calling for you, Jen.
I rebuke
That's
you
for you,
Don't
in
Jen.
the
say that,
name.
girl.
I
Don't say it. She'll
rebuke
say
you.
like they're threatening me. Like we can't say nothing. Like all of
It's
You
that.
have
my
to be
it's my
careful.
religion. It's my religion in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Spirit of Son for me.
Do you know that some
My
zoos for Valentine's
religion.
Day will feed an animal a roach in your baby daddy's name if you pay for it?
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Huh?
Say that again.
What?
On Valentine's Day, there's zoos that will feed a cockroach to an animal, and you can name them like for your ex or something. I volunteer you to tribute.
Let's get a GoFundMe, y'all. We're gonna get it. We're gonna
I was
name it
just gonna I was just
Genocchio.
gonna say that.
There's this
I
roach.
was gonna say
Clint,
that.
we have fun
We
in your
need
truck. Oh, okay. So yeah, Jen's supposed to go to court very soon against Clint, and like I said, there's 3 people that have TPOs against her now, and I believe there's supposed to be more on the way. No, Walter, don't
Yep.
go.
Is she still at the same address? I wonder if I could have one served there, the
Yes.
one where she's
Don't
been
Yeah, she's
forever.
still.
don't say it
Yep.
publicly. But I'll
Oh
tell
no
you.
no no
That's
no.
the that's the address. That's the house. That's a townhouse that Vince bought her.
They rent
That's what
it.
she was telling me. I know that. I
They rent.
believe that. How the hell was I supposed to know? She's full of shit,
Oh, I
Larry.
know this because she almost got evicted one time. They put a notice on the door. She apparently paid something. They let her stay, but it wasn't because of money. It was because you're not allowed to have the police at the house so many times, and she was causing a nuisance. And they had threatened her because they were under new management.
Say it's not so. She would never not.
Whatever. I mean, maybe the bed
Oh
bugs
my
were making a ruckus or something. I don't know.
That's her band.
oh my god.
They just
Oh my
that's
god.
her audience. When
She
she's
actually
still
said
alive, she
that?
talks to the bed bugs and just, do you know what those vile women did today?
Gin and the Dots. That's the name of her band. Gin
Hey,
and the Dots.
Clam Punch. That's the name of the band.
Oh my god.
Did it make her moist? I don't know.
Oh God. Okay. See,
Oh god.
there's the line and you crossed it.
Oh my
TMI.
god.
Sorry,
Oh my
generator.
god, that is so hilarious. I mean that
I
is
live in a
hilarious.
woman's world.
No, she wasn't. Jen was in
Oh.
John Yates saying "I love you." Oh my God. Bless her heart.
When
We're
today?
twins.
Apparently tonight. So she's
Well,
she's
he told her he didn't want he didn't want her involved with any drama and everything else. So she must be lying again. Oh
well
my
she's
god. She's very jealous woman. I swear to God. Very
well.
jealous
I want
woman.
to get serious for a moment.
I was serious. She's a
How's the
very jealous
kids?
woman.
So, Richard, if you're still here, I mean, are you okay with everything that went on tonight? Is there anything you would like to add to all this? I know I missed a good bit of it, but is there anything that you would like to add? I just want to ask, and then if you, well,
He's in the other room. My cats are trying to attack the poor bug.
good. That's what they're for.
I was
Oh,
just gonna
that's
say
another thing.
that.
Have you seen what Jen does to the animals? Let me show you something.
I don't know if you can see him.
Give me 1 minute. I'll put it up on the screen. It'll be big. That's what she
And what
said.
she did to and what she did to Sasha too.
This is what she puts animals through. See that little
Oh,
cat stuck
her
in all.
house still looks the same.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was
You're
Clint's
kidding.
apartment. He cleaned it up. He cleaned it all up. But
That's the way her house was before.
yeah, but do you see that cat in the middle of all that mess? That with the bags and the cigarette butts, and she's got
Yeah,
pill bottles.
she had a cat. I think she had a dog too in the house before, and 3 children, and her and the guy Vince that you talk about, and then Michael there. All those people were in that house with it like that.
And then she
Really?
So Clint
Wow.
took the cat and Jen took the dogs, and Clint's happy as he can be with this cat. It's the only thing that's making him happy. Like it's like his support animal right now. She's demanding that he give the cat back, or she's gonna report him to the cops, as always.
Unless that animal is registered, I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can't do anything about that. But that's what I'm saying. That's how petty this woman is. That she knows that animal is helping Clint, and it makes him happy. And she already took the dogs he got attached to.
She needs control. She needs control of it.
Just whatever she could torture you with.
She did that to Sasha too, and she wants Sasha back, and that's Steve's personal dog. And Sasha was not the way she was. The pit bull, Sasha's a beautiful dog, and the way Jen did to her.
We used to raise English bulldogs. The ones like from the Tom and Jerry cartoon, the big, and they walk,
Yeah.
kind of like this.
Mm-hmm.
We raised them for years. We had one since Richard was 2 years old. Her name was Sassy. It was a red, she was red brindled. When I was leaving, I knew when I came back here, my friend was going to let me live in a pop-up trailer until I got an apartment. And it wasn't like
Mm-hmm.
the kitchen table flipped and it was a bed. There was no room for a dog. So I agreed to let her stay with Michael and Jen because I couldn't take this very needy dog. And she had so many things that English Bulldogs have so many issues. I didn't hear from him
Mm-hmm.
for a long time, and it took years for him to admit to me, how's the dog? What's going on? Jen gave my dog away and to her brother, and they put my dog down. Didn't
No.
tell the
Whoa,
children for years. Didn't tell them that Sassy was gone.
What? You know, she's going after her brother too. Her brother has also blocked her. Wants nothing to do with her.
It was a
D.
$2,000 dog.
That is insane.
Not
Well,
the money didn't matter.
me
She
tell
was our baby. Go ahead. I'm
let me
sorry.
tell you. Thank goodness. No, I was going to tell you. Thank goodness that D and we had somebody working and trying to get Genevieve to go ahead and relinquish Sasha back to D. Because let me tell you, that was supposedly from Michael, and he had wanted her and everything else. I was not. I was not for it. I was not for it. But D did, and so I back up my friend D. But and I knew when she said that Mia had attacked Sasha. Sasha's a pit bull. I knew exactly what was going to happen. Pit bull bulldog.
Michael
And with
posted
that said and
pictures with a
done,
pit bull. I don't know if it's
yeah,
that
that's
pit bull.
Sasha. That's Sasha. Yeah, she's gray and white. That's Sasha. That
Yes.
is Dee's baby. Yep. And we've been working D&I with her because of what Jen did and her exposure to the dog and everything else. Right now, we've got officially Sasha is back onto the seafood food and everything else. Her allergies are going away. Her with it because of the food allergies and everything else. And but no, because of what Jen did. Jen put that dog, and when the vets have all said it, she was there for almost 4 months, and all the abuse and everything else she's seen, she's reacted per se. She's real good with the children, with these children. She was happy to see them, and everything else. The reaction was, I mean, I couldn't picture or write a script on it for her. But outside of the family, is the issue, but that's okay because she's being worked on and dealing with it. But Jen wants Sasha back because you see, she thinks she can hurt Dee, and it's not gonna happen. Dee belongs always has belonged to
I'm
Dee,
glad that she was able to
Sasha.
be saved.
Yeah,
What?
because
Richard.
yeah, that's what.
Look what Richard said. He said, I was born when the dog was a few weeks old. And wait, oh, I was born when she was a few weeks old, and I was told while I was in CPS. I'm so sorry you went through that. That the dog that had grew up and loved was put down because Jen didn't accept her.
And you know what, Richard? I'm sorry, but I believe it. I believe it. That's why I was not. Look, what I got was as soon as Dee told me that Mike had adopted Sasha, I was like, oh God, Dee, please no, please no. And I didn't tell any Dee about, eventually I told Dee how I felt, what I saw, and everything else. It was not a good thing because at the end of the day, I could hear when Jen was beating up Clint, I could hear Sasha was in the room. I could hear Sasha. So if I could hear Sasha, I knew exactly what Sasha was going through, watching that whole entire thing and being traumatized herself.
Ooh.
You could
That's
only
so
do so much
sad.
before a pit bull goes to defense.
Real quick, JR Boston, please, hun. I'd prefer nobody put anything in the chat that could be construed as a threat of any kind. I know that we're all irritated, we're all mad, we're angry as hell, especially what we're hearing about these animals and what she's doing to these children. But it will only make it worse if we put anything that could be taken as a threat. So just a little future efforts. Even if it gets deleted, they can still grab it. That's the only reason I was like, let's try not to do that, okay, guys? I get the anger because this woman's putting down animals and ruining. I mean, she straight up could be a K word one day because one of the first signs is abusing animals, paying animals, and she's done both. Okay, so I get it. I do understand the anger and the rage and knowing that it hurt Richard and his siblings like that. I just wow. it falls in.
What Boston
Right.
said, uh, I'm sorry, what Boston said is what I already knew and I feared already. What Boston put, that's what I fear that she has done in the past. That's my opinion. That's what my religion, that's what I'm seeing. Whether it's true or not, I won't know until somebody says it. Until then, it is what it is. But what I'm being shown, what I was being shown, exactly what Boston was indicating. And that was really what I was scared for, Sasha,
Well, she
because
probably
Sasha was
would
going
have
to
tried,
wind
but
up
she's
eventually.
demanding that D give this. So I'm gonna give you background real quick, Brandy. So like I'm sure they already mentioned it, but D was her friend. D needed help with this dog. Brought the dog to Michael because Michael wanted the dog. Michael was on top of it, took the dog to the vet and all that stuff, and just he really tried to take care of the dog. But then things went south because Jen was smoking around the dog 24/7, not letting the dog outside, and just neglecting the dog like she does every other animal. So Dee went back and got her dogs, right? Got her dog. She pretended to be Jen's friend so she could get the dog back, got the dog back, and then iced
Done.
Jen right back out. Well, Jen's been saying ever since, I want my dog back. I want that dog back. Now, knowing
What
what
I
shared, there's
what
no way
I
in hell Jen's going to get that dog back now. Mm-mm.
what
She probably
actually
should have
happened
just put
was,
the dog down.
yeah, what actually happened actually was that that's Dee's personal dog, has always been her personal dog with Onyx, her father, Sasha's father. Dee hand raised Sasha. What happened was that Dee had, of course, Onyx, and she had Sasha, and she had her granddaughter. Because in October, um, Dee's husband, that has a chemical dependency, which is now behind bars in another state, he had up and disappeared. Well, Dee depended on him to take out the dogs. Okay. Well, Dee had to pass through Ohio and had to do a delivery in Ohio. What occurred was it was getting close to Dee's third son. His passing was in the weekend of Thanksgiving. So what Jen did was say and pounce and haround and hound Dee to let go and let leave Sasha for Mike because Mike needed a dog because her daughter took the dog that Mike had, which was actually Clint's, and took it with her. So it got to the point that because Dee was headed home to the vet for Sasha because Sasha had an allergy, which turns out it's food allergies. And she had a reaction, and it affects the food allergies will give you different rashes in your system in your body. And that's what Sasha had, and ear infections too. But the thing was that she did not take care of Sasha. Mike didn't take care of her. There was no documentation. There was no nothing. Nothing. She wasn't even chipped. She wasn't even fixed. She told Dee that Sasha hadn't gone to heat yet. And Dee, it turns out Sasha had been already in heat. So turns out that Sasha, no, she had nothing. No, she wasn't registered. She wasn't chipped. She wasn't anything. She was there because she wanted to torture and blackmail Dee and to have Dee's friendship. A friend of mine talked to Dee. I mean, correction, talked to Jen. I read her cards, her tarot cards. I did not realize it at all.
Don't go
Everything
much.
that I read, it came out. Long story short, the person got Jen to relinquish Sasha. And she did. I have it in Table Talk in IG exactly who the individual and exactly what she admitted that she was wrong and what she did. The thing is that Dee has Sasha back. And Dee was nice at that moment in time until she got Sasha back. The moment she got Sasha back, she blocked Jen. Because Jen asked me several times before if I would forgive her, and I told her she could fucking rot in hell. I said, what hell hasn't frozen, and it wasn't gonna happen. Dee was being nice, and I told her Dee could be nice to you. I don't have to be nothing. I said, you can rot in hell for all the shit I care. So she got Sasha back, and then that was it. So she got pissed off because I said the truth. I've always said the truth. Jen's a piece of shit. But what she did to Sasha, you don't do. Sasha came back all yellow. That means nicotine. Sasha came
She
back
smokes in her
reactive. And
house.
when
She has for years.
yes, she was smoking in front of it. I mean, look, Sasha's registered not only to D, but to somebody else, the second person. I know who it is. I've got their chips. I know exactly the vet that saw her. I've got the location. Right now, I know exactly where D is at. I'm in Maryland, and D is about to go out working. I'm in Maryland right now taking care of some things. And so I'm staying in D's house while D goes to work. But I still keep track of D because of what everybody has done and Genevieve and Billy has done and has lied. The reason why Genevieve and Billy got the letter, the TPO, was because she couldn't take it anymore of all the lies she was saying. People were calling D and myself, especially myself, to find out if we were okay. I had no idea what the hell was going on. We weren't on YouTube. Dee and I were not on YouTube. We were doing other things, talking about life and talking about other things. When all of a sudden they're telling us because we're going to be arrested, I was being arrested and everything. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Nobody knows where I'm at. People think they know where I'm at. I've been moving from place to place. Right now, I let it know here a few days ago that I'm with Dee in Maryland.
Yeah.
And I had to.
We're happy.
So that's the whole thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Brandy,
Yeah.
what do you think's going to happen now regarding Jen, Mike, and yourself?
She's going to take it out on Michael.
Oh,
Because I have her blocked, so she can't harass and argue with me unless I blocked both numbers because those voicemails are from 2 different lines. So if she can't take it out on me, Michael's going to feel it.
Oh, God.
She's already taking it out on Michael.
Do you think that there's any chance with hearing from you and the son and y'all saying, like, we just want to I'm willing to work with you here. We want you away from that. We want you back part of the family. Your family misses you. You don't deserve this abuse. We believe you. We know what you're going through. We want to help you. Do you think there's any chance he'll speak to y'all and try to get away, or you think it's
Hold on. Oh my God.
It flew at you. Dadgum, Jen. We didn't even let her answer.
I'm sorry. It's a cockroach.
I knew she was going to attack you.
It was across from me, like 2 feet. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry.
We just didn't let you answer. That is so rude.
I'm outside my garage. It's a palmetto roach.
I hope
children. They can fly.
Palmetto roach.
Yeah.
Yes, they could. They're big. They are about part of a thumb.
Yeah, they're about the size of. It's about the size of my thumb. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, put the camera right up next to it. Let's see.
Oh my God.
It's a flying cockroach. They exist in the South, y'all.
My lucky will come at me though.
Sasha was allowed.
There it is. Oh shoot! Wait a minute.
Yeah, I told you to shut up.
Get your son to come and rescue you.
Right? Wait. Let's see if I can find. Where the hell did it go? Oh, I don't know where it ran.
I think. Okay, Sly, do you mind if you drop down because we're about to end it? I think.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Sly, by the way, and
you're welcome
sharing that. And now we have a new person to talk to. Maybe y'all could do. I don't know. Maybe that kind of helps everybody out.
I would help Michael if he would reach out. His son actually sent him a message on his Facebook. He said, I know that she can see this, but I need you to know that I do love you. And because she gets on all his socials and stuff, but I don't know how. There's no way for all of us to get him away. Like, he's on top of the table.
He's like, all right, I'm watching my mom get attacked. I'm coming to the rescue.
Let it fly. He's running too. He's running.
Your son said, I think he would try to reach out, but I just don't trust if I'm talking to Jen or my dad on anything I'm texting him on anymore, which is why I did tell Brandy that the kids should probably say, call me first and tell me if it's you before they even communicate, because it probably is Jen, unfortunately.
Definitely.
He would have to be away from her, though, because she would take the phone away from him, and she's done it. And I can tell the way that when she types that it's her over him by the education of how they write. I already know that it's not him most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if he's too friendly, I know it's not him if he's too friendly because, she's reaching.
Yeah, that's what she would do. That's what she's done to a few people where she'll be like, hey, I miss you. I'm just checking on, and it's not, it's not them. It's
Well,
her.
she apologized yesterday, and then today I'm going to jail.
Oh, and your kids are going to jail now.
Yeah.
Which none of us have spoken to her in a good 4 or 5 years. Like, I don't know why she thinks we're harassing her. We don't even talk about her because she's not irrelevant in our life.
It's because she knows some truths are going to come out. That's why she's panicking.
Well, if she had not contacted Miss Brandy yesterday and done all that, Miss Brandy probably wouldn't be up here right now. Because, like I said, she just happened to find me, and then with Jen threatening and all that, she's like, I'm ready to share.
I wasn't even aware that I knew she was dating a guy. I come across that, I don't know, a year or two ago. I knew that. I didn't even know that all these other things were happening because I don't look her up. Her name doesn't come across my social, so there was no way for it to interact to show me it. I didn't even know.
Well, Miss Alice, she went through the same thing, and it's actually recorded on. I think Jade has it on her channel. A few people have it recorded where Clint was wanting to talk to his dad. Jen took the phone and tried to do this whole spiel about Clint's off his meds and he needs help and he's the problem and all that stuff. And then when Clint would try to tell Dad, Jen, why don't you tell my dad about how you hit me? She's like, shut up, Clint. She took over every conversation that Clint would have around her. Even times when I've talked to him on the phone, because she locked him out of the house one night. He called me and I'm like, what do you mean she's not letting you in the house? He's like, she locked me out and it's raining. I'm cold. I was like, I'll try to call her and ask her to let you in the house. But she was constantly trying to take over the phone, and then especially when it came to Michael, and she would constantly also, like I told you, anytime Clint would piss her off, she would call Michael and said, Michael, Clint's doing this to me. Clint's doing this to me, trying to get Michael to intimidate Clint just to make Jen happy, which is quite sad.
Michael has a temper, but she's going to end up getting Michael. It probably won't be her assaulted him. She's going to force him to do something, and he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail because that girl got him to do something.
Before Clint got out, and again, just trigger warning, this is what I was feeling before Clint got out, which is why I'm so glad he's out. But before he got out, I was like, I'm terrified that if he stays, that Jen's going to talk Michael into doing something to Clint and then have Michael take the fall for it and her get off scot-free. And I think Michael's so brainwashed, he would take the fall for it.
He did do this once. The youngest kid, the one that she is tormenting, he did. I saw there was a video. It got kids videoed it one day, and he beat him up pretty bad, and he got arrested for it. And it was a couple years ago. So he is capable, and he has done it before. I don't.
You're talking about. Wait,
Michael. Michael attacked her third kid, her youngest kid, the one who has the health issues.
What? Wait. What happened?
Years ago, I think at the time he was using the father, the father of her kid.
Yes.
He used to use heavy.
The father of the kid. Got
right.
it.
She claims that he broke in the house in the middle of the night and Mike pulled a gun on him or something and beat him up pretty bad or something. It was this outlandish story, but they videoed him beating him up. And kids had it or whatever. The kids were passing it around. I haven't seen the video in a couple of years.
Wow.
But he has a very, very short temper. And I've been in court with him before where he had done something, beat a guy pretty bad. Now, they did attack him first, but it was considered excessive on when the guy was falling. He kept swinging. The guy was unconscious. So I know that he's capable of going to the extreme. He can't control it. He's never hit me.
Aggressive.
I'm glad.
He's never hit me. I grew up with a grandma from the South that you keep a cast iron frying pan on your stove because things go down in the kitchen. And I would 100% use that frying pan like Medea in that grip ball movie where she said, throw the grips and click, click.
Yep. Someone's asking how long has Mike been involved with Jen. They're also asking, no, Mike's mother is no longer alive, guys, and actually went through a lot of health issues at the end. And then someone's saying, do you know if the middle daughter had health issues or is it just the youngest daughter that had health issues?
I don't know if it's real or Munchausen, the middle daughter.
We all thought the same, Munchausen syndrome.
I knew her for 2 years because I only lived there 2 years. I did know her and she went around perfectly fine. She would play on the trampoline. She'd do everything normal, but she said that she had something like MS or something crazy like that.
Arthritis, which is what I have.
Something that affected her. And according to her, what? You know, I gotta watch for that roach. According to her, she was in. Whoa, he's right there, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Wait, Richie, help me.
Richard, help your mum out.
Richie, help me. I'm for real, for real. You're gonna have to move out if you don't get me away from this roach. You see, he's right there.
Someone evict the roach.
There's 2 of them. We're going in the house. Fuck this.
It just gets better and better.
I'm sorry. We don't know if it's true. It's her word. Now, back 10 years ago, I left. 10 years ago is when he started hanging with her. And the youngest child, she was fine then. I didn't know that anything was wrong. It wasn't showing that something was wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but it caused her to get like she swole up a lot. I don't know if it's something for the medicine she was on.
Yeah,
I do believe she has health issues.
arthritis is what I like. I said, Jen constantly says, "My daughter has arthritis. You don't see what I'm like." We probably both. I'm like, I know I do, but I don't doubt that she had it. I just think Jen exaggerated it to try to get more sympathy. She said that
She wasn't on medicines and she didn't go to doctors for it because we were friends at one point. Our kids went to school together. We were around each other. So to me, it appeared like one child, like she was making things up for attention.
She doesn't like my friend Jerry, Mom. He just wants to be your friend. Your son says the roach just wants to be your friend.
Go get him then. Go get him and his cousin Clyde. Go get him.
She's in Nolan's.
Yes, that is our state bug. God.
This is a state bird.
They're so gross.
I don't know.
He didn't know her prior. Like I said, I knew her first. He hadn't met her because he was offshore. And so when he was home, I would hang out with my husband. And then when he was gone, she was the only person I knew because I didn't know anyone there. We weren't from there.
That is sad.
And when I left, he didn't have anybody. He didn't really. We moved there because his grandmother was ill. And she's still around. She's elderly now. I don't know if they talk. But I think he feels that he can't leave because I had his car repossessed. He quit his job not to pay child support. So he had done so much that I don't think thought he could reverse it.
I'm going to actually edit out that part about the daughter later on. Just letting y'all know. I will pick that part out just to be, just in case it were to be true or not. I mean, it's just very sensitive. But if anybody's worried about that, don't worry. I am going to take it out. So we'll go to members and then we'll.
I do apologize.
It's okay. You're not used to this whole thing and all that. So I understand. You didn't.
And I'm wound up and I was being attacked by a roach. I can't blame it.
So I'm going to write that down. Let's see. Take out comments. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Brief intermission. Okay. This is Mike's wife. Yes, this is Mike's wife. Jen contacted this woman yesterday and told her that she was the new power of attorney and that they were going to serve her with divorce papers. And then she said, tell your son I love him and I miss him. And she goes, by the way, I'm sorry. And ends it, right? Today, Jen calls right before we go live and says, you're going to go to jail. I'm going to call the cops to your house. I'm going to get your daughter arrested. I'm going to tell the cops your son did this and this and to me and my daughter and all this whole thing. And then I told you to shut the fuck up. So that's that's kind of what prompted Miss Brandy wanting to share her side and also all the stuff they like this. Like I said, for those that missed the beginning, the stream is not to divide a family. If it was, I wouldn't do it. It's actually try to get Michael back and to get him away from the abuse that Jen's putting him through because we know she is, and his kids miss him. The wife, soon to be ex. She's willing to help him get on his feet, whatever, so he can see the kids or visit. And he's got a whole family in Louisiana that misses him and wants to see him. But they don't want anything to do with Jen. They don't want no parts of it. Jen has tormented this woman and her kids. The son has shared multiple things that he's witnessed that Jen's done to him, to the dad in front of the kids. She's gotten the kids put in facilities, try to get them arrested more than once for shit they didn't do. Jen has been an absolute monster to this Brandy's kids, just like she's done to her own. The stuff she's done to Clint, she's doing to Michael. And this is the woman that when Jen was babysitting the kids, she cheated. I mean, she was being intimate with Michael. This is the wife. That what Jen and her were friends when Jen was doing that behind her friend's back. So that's kind of what started this whole thing. Bailey, what? What does that say? Hello, F me. Well, that's all right then. Whoever that is, hello. She seems like the type to file false charges. Honey, she already did. Let me show you. Well, I'm not going to show you the one of them. There's one I will not show you what she did on Clint. This is what she did to Miss Alice. I'm going to put it on the screen. It says she was not making sense. So keep in mind at 12 o'clock, the cops go to her apartment, right? By 12:04, they close all out. But it says she was not making sense. She was making claims that her and her children's lives are in danger because of boyfriend's mother, aka Miss Alice. She did not make any SA claims because she called the cops previously and told the cops Clint did that to her. We know that's not true. She's admitted it's not true more than once. Her and her boyfriend's mother are not. Oh, she's complaining that the boyfriend's mother is not letting Clint be with her. She's made several claims, but none rose to federal charges. And then they completed the case. That's when Jen was trying to get Miss Alice arrested because Miss Alice went on Johnny Max and simply was saying that she was shocked and she was sad about everything and that she was going to be praying for Jen. And that warranted for Jen to call the cops and try to get Miss Alice arrested, saying she was threatening her and her kids. So, yeah, she does file false charges all the time. I know, Miss Alice, she said you were threatening her and her kids' lives and you were keeping Clint from her, which we know she's tried to do that to Dee now since. She's a mess. And she, again, been threatening to do the same thing to Miss Brandy and her kids.
She filed one on me, but it didn't, it was denied. They didn't go through with it.
I'm so glad that it didn't go through. And I think the cops there now are completely onto her. The police department where Dee's at know what she's about. There's a few now that know what she's capable of. And
she would constantly call. She'd call the school over and over and over. But I know she's abusing them. Well, then call CPS. Unless we know the kids are in danger, we can't report it. And we can't report just an allegation. We have to know that they're in danger. She called the police. I mean, they told her one time because it was false, something about you can't call a false charge or something if you're wasting the cops' time. Right. She got in trouble because when I first left, she called all the time. Anyone who was mutual friends with me and Mike, she told them they had to stop being friends with me. She harassed them like his friends had to block. This is why he, I think, fell lower, because even his friends blocked him because they couldn't handle the crazy of her. All of his friends, all of his family, anyone that was connected that still associated with me, she went after them.
I believe it. I believe she's doing it to Clint. Any of us that she finds out that we talk to him, or we have his back, she either says they're dating, they're together, or then she'll just call the cops on all of us and threaten us with police. And all we're trying to do is trying to get Clint safe, what she is friendly. And now the goal is to get Michael out of there. Honestly, I think that should be the next goal for the community, because when the videos came out with Clint, the whole community kind of rallied behind him, said, we want you out of there. You don't deserve that. It's not okay what you're going through. We all have your back. Please know you're not alone. Jen's a monster. And everybody kind of held her feet to the fire, held her accountable, which she had. Right. She's not used to that. But Clint finally got out. I think all the support, she got out for good, knowing he had all this huge support system. And now I'm hoping maybe it will happen to Mike. I think Mike wants out. Because like I said, before her and Clint broke up, Michael was talking about moving back to Louisiana to go be with his family.
I think he could get the job. Well, he may not be able to get the same job, the same pay, because he's been out of the game so long. But I think he could get it in that same line of work. And he made very good money. And, I mean, I'm sure his sister would open the door and help him, or somebody. He could get help. And he does still have friends here because we all grew up here. So he knows a lot of people here.
Did he enjoy that job?
He did it for since he was like 18.
Oh wow, that sounds like he liked it.
He was a deckhand, and then he was a tankerman, and it was on tugboats that were on the river. And then he became a boat captain, which he had to go to school for it. He had to sacrifice a lot to get that job, and he made a lot of money.
What I don't get is in Ohio, he's not having a good time. He's really not. I don't understand. He doesn't have his family there. He's being tortured by Jen every day. He's pretty much having to babysit her, take care of all her problems, and then he's like his job's picking up roadkill. I mean, that doesn't sound like a life worth sticking around for.
Until she moved out, he actually slept on the floor. That time that when she raised my son, when he was there for one school year, they all slept on the floor. My son slept on the floor, and so did Michael. That gentleman who paid the rent for a long time had a bedroom, and then the girl shared a bedroom, and her oldest son had a bedroom. And so Jen slept on the couch, the one that had the bed bugs, and just had to put it in there. But Michael slept on the floor. We had a 3-story house in Ohio, and he made all, not that it mattered. We had a nice house. We had nice things, and he was up on the floor. She had him belittled and he did for years. And so it's recently, however long it was that she met this guy, Clint, and had a relationship and left, that's the first time he got to be in a bed because she was gone. So he was no longer on the floor.
Wow.
Those pictures you saw, that's the floor he slept on in the living room.
Oh, no, yeah, actually, 3 years ago when she was doing her first Instagram lives, we would see Michael sleeping on the floor right in front of her, and she'd sleep on the couch in the townhouse, and then the kids had the room. Vince didn't even stay there from my understanding, but his name was on the lease. But yeah, he slept on that nasty floor. And then once Jen moved out, the house got cleaned back up, but now she's back and it's already destroyed again. Alice said that she would ask Jen all about her and Mike's relationship, and she would say she doesn't love him. She told me that constantly. Someone else said on one of the body cam footages, they heard her saying that Michael was going to take a janitorial job. Again, that's not much to live for when he could be doing other stuff and have family. Your son said if he couldn't get that job again, I have a big list of connections I could hook him up with, a contractor, or get him a job, a metal fab, and multiple opportunities. So, Michael, your son's trying to help you. He's even willing to help you try to get a job back in Louisiana. I mean, there's so much more to go for.
The boat business is huge here. He could probably not get a job back at the company he was at because they paid for transportation. So they paid for a plane ticket and they fly him wherever it didn't matter where we lived, they would bring us there. And he walked out and just quit and didn't. So they put the money out on a plane ticket that didn't get refunded. So they probably wouldn't hire him back. But here in Louisiana, the waterway is huge. So he could get it in another company. He could go back to that because he's got so much experience, and a boat captain takes a lot, and he made $100,000 a year.
Jeez.
To be sleeping on the floor with nothing.
Now Jen's gonna be like, oh, then I'm definitely going with him now. No, Jen, you can't.
She's the reason he quit. She's the reason he quit.
What?
Because she was pregnant.
How is
she wanted him to stay home? He couldn't work offshore.
I don't understand how she's able to get all these men to fall for this. She's just so convincing when you first meet her. But now, like I said, us doing streams like this lets people know the wave of damage she's caused in everybody's life, and she's not stopping.
She's broken him. He didn't. His very. I'm not going to say very close to him. Family members passed away, and he didn't attend the funerals because of her.
And another thing, y'all heard that one of the kids was needing to be walked down the aisle, and he missed it because Jen was in. That's what she was trying to say earlier. He missed it because Jen was in a facility and needed him.
That daughter paid for his round trip plane ticket. He didn't even have to spend a dime. She paid for his round trip. They had him housed somewhere. They were paying for everything. He just had to come. And he didn't tell her that he wasn't coming. And so if you let the airline know ahead of time, you can get a credit. But if you don't show up, you forfeit it. And she was out the money.
That is insane to stand your. I mean, I know he was probably put in a bad position, but Michael, that's your daughter's wedding day. You can't get that back. And
Never.
that's
No one
embarrassing.
walked her down the aisle. She decided to do it by herself. Um, her mother was there, but I happened to put her in her dress. It was the most sweetest moment because I've known her since she was 4.
Not good.
And I got to put her in her dress, and we were all there, and it was the beautiful. And she had her siblings were in the was in the wedding, and we had a great time. And she didn't say, but I know it affected her a lot. You know.
I would never be able to forgive, but that's, I mean, because I admire that she's, working past it without, after everything, that both your kids are just ready for it to all be over finally. I just can't imagine. And Jen probably had no qualm about doing that either. She's probably like, "Oh, you're gonna miss your daughter's wedding? No big deal. I'm more important." Knowing Jen,
She has 2 children now, and he has yet to meet them. I don't think he even knows their names.
two
I really
grandchildren.
hope, I really hope this live does bring Mike forward. And if he listens to what you're saying, Brandy, you're not being horrible. You're telling it how it is. And hopefully, by hearing you saying that his children want to give him a chance, if he's sorted himself out, then as a man, he should walk forward and he should take that step as a man, not as a ex-boyfriend, not as this. He should take it as a man and a father and step forward and see his children.
I agree. We destroyed each other in the war when she got involved. We were both extremely ugly, and I was 100% just as much ugly as he was being ugly.
Well, see,
And
you're
I,
honest about it.
I apologize because I went below the belt because the things that happened to her that I told you about, I threw that in her face. Well, she went below when she went after my children. I went cutthroat,
You
and
really did
so
go below the belt. It's called a clam punch.
Mama
right,
bear.
but
That's as below the belt as you get, ma'am.
But I want him in there, and I've reached out, but I will not tolerate her. She is not welcome.
No, y'all
And
shouldn't need to
No.
because the kids have been through enough. I mean, your son was already, is still upset about this. So is your daughter. And Jen's, to this day, she's trying to get your children locked up. To this day.
and telling people she raised him. I actually have paperwork to prove that he was there an entire, and it wasn't a regular school year. He was in Job Corps, which is a like
Yep.
a trade school, so it's different. And it was only a year, and the only reason I allowed him to stay because he was a minor. He was thriving. He got in trouble here all the time. He was becoming a leader. He was teaching other kids. He was leading groups. He was doing so well that I decided, do you want to stay? And he did. And I allowed him to finish it out. And he went to school for welding and carpentry, and he can go to the union with that. And he was doing amazing. It was a positive thing.
Well, I was like, oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Sweaty, like I said, we're trying to get Michael out of the situation. And the family was just going to talk to him on the phone, but they think Jen took over the phone. And even if they did talk to him with her around, he's not going to be able to speak openly and freely. So this was kind of their way of not only defending themselves and letting everybody know what they've gone through as well, but hopefully Michael hears everything because whether Jen likes it or not, hey, guess what, Jen? He might not be able to watch it right now around you, but when he leaves, he'll find a way to watch it, and you can't take that from him. You can't block him from seeing
He's
this.
14 hours from here, so it's not like I can go pick him up and rescue him. I'm not at reach to help him.
He probably wouldn't leave anyways because he'd be like, well, what's going to happen to her? But the thing she said about this other person supposed to come live, and she said, so-and-so's going to come live with Michael and I'm going to live elsewhere. I'm going to hope and pray that's true, but I don't know where Jen's going to go if that does happen.
It's not. I went over because I'm friends. I've known them their whole life, the kids. So I went over to her aunt's house and I said, I don't know if Gabby realizes what she's getting herself into. And she's like, Gabby doesn't even know what she's talking about.
God.
They
So
didn't even know it is. And she lives in Kentucky, which is a whole other state. And she lives with her boyfriend. Like she has a life there and a job and animals.
So have they even talked to her and said, hey,
no, not at
haven't
all.
even, wow.
She knows that I am in the life of the other two. There's two other kids that Mike has, and they have kids. And I am in because we post pictures. I believe she was on my son's Facebook, so she can see anything my son's tagged in. So she is aware that the kids have me in their life. So I think, and I don't talk to Gabby often, but she's just a different type of child. And I think she thought that she could throw it in my face because I couldn't really verify it because I don't talk to Gabby on a regular basis. So she just figured I wouldn't know.
Can I
can't
say,
believe she was doing that.
can I say it's been lovely to meet you, Brandy. I'm going to drop now. So it's
Thank
been
you, generator.
lovely to hear from you, and thank you for your truths.
You're welcome.
I
And
wish you
hopefully
well.
it'll save him.
Stay
We hope
safe. Stay safe. I'll talk to you later, Sheila, darling.
Okay, see you in the chat, generator. Or if you're going
All
to
right,
bed, good night,
baby.
hon.
All right, night.
All right, bye. He's in the UK, so it's hard for him to stay up so late. Well, anything else y'all would like to add to that, or is there any questions you have for any of us, or anything about what's going on, or is there anything we can
Does
do?
Michael come on here and talk to y'all? I mean, does
He
anyone
used to
correspond with
try to
him?
come around, but he hasn't in a very long time because everybody turned against Jen, and now that the whole community hates her, now he's not allowed to talk to anybody.
Wow.
So, but I do know he knows about this situation. He knows it's all over YouTube. He knows that there's footage being put out and stuff. So I'm sure he's going to find it himself,
I
and
did
she's
tell
not
him.
going to take that from him.
I told them that I was. I didn't hide it. I didn't want them to find out. I told them directly that it was happening.
And nobody hates Michael, if you listen, and nobody's sitting here saying we hate you, and no, we actually. I've
I
always
don't
thought
hate
he
him
had
at all.
nice side.
I'm well over the fact that what happened between them. It's been a decade. I don't care. I'm in love with someone. We have a great life. He's great to my children. It's fine. But my children
Beautiful home.
deserve their father. They deserve to have the person they do. And it's not fair to them. And I can't heal that hole.
No, you can't. And if there's a chance to fix it, that's most important than anything else. And Michael, stop letting Jen take over your phone. She's using your phone to threaten your children and Brandy, who's not trying to hurt you. So please stop letting her use your phone. Because
Is
I
there a
don't think
way for
Michael
him to
even
get a
knows.
government phone? And here in Louisiana, you can get like
Yeah, you could get government phones on Medicaid.
maybe he can get another phone because I don't know if she pays the bill or if that's why she can take it or he just I'm
Oh,
not real
she don't
sure.
pay nothing. Hell, she don't pay a daggum thing. She does. I mean, seriously, she hasn't paid bills in years.
Right. Well, when I saw that video about the car that was in her name, I did send a message that said, "Oh, look at you! You finally got a job."
Nope, that
Well,
card is Clint's. His parents paid the $10,000 for it, and they've been making the other payments on it. The only thing that Jen's name is on is the insurance because Clint had some driving situations, and that's it. And she tried to report the car stolen, try to get Clint arrested for it because he took his car.
that has nothing to do with the insurance, and it's who's on the title. But I guess she didn't think
It
about
is
that.
who's on. Well, well, I don't know, but she's never paid a cent to that car,
Wow.
and she destroys it all. And I think Vince took his car back, didn't he, guys? I think Vince had a car for her and Michael, and then he took it back, from what I understand.
For years, I know he did, and the cell phone that the three children have, and her cell phone was also on his plan. I think she got child support back in the day, and maybe it paid things
He
in the
still
house.
does.
And she always wore the best clothes and whatnot, So I don't, I know but I don't know how much of her money went to whatever that she got because it's not my business. I don't care.
From what I understand, she was getting her Social Security. I'm not too sure what for, but she was getting hers. She claimed she was getting one for the middle daughter. I don't know if she's getting one for the youngest daughter or not, but then she's getting child support.
Well,
So,
she's
and then,
18 now, so she wouldn't get
well,
anything
the
anymore,
youngest
right?
now, well, if it's background
Right.
child support, you still get it. As
Oh,
long as
that's
the parents
good.
working, they still get it.
I don't
If
know
I
if he
missed,
works because I haven't talked to him I actually haven't talked to him in about a good 10 years. because he
Someone's
was
asking
kind of.
again about the 401k. So Miss Brandy said that he cashed in his 401k years ago. She doesn't believe he's got a 401k right now because the type of jobs he's holding don't have a 401k that, well, it's picking up roadkill, and the other one, I forgot what it was. But she says he gets paid under the table to avoid child support. So she doesn't see how he could have a 401k.
He took a $5,000 thing out of his 401k a decade ago. And legally, a lawyer said that he would owe it to me, but I'd have to take him to court. And I didn't want to deal with them. I just wanted it to be over. So I never pursued it. I don't
Well,
know what they did with it.
they claim that he got 17,000 with this time. That he cashed in his 401k and got $17,000, and Jen supposedly burning through it. She's already paid hired a lawyer who has since fired her. Is supposedly paid thousands for that townhouse. They can stay in it a little bit longer, and then they're out apartment hunting together with the rest of the money.
So
Who
he got
knows, though?
fined when because he withdrew the 401k early. So there's like a, I don't really know how they work, but so when you take it out early, you will be fined when you do your taxes. And he never filed his taxes again. I know this because child support would have taken it. So
Yep.
he got fined for it. He's got more being taken from him than coming out. So and he hasn't worked long enough to withdraw a 401k that large. Because he made $100,000 a year and he was only able to take out $5,000.
Also, didn't
On
you
it.
say that he can't even legally drive because
Well,
his license was?
he shouldn't, because he's got to owe at least 30, 40 grand in child
Well, did
support.
you report it? Because if you didn't report it to
It's
Ohio,
not my case, because they never could. They never filed for me. It's for Gabrielle and for his daughter, the one that he didn't come to her wedding, but they are adults now, and it would be their mother to fight it.
oh well,
I
see,
don't.
if she didn't report it, they won't do it. Because like my ex owes me 20 something thousand, but I don't ever bitch about it, so he could get his license if he wanted. He could go to jail tonight if I called and wanted him, but I don't really. I don't see how that helps my situation either, so I just let it go.
They never pursued it, and he mentioned that he got a job and had been paying on the child support. So I did call them and tell them, I said, do y'all still have the child support cord? Because it's been years. And they said, man, we don't have that anymore. And I said, well, maybe look on the website and see. He claims he's paid on it, but they said there's no money, that he didn't pay anything, which means he's still under the table, because if he files taxes, they take his money immediately for his arrears. Or like those stimulus checks, that goes to child support. I don't know
Yep,
if he got
they
those.
sure do. Your son said, I think I'm going to hop off here for tonight, but I will definitely tune in for the next live and watch the rest of this live tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Richard, thank you so much for being honest
Yeah,
and
he has to
open.
be to work in 4 hours.
Oh, yes, get your butt in bed. My goodness. This would have been available, sir. But no, seriously, Richard, our hearts are all with you. We are so sorry what you went through, and if we hear anything from Michael, we'll let you know. If we hear any updates about your dad, we'll let you know. I hope we don't hear nothing. I hope y'all hear from him instead.
I
Honestly.
will see his sister this weekend. I had mentioned earlier, I opened a box from a decade ago, and I have pictures of his family, people that
Oh, and
aren't
we'll
here
try to get that
anymore.
flag too. We'll
So I'm
hope he
gonna
hears the flag thing so he could get that.
right. So I'm gonna talk to his sister. Maybe his sister can reach out. I don't talk to her often, but I'm
That'd be
meeting her
good.
this weekend to give her these family photos that are their family.
That'd be great. I think him and his sister are close, so I think he would be able to get it from the sister would be able, excuse me, the sister would be able to get it and give it to you guys. Someone's asking, do you know the Aunt Gail that Jen talks of?
His Aunt Gail or her Aunt Gail?
No, Jen says she has an Aunt Gail that is some big shot teacher, which how do you do that? But that she's going to take all of us to court and sue us. And somebody's just asking, do you know if there's an Aunt Gail?
Never heard of her. And she's
Okay.
had the same lawyer for 10 years, which I've never met.
She got fired. The lawyer fired her
You
ass.
know what? That lawyer's probably lost with that mailman we've been praying for that was supposed to deliver those packages to my children. We will put them on the prayer list.
Not the prayer list.
I'm not a religious person, but you know.
Oh my. Yeah, Richard, I'm still so upset for what he went through. and that he
He went.
still has to deal with this woman threatening him and his sibling just for what?
I think my son got the brunt of most of it, of the children. My daughter moved. She was older, so he was 9 when it all started. She was
It's
older,
just
so she,
crazy because Jen's always saying, Michael, didn't I help raise your son? Didn't I save your son? And we're like, how? Michael's been raising yours. What are you talking about?
as far as I know, when she met this new guy, she left, and he's been having her because she abandoned her children.
Yep. Yep. She moved out to go be
This
with
is
him.
words from Michael. I don't, he said it, but I wasn't there, so I can't 100% confirm. But he said that she was gone, and he was taking the kids to school, and he was dealing with the 2
That is
youngest kids.
true. That did happen. She's been very vocal in the abuse videos. She goes, my daughter thinks I abandoned her for you, and I did. So, yeah, she's admitted that.
And it
Quite.
was best. It was best.
Apparently so. I mean, apparently that saved them from a lot of pain and trauma. Well, I mean, not enough, though. I mean, no kid should ever go through that. I don't care what age they are. I don't know how it's gonna end with Jen. I know tonight she fucked up.
Oh, she is stewing in it right now. She's got a whole
She
pot of
doesn't
gumbo
even
right now.
realize how bad she fucked up tonight, Jen. Just letting you know, Jen. I warned you, and you did
Well,
it. So
I'm not one of her
enjoy
weaker
those
friends.
charges.
I'm not a weaker person, and I don't take kindly to her threats, and I'm not scared of her. So
Mm-mm.
send the police. Send them. I will wait for them in a lawn chair. Send them. I am
Make
not afraid
sure
of
if
her.
she does, you file charges on her for false police reports and abusing the system because that's what that is.
I know that I have to watch my boundaries because she is the type of person to call the police. I'm not going to threaten her. I'm not. But I will laugh at her. I will surely laugh at her. I'm going to throw one of
Talking
these
about
roaches
her
on
is
her.
totally warranted and legal. Jen fucked up where, you'll find out eventually.
Right.
You'll find out eventually. She messed up in more ways than one. And she continues to mess up. And she's got 3 other people who are trying to get her ass arrested. So, and there's proof upon proof upon proof of the laws she's been breaking. And tonight another one was added. So, yeah, that was dumb. That was real fucking dumb on her part. I will tell y'all eventually. I just can't at the moment.
Right.
I know, guys, I know, but there's now a case going, so I can't really. I'm not going to give this girl a bigger heads up than that. She might want to pack a going away bag, though, Jen. Get you some pajamas, get you some hot pink slippers, because bitch, you're going to need them.
Some ice just in case somebody uppercuts her. Upper vagina.
Okay, well. Oh, wait, you were telling him good night?
Yes, he said I could see it on the top of the screen where it said
Oh,
good
okay,
night.
yeah.
I think I didn't know how to respond to that.
Sorry, guys, I can't tell you. I can't. Y'all, I'm not giving Jen the heads up so she can run her ass off to avoid jail. No, 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 no.
Always be an extra step. Always take an
She
extra
just
step.
can't stop. I thought the child support and Social Security went to anything but Jen. Oh, of course. Y'all went, on her daughter's birthday. Oh my gosh, it was so bad. So she had just been back around her daughter very shortly. And she's like, it's my daughter's birthday today. She's like, I'm going to go get my nails done and get my hair done. And she's like, oh, Michael's going to take my daughter to go get a Subway sandwich. And I'm like, that's it? That's what you're going to do for her birthday? You're going to get your hair done, your nails done, but you're going to send your daughter to go get a Subway, and that's her surprise for her birthday. Wow.
See, that's how we made friends with her kids. We do huge parties. We get the big water slides, and we don't actually eat the cake. Usually, everyone wears the cake, and then you get on the water slide and you wash off the cake, and that's just a tradition. And we have big parties, pin the tail on the donkey. Even though the kids are teenagers, it was fun. We have big parties. Everybody dresses up. It's just whatever. It's memories, and her kids always got to attend, and they used to love to come to my house.
I'm glad that you were able to connect with the kiddos.
I haven't seen him I did reach out to her oldest, and maybe he'll reach back and to be a friend. I don't
Well,
want him,
like I
you
said,
know.
he is going through a lot, and your kids It'd be awesome if your kids could reconnect with them as well, because
I'm
they're
pretty
away
sure
from
my
her.
daughter still talks to him. I do believe my daughter talks to him sometimes.
He's a sweetheart. He's just so. I feel my heart breaks for that kid every day.
All three of them, they've all been through it.
I know. And then poor Kate. Oops, I didn't see her. Well, the youngest daughter almost did it, but I just feel so bad that she tried to get away, and Jen immediately called the cops and told them to come get her and take her in immediately. And she done
I
it to
think
all
she
the
was
kids. What is
6. I
wrong
think
with
she was
her?
like 6 or 7 the last time I saw her. And I paid her $1. I have a sunburn. I paid her $1 to pick my sunburn on my back. Funny story. And she did something. She said a bad word or something. And I said, I'm gonna tell your mama. And she's like, you know what? Snitches get stitches. And I fell out. She was like 6. I'm like, who told you that?
Well, can't imagine where she learned it.
It was funny though. I mean, it was funny that I only paid her $1 for her to help me with my sunburn. But kids are, they just do what you say.
No, that's funny. I never said it before, and I'll say it again. Children shouldn't have to recover from their childhood, and they're in adulthood and still having to deal with the monster from their childhood.
I've shielded mine as much as possible since he isn't around her. I don't bash him. I don't talk about him. I do ask him, hey, have you talked to your dad? And sometimes he'll say, yeah, on my game. But I don't, it doesn't help anything for me to tell my son that his dad is whatever because he's old enough to know what his dad has done. I don't
Yeah,
have to tell him.
that's where it sucks when they get to that age where you want to shield them from that, but they know, like they figured it's too late. They know already. They witnessed it. Jen, you failed. Jen continues to fail again, y'all. She just hours ago was threatening the woman and her kids. So could they have a tax refund that they are spending? And no, they cannot have a tax refund they're spending because Michael owes child support. If he were to do taxes, that money would immediately be confiscated and passed to the women he owes child support for. They will divide it amongst the mothers that he owes child support to. So if Mike did file taxes, he won't get that. You can't get that from the government. They take it from you.
And she can't file taxes with him because technically he has to file married, filing separate or something. I think that's how we do it.
He could file single if he wanted. Jen said
Yeah,
she got her tax return. Well, Jen could get hers, but Michael can't get one.
I told him you should just keep filing, and I mean, if you were supposed to get $4 or $5,000, that is a huge chunk to go towards the child support, and just get it over with.
That's what I just went through this 2 weeks ago. So I was like, my ex hasn't done his tax like 15 years. I'm like, why would you not want to just go ahead and do it and get those chunks taken out all at once so it's not over your head the rest of your life? I don't understand.
And if you pay on it, I think it pulls you out of arrears. If you constantly paying on it, it will keep you in good standing. Just keep paying on it
Keep your
regularly.
ass out of jail and everything if you make payments.
My kids don't expect anything from him. He promised them years ago that Easter basket never came. He knows not to ask for anything. And when my son was up there in that school, I shipped him food. When he needed, he'd call me and I'd have food sent up there. They wouldn't even bring him food. They didn't take him to get a haircut, nothing. Anything he needed, I called a friend that lived out there that would go help him. And I would send him things because they didn't even send him food. And they were right there.
This is sad.
So, yeah, he was in the same state as her, but she wasn't at all. And she wasn't even allowed on the premises of the school after all the drama. She had the police at the house and had security go and search his room, claiming he stole stuff. And then when they talked to me, wasn't even allowed on the premises of the school.
I can't believe she did that to this child, saying he stole flip flops, trying to get someone arrested over flip flops, and then saying, oh, he stole the TV, knowing that they gave him that TV. That is insane. When Jen's the one that's been banned from Walmart for stealing.
His
That's,
counselor
again, more
actually
deflection.
told him give them the TV, and I will went and got him another TV. His school counselor gave him another TV and told him to give them the TV. Don't fight with
What?
them. So he did end up getting another
How
TV.
embarrassing that even happened.
She got that TV too because he couldn't take it on a plane when COVID hit and he had to leave, and he brought it there and said he'd come back. So she got that TV too.
God almighty. She gets worse by the minute. Yeah, and you know what's
It's been
crazy?
so long that I keep thinking of things because she hasn't been a part of my life, so I haven't really thought about it in a long time.
Well, can I ask, have the kids gone to therapy for anything that Jen's put them through, or do they just kind of roll with it?
No, they didn't. But Richie lashed out for a while, and he almost got arrested for something, and they made us go have this diversion meeting,
Hmm.
and they made us talk. And he was, I just want my mom and dad back together, and he was starting to open up. He's not a talker. He doesn't ever talk about his emotion. He holds it in, and he lashes out easily. And
I
he
think
did
that's
talk
how
about
most
it
kids
then.
get.
He needs to probably see somebody and talk about it, and he's never talked about this as much as he did tonight. I didn't even know the things that he was saying. I didn't even know he saw that, and he's never talked to me about it.
I just hope it doesn't, hurt him too bad now, kind of remembering all the things he went through. Because, like me, I go through PTSD, and I'm good if I don't have to talk about. Like I went 13 years never talking about it because that's how that helped me not to mention it. And then once it got mentioned, every time it takes me right back to that space. So I just hope he's going to be all right tonight
I
in the
think it helps
emergency.
that Brad is such a positive person in his life. Brad's been around in his life for 7 years, and he was there for school. He was a disciplinarian. He was also there, taught him how to use tools, how to make things, how to be a dad figure.
Real dad.
He would open up to Brad and talk to him. He's been there for him since day one for 7 years, and he's also been that way with my oldest. She asked him to adopt her a couple years ago. And
Wow.
my little girl's 9, and so most of her whole life has been around him, and she sees no different. That's her dad.
Well, maybe that's someone he could talk to, in the next few days, just to kind of check in and see how he's doing.
I'll mention to him to maybe reach out to him, because they do talk more than he talks to me, and I'm okay with that if
It's a
it
guy
makes him
thing.
feel better. Right.
Do you think, well, does your husband know about all the stuff with the kids and what they've been through and what Jen's been up
They
to?
do because she would used to call his phone, and they would be like, "We need to speak to somebody that has some kind of sense." And he's like, "Well, how do you know I have sense?" And so they said that I didn't, I'm not reasonable. They couldn't get through because I won't listen. I won't, but her opinion doesn't matter. You don't get to have a say with my children. And so they quit calling him. So they don't harass him anymore. They don't bother with him. He's aware of all of it.
I'm glad that y'all have him. Is he going to be open to, was Jen live anywhere today? Not that I know. She's just been on the phone for today. There's new videos that are released, Valerie, on Cooch's. I don't know if you're over there. We have a friend named Cooch. Her name's Cooch, but she goes by Dirty Bitches or something. That's the one with footage. That's a weird name. I know it's from Love Actual. I mean, it's from 90 Day Fiance. Um,
That's funny.
but I was going to ask, how would your husband feel about Michael coming back, down to Louisiana and being back involved? Is he ready for that? Open for that?
We talked about that. Like if I asked him, I said if Mike came here to visit because he lives so far away and he has nowhere to go, and we said that he could sleep on the couch. He could stay on the couch
Really?
if he came to visit. Um, my house has cameras inside and out. When Richie was getting in trouble, installed cameras. They're not always on, but if we felt that something was unsafe, I could put them on at night with while he was here. But I'm not afraid of Michael, and he doesn't give me a reason to be afraid. He's never been that way with me, but I would, and he knows about everything. He knows about the conversation. I'm loud. So whenever she contacted me, I was like, I sent it to him. I sent it to my son. I was like, look at this crazy lady. So, he knows, and he's like, oh my God.
Girl, you don't even know the half of it till you watch those videos that Clint recorded of her. That's when you finally will get it.
I saw some of those, and I didn't even, because I saw crazy, but I'm like, she's on a whole other level.
No, I'm not meaning the ones at the police station with her, like Trent. No, I mean where you don't see them, you just hear them. And she, like I said, it's actually the abuse and the things she tells him. She calls him the R word, the F word, the N word, tells him he's stupid all the time, tells him no one's going to love you, everyone hates you. And she says that constantly to him. Constantly. Well, she
I
did.
read somewhere where she was talking about his wife that died, and she was throwing that
Yeah,
in
her
his
name was
face.
Tracy. She passed away about a year ago. Right after she had a baby with another man, she passed.
Wow.
which Jen blames on Clint too. Every horrible thing he's gone through, she throws in his face all the time and says it's his fault. She really broke that man, but we have not seen him smile like he does now. He's smiling every time. He's doing all
I
these
saw
videos.
his new TikTok. I saw
I
where
say,
he was
hey,
dancing
follow
and
him on
stuff.
TikTok, please, because he is laughing and smiling, and he's picking these songs just like says, "I don't f with you." That's towards Jen, just letting like
I
I
saw
want nothing
those
to do with you.
today.
And she loses it over those TikToks. But he's happy and he's smiling. He's telling us thank you all the time. And his mom and him are back connected, and they're fixing it, and they're getting TPOs, and he's finally back with his family. His that he's got his support team back. He doesn't go through that anymore. He got a clean house again, and maybe I just hope Michael can
So
follow.
Michael's about to be homeless then. If they're losing the apartment, he's
Yeah. They only have they're on bot time right now. They don't get to stay there much longer. Apparently, they owe a year in rent. Supposedly, I don't know. That's allegedly why he did the 401k, because all this not backgo childs, but all this backowed rent that was owed, and they said you can't stay here unless you pay as a
I
big.
don't know about their state, but in this state, you were able to defer your rent because of COVID, and they allowed you, and then they approved it, and people didn't pay for a year or two. Same thing with the electric bill. You could get away with it
Okay,
not paying for a year. I actually bought my house that I'm in now during COVID, um, because we didn't want to rent anymore. So I mean, if you can make it happen if you want to make it happen, but maybe that's how they got so far behind because they were able to defer it because of the COVID thing.
maybe. I mean, there's no telling over there, but see, if they deferred it though, they wouldn't have to pay all that back all at once, right? But I do think that they said they're trying to get rid of Jen, that they don't want her there. I know that when she lived with Clint, they got constant, like he was being going to be evicted because of the noise complaints, because of Jen.
If it's the
And
same place that's across from the school, they've had problems with her for years. And I remember they almost evicted her before because of the conflict that was happening in the parking lot and whatnot. And if the roommate who had been paying all the bills left, he was the one paying the rent. So
yes,
this could be, I mean, all of that is probably because he owned a house and his
yeah,
sister lived
Vince
in it.
let it's Jen told everybody that he bought it, but really he just rented it. But like I
The
say, he
townhouse
took
is
it.
rented. It's an apartment, but he owned a home
Oh no, he owns
separate.
a home too that the sister lives in. Yeah.
Right. And I
Uh,
don't know why he never lived in it with her. I guess he wanted to take care of her or whatever.
Thank God you didn't. But it is the same place that they've been in since, because you said that you knew about Vince being there and take care. It's that same place. They never moved. She moved out to be with Clint, but she was hopping back and forth, and she's now back there, and everybody else took off. Like there's no one else there.
So
So
he may not know that we're trying to help him because she probably has taken the phone and not allowed him to have it. I mean, and honestly, she is probably taking it out on him. He's getting the brunt of all of this.
I would hope not. I really, really would hope not.
Maybe he'll call the law. I don't put up with her, so I just blocked her. I'm not going to argue with her because you're not getting anywhere.
Well, like I told you, I would expect phone calls from her if she does find a way to get to you, and make sure you record it all, because there's going to be threats on there. There's no way she won't.
I don't ever answer her. I never answer the phone. And she's
Just let it
predictable.
go to voicemail.
She will leave a voicemail. I never answer it. And if I don't know you, because of my business, I try to screen the call and try to figure out your personality before I respond. So I don't ever answer a number I don't know anyway. So I always let it go to voicemail.
Well, I hope she doesn't mess with y'all anymore, and I hope y'all could get a phone call from Michael instead for once, because it's time that it gets fixed. Your kids are
As far
suffering.
as I knew, we were friends. We had made civil. It's been a year that we had become civil. He apologized. I apologized. We had gotten over. Well, I had been over it, but we made amends. And then just out of the blue, I assume maybe he never deleted our chats from over the year, and so she saw something and is disgruntled. I guess.
What's crazy is she never even mentioned this power of attorney stuff until her and Clint broke up. They never talked about this power of attorney thing until about 2 weeks ago, I think, guys. And then all of a sudden, it's all she talks about. She won't quit talking about it, and how she has
Something had
rights
to
to his
trigger
money.
her because I haven't spoken to her in 4 years. What made her think of me? Why did she feel the need to reach out? The only thing I can think of is she saw that Michael was corresponding with me, and it upset her.
That's crazy. She wants ownership of him, even though she doesn't want to be with him. She just wants to use him. And he knows, I mean, surely he knows that by now. There's some things I could tell you in DM after this. I mean, because again, if your kids are going to watch this, I don't want to say it on here, but there's some stuff that still goes on between those two that are like, there's still some kind of hold, but she literally is just using him for entertainment at this.
Someone mentioned something earlier. I saw it. I didn't address it. I don't want to embarrass
Yes.
Michael online about him may or may not having something, and I'll talk to you about that later. And she holds that against him and whatnot, and what she claims or whatnot, and I'll say it because I'm not embarrassed about it. But when we were younger, we, you know what an upside down pineapple means? Where, you know, couples go meet other couples and hang out and have parties kind of thing. We were young. And we did that, and but we stopped. We stopped doing it for years or whatnot. Well, she found out about it. Oh my God, does she dog him for that and how he must have been such an. We were married. It's not like we were.
She loves that
cheating.
stuff.
We were married. We were married. If I was there, you know. Like she called me one time and said that someone told her that I used to sit on measuring cups. Who the frick can do something like that? I mean, seriously. I mean, ma'am.
Jen
for real.
can't no more because he punched her there.
Right?
That's probably what she's mad about. She's like,
Well,
I
started laughing when she told me that, and I'm like, he really told you that? Really? I want you to look at your hand and tell me that you can do. Come on, seriously, man? Seriously. I mean, I've had children, and things come out. Like she used to send us messages all the time about that kind of stuff, and then I made her mad. I'm like, go look on his Facebook page. You know, he's still friends with some of his Pineapple Express friends. They used to call him the Deer Salesman. And she, oh my God, she went after all of them. It was fun. She is fun to pick at because I can make her rattle. I can rattle her cage.
Yeah, she's not fun no more. She's flat out scary now.
She is, and I think she's going to take his freedom. She's going to cause something and take his freedom.
She already did. Well, oh, you mean as in go to jail? He's going to go to jail.
Right.
Like I said, in the abuse videos, it's her hurting Clint over and over and over, and she's constantly telling the cops, Michael was there the whole time. He witnessed the whole thing. Well, if the court believes that and they decide to file charges, like that screws you up, Michael. And we know, I don't believe 1 second Michael was there when it happened. I don't. There was not one peep from.
He's
anybody.
human. You can only take so much. You can only take so much abuse until you snap. And when he's just going, he'll probably just grab her. I mean, you can only take. I mean, I hope that he doesn't. And I hope he just gets away. But you can only take so much till you snap.
Well, I hope Michael doesn't let it go as far as it's gone with Clint. And now that Clint's gone and the other children are gone and Vince is gone, Michael's going to get the wrath of all of it because she has to have somebody to abuse. That's her thing. She has to have someone to do that to. I found out that when she was growing up, she did it to her own brother, called him every horrible name in the book that now she does. She started doing to Michael and Clint. She used to do it to him growing up. And I found out that she actually had a juvie charge for DV and went to juvie when she was a teenager.
I didn't know she had a sibling. They stayed away for so long.
He doesn't want nothing to do with her. He's embarrassed of her. She makes all these claims about him, and he just he doesn't want nothing to do with her. He's embarrassed by it. He's done nothing wrong. He just wants Jen to quit mentioning him. Someone said, did Jen abuse her own kids? She abused every kid that was
at
around.
least mentally, but I don't know.
Mentally,
I didn't see her physically.
I mean, yeah.
I didn't see her physically hit her children because at the time when I was around, I would have jumped in. But she severely mentally abused them.
Yeah, emotionally.
Right.
I mean, she got Cassie. Like I said, we found out not only did she do it to her 3 kids, but also Brandy's children. Try to get them all arrested. And on more than one occasion, she abused the police system to get these kids in fear of if they acted out, she would just call the police on them. And tonight, she called Pic Brandy and said she was going to get her kids arrested again tonight. And they're adults and don't even live with her and haven't nothing to do with her in years. Jen's still keeping that on and trying to use her abuse against it, keep them in line. Where did everyone go?
I don't know if you knew her then, but Michael had gotten away from her for a while, and he was living with Jen's mom at another apartment. And I think he had his own room.
Whose mom?
Jen's mom, well, she called it her mom. Someone that he claimed it was her mom, and he lived in the apartment. He had his own room, and he, I guess, helped with bills or something. And he was there for a long time. And then something happened, and she threw him out. I don't know what happened with that, but he said it was Jen's mom, but I've never met the lady.
It might have been Jen and the mom had a really horrible past with each other, and then right before she got close to the end, they reconnected and tried to make amends. But Jen tries to paint it a totally different way now. But no, we didn't know that he had gotten away and lived with her for a while. We do know that Jen did try to get the mom arrested as well.
It was apartments across from where it was on the other highway towards where Jungle Gyms is. It was on over that way. I don't know if you're familiar. There's a grocery store there that
I've heard Jen did tours at Jungle Gyms on live before with Mike.
I opened the big one. I was a merchandiser when it was a 20,000 square foot store, and we built it. We built the shelving and whatnot. It was insane. It has an entire olive department, just olives.
It sounds cool.
It is. If you could ever go, it has an entire candy section, like a size of Walgreens, just candy, any candy you could possibly think of.
I don't know. I think they only exist in Ohio, don't they?
Yeah, they have one in not Clifton. It's another part of Ohio. It's about a 30-minute drive, and then there's the one right there in town. He dresses up like a wizard, the owner, and he drives a Vespa all over the store.
That's cute.
It's
that
a great
sounds
store.
like a nice place.
I would totally work there if it was here.
I would totally go there if it was here. Sounds like a Buc-ee's, but for Ohio.
Exactly the same. Exactly.
Yes, I'm still live. There is a lot to unpack. I'm still mad at something Jen did. I'm still fucking mad, but.
Oh, we've been talking for 4 hours. How interesting.
Yes, ma'am. Girl, they ain't nothing new for us. We always hang out all night because we're all night owls. But I think everybody's tired.
I'm the boss at my job, so, I'm not going to reprimand myself if I'm tired and late. I'll be okay.
Do you have to work tomorrow?
I do, but I own the company, so it's okay if I don't go early.
Oh, okay. Well, I really don't. Oh, I was going to show you something real quick. I'm going to show you. Well, your son already left, but that's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, I think he's. I don't hear the sound in his room. Yeah, he's sleeping, I think.
Yeah. Well, since he says he's going to watch this later, I'm going to show you something because you said that you know Jake.
I do. The kids.
Yes. Okay. Let me show you something that took place, and then get your spin on it. Give me 1 second.
They've been around since they were little kids because they hung out with her oldest son.
Oh, honey. She tried to say Jake and her own son. Like I said, she said that they were selling substances for their. Oh, well, let's ask that. Do you know, was the mother selling substances?
She herself was purchasing the green for him, and he was smoking it and had vapes because Richie was calling me and telling me about it. She bought it for her children.
Wait, who bought it for the children?
Jen bought it for her oldest. She was purchasing the green and for him to use. She bought it.
So Jen was helped, like she was, okay, so Jen's the one that bought it for the son, but trying to turn around, well, she's trying to turn around and say that he was selling, I think like H or something for the grandmother that passed away. Do you know? Yes, I know.
No, it was green. That's craziness.
It
was green, and yeah. I deal with green at my house. I don't call that a bad thing, but he was underage when she was buying it, and he was also doing the vape pens and stuff. And she was a friend to her kids instead of a mother, so she just whatever they wanted, she would do.
She got in trouble with a detective 2 years ago for doing the same with the middle daughter. The
middle daughter, I think she got busted with powder at school. I don't know if she bought it or how she got it, but Richie was telling me about it.
She probably got
that someone gave it to her and she got caught with it at school.
Well, that's sad. That's really sad. I'm glad. That is so sad. I can't imagine the shit that they dealt with.
I think she was acting out from all the things that was happening.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure they made a lot of mistakes. They don't really have the best to look up to, unfortunately. But I know that they're all away from that now, and both children are doing amazing. Both are productive citizens. Both don't have to deal with abuse anymore, and they're both with. They got support system and parents that look out
Right.
for them and protect them and won't let Jen hurt them anymore. Um, but this is what Jen was doing to his son as little as a few weeks ago. Let me put this up on the screen. And again, this is Jake, who was the best friend of the oldest, and it's covered. I had to cover it for a minute, but I'll play it so you can hear what she says. Um, they found out that she was talking smack about them, so they went her live, and this is what follows. All right, give me a second. Hold on, y'all.
And you were rude to my mother. So, do that.
It's not that loud.
No cops will say, go online and show this girl.
Dang it.
Liar.
I'm going to fast forward.
Never.
Give me a second. That's not that loud. I'm going to do it the other way because that's not loud enough. Give me a second.
Okay.
I don't think you could have heard that, so let me do it this other way. 1 minute. I thought I recorded it as loud as I possibly could, but apparently I didn't do good enough. You got to hear it, though. It's going to blow your mind when you hear how she was speaking to the kids. Where is it? Sorry, y'all. Technical difficulties. I had it all figured out, but the sound messed up. So give me 1 second. Jen. Good Lord, how many videos are there? Something about Jen attacking the kids. Give me a second. Big girls don't cry. Sorry, y'all. We're almost there. Okay, I found it. Is this it? Yeah, this is it.
Happens with her in life. Maria is disgusting. And she would.
Okay, that's the one, I think. Right? Oy vey. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to find it. I swear I don't mean to take so long. I thought that was it. Give me a second again. Oh, there it is. Jen attacks son's friends. Sorry, y'all.
So,
Let me share the screen.
I'm coming to ask why you're
never.
selling cocaine.
Are you allowed to come online? Hey, why don't you come over to my house?
If you'd allow me.
No, I don't owe you nothing after what you did to my mom. You little punk ass bitch.
I didn't say anything.
Give me a second. Let's do it here.
Oh, I know who you are, you little punk bitch. I think I do. Oh, I definitely know you.
Come on, Haley. It's his little girlfriend. Come on, Haley. Come up here. You want me to tell the chief?
It's me. Hey, so, I'm coming to ask why you're
never.
selling cocaine.
Are you allowed to come online? Hey, why don't you come over to my house?
If you'd allow me.
No, I don't owe you nothing after what you did to my mom. You little punk ass bitch.
I didn't say anything.
You want me to tell everybody about your secrets about you and your dad and your family? You better shut up.
What about?
So once again, threatening him because he wants to speak about the lies she's putting out. She's going around telling everybody that her son and his friends were selling substances for the mom when she was alive.
You know what? Why are you even in here? Why are you even in here? Why are you even in here? Why don't you put your little smart mouth girlfriend on? You're making an ass of you. There's your Oh, get the fuck out of here! You didn't call the fucking cops! I'd fucking be over there, you fucking old bitch! You ugly fucking old bitch! I swear to fucking God, I would fuck your ass up! Going online with your little fucking followers? Bitch, I will fuck your ass up! I'm not 90 pounds! I'm not fucking recovering from surgery! I will fuck you up, You've been threatening that Do it right now.
I fucking will.
Do it now. Why don't you take care of your baby?
Oh, you don't want to fucking come
Do
here.
it.
I will fucking come over there.
Come
You
over.
stupid old fucking
Roll up.
bitch. Running your fucking mouth.
Roll
We haven't
up.
talked about your
Roll up.
ass in years.
Roll up.
And here the fuck you are. Here's Dante calling us.
Roll
You're
up.
fucking insane. You're fucking delusional.
No,
What's
take
wrong
care of your
with
baby.
your
How
ass?
about that?
She's always saying about take care of your baby, and then she does threaten CPS.
Oh, I can tell. You're such a great mother.
Fucking great.
Such a great mother.
Fuck yeah. Why would I beat the
Come
fuck
over
out
and
of you for running your
Fuck
fucking
out of me.
mouth,
You just
bitch?
committed so many crimes.
Bitch, you call the fucking house
I
the
bet
second
you
I
I
knock on
won't.
your fucking door.
Ooh.
Bitch. You're
Oh,
stupid
you know
fuck. I
how
would
dumb
fuck
you
you
will.
up.
Now you're my
fuck you
son's
up.
friend. Let's do my son.
No, because you're a fucking
I'm
pussy.
waiting.
You didn't think I could
I'm
fuck on
waiting.
here, huh?
Take care
You
of
fucking
your
old
baby.
bitch.
Take care of
You
your
want to tell everyone?
baby.
You want to talk about how your life is so sad? You're pathetic as fuck. No one knows
Everybody
who the fuck
knows
you
like
are.
that. Hey, come back. Come roll up since you physically threatened me. Roll up, Harry. I've been asking you for years.
Bitch. I will fuck. You're all those fucking nasty ass teeth with you.
Put 'em in my throat.
Bitch.
Do it. Roll up. Roll up.
Oh. Please keep talking about us.
Hey,
I'll fucking
you
go over there.
are an ugly,
stupid
sad
fuck.
bitch who doesn't take care of your child.
Yeah,
Do it.
yeah. Again, deflection. That's her that she's talking about there. Like that, she's describing herself. Yeah, go off. You've been bullying me since I was 13 years old, you
Since you were
weird cock.
13. That's true.
Yeah, that's why I dated Jake and another motherfucker too.
And you fucked up Jake's life, as you always have. Take care of your baby. Take care of your fucking baby. She looks like you, Jake. Why would you put your baby on a fucking live?
So pay it like I don't know if you heard. She goes, "You've been bullying me since I was 13 years old." So now these are adults finally willing to able to speak out, and this is what she's doing. This is how she's talking to girls, kids.
She did go after that girl. She went on social media, Facebook, MySpace was out then, and she was posting on that girl's page. She harassed that girl. I remember that. She harassed that girl because I was living there then, harassed her for a long time, and they were young.
Well, there's a little bit more. There's not much longer, but he's going to let her know he filed on her as well to get a TPO. So we'll see.
So essentially, Jen, what's going to happen is
This is me telling you I'm going to serve your
I
ass.
filed it through.
Let me I don't
fucking talk
think so.
fucking
You
good.
need to talk to your best friend Tyler because you look like an idiot. You're going to
I haven't
jail.
talked to
You're
Tyler
going to
since the
jail.
Are you
You're
retarded?
going to jail. Yes,
Guess
you
what?
are.
I'm not. Prove it. I'm calling. How?
Hey,
Explain
don't
how I'm
call
going to
Pierce.
jail,
I'm not in that
please.
district, you dumbass.
Yeah, but I am, you dumbass. If I live
Well,
here,
then
I'm
I would
gonna file charges
suggest
where
you
I
not call the cops and go file, please.
live. I'm
And your
already, okay, I already
girlfriend's
fucking
going to
did.
jail,
If you please explain
and
to
your
me why I'm
girlfriend
gonna go to
is,
jail.
because
Please
she
explain
threatened me.
why.
Yep.
My girlfriend's going to jail. Oh,
Actually,
my
I could call
friend,
CPS on you right now.
You didn't.
Wow.
You literally
You know
didn't
what?
bet her entire
Jacob,
thing. You're
I'm
calling her in the face.
I'm calling
Look, got hit by
CPS
a
on
train.
you. Everybody's seen how you've acted around your own child. Good, record it. I don't need to
Literally
record. I'm not a fucking pussy. God's gonna, what you need. My son's got great friends, don't he?
So that's that, and it's their fault. They're the bad people in the picture. But what she's done to you, just like the same. I'm going to call CPS. You're going to go to jail. I'm going to file TPOs against you. And then accuse them of crimes they didn't do. And they've been dealing with her. Again, the girl says she was 13. She's now in her 20s, and she still won't leave them alone.
Yeah, it would have been before I left, so it's been a decade. Because
What
I
all
remember
did she do to the girl?
she would post on Facebook, she would call them out, she would have other people message them, like these kids thought she was just the bee's knees. So other kids would harass them how she was calling me that a whore over and over and over. And that people, they just listened to her. I think that girl showed up at the house one time, but she talks and talks and talks, but she ain't gonna come outside. She'll call the police. She's not brave like that.
That's all she does is call the police. Even if people go online and just talk about her, she calls the police. And she flat out says it, that
When
she'll
I
do that.
caught her and my husband together, I drove up somewhere and he's claimed he was at a store, he was doing something, and I pulled up and caught them there, and him and I started arguing, and I was so upset that this is happening. We've been together since we were 22 years old, and I cold cocked him. And when I hit, as soon as my hand had landed on his face, she ran. Because she was across the street. She lived across the street. He was at the Walgreens by her house, and she ran to her house. She didn't call the police that day, though. She was yelling from her door, but she was a good 100 feet from me. She wasn't so brave anymore. But I was so mad at him that, I almost got arrested because I laid my hands on him first.
Which
Um,
never should do.
no,
But
but
you know that.
I blacked out because I realized that I was on the ground, which means he hit me back. And I clicked out and started swinging. And so it got out of hand.
Jeez.
And this is why I don't go back there.
And here's the
I
thing:
left.
if Jen wasn't even in the picture, all this horrible stuff that's happened to you guys wouldn't exist. Same with that girl Haley. I mean, we now have another child that she has tormented and traumatized them, and same as her boyfriend Jake did the same to him. I just can't. I wonder how many other kids are out there that she's done that to.
Her house is across that place she is across the street from the local school. The school was right there. So, like, you couldn't get away from her because you're walking to go home, you would see her. Like, and the local park was right there by her house. So, you just couldn't run from her.
She's horrible. I mean, I wish so bad Jen would stop with all this stuff. It's bad enough to do it to adults, but all these kids' lives that are forever altered, and she doesn't. Obviously, she's not gonna stop, and
They
she
don't
still
they
got the
don't fight her
youngest.
back. I fought back, but I knew that it was going to get out of hand, and that's why I left. I did not, because had I lived local to her, I know I
That
would
would
have
have been
been an
bad.
assault charge.
Well,
It's
there's a lot
just
of people who say that, like, thank God I'm not nearby, and be glad that wasn't me because I would be doing more. A lot
because
of people say that.
she
She
pushes
does.
and pushes, and see, over the phone coming after my kids is one thing because I can't reach you. Had she come in person over my kids, I would have put my hands on her because those are my children. I will not allow her to do that to my children.
No, that your kids have been through enough, and it's just so sad that if their dad did not date her, they wouldn't have to go through any of that.
He could have moved on. We split. It was inevitable. We were splitting away. He could have moved on. He could have found happiness. He could have found someone who loved him. He'd have been fine. He'd have been great. But 10 years have been wasted. 10 years
Yeah, and
that
he's
he's
got
had to
nothing
deal
to
with
show
her.
for it. There's nothing
Nothing.
he gained except heartache, pain, abuse, and the kids.
And he owns nothing anymore because when I left him half of the house. I didn't take everything because my son had to stay. So he had a bedroom set. I didn't take the couches. I took one of the TVs. He had half of everything, and his golf clubs, his grandparents, his furniture. He had it, and we put it all in storage. And then something happened. He didn't pay it, and it got auctioned. He lost everything, and then I had the car repossessed. So all he has is whatever clothes. I don't. He may have bought things over the years, but he lost everything in the beginning. Everything.
He don't have much now. I mean, he still don't have a vehicle in his name. He still don't have a house that's like a bought house. He now can't even afford the rent house. I mean, the townhouse that him and Vince have been renting all these years. He's got to relocate. He's got nothing to show. And again, if he would just go to you guys, cut Jen out, he would get it
And
all
what's
back.
bad is that most apartments run your credit, and he's got a bad credit report because I had his car repossessed. He let go of the lease to purchase house. He hasn't had, so he doesn't have. You have to have good credit and whatnot, and also you need to make 3 times the rent. I don't think he makes enough money to get an apartment alone.
No, I doubt it. Well, apparently he the cops got called on Michael the other day, because something with the job. He quit the job, and they sent the police there to go get the keys for the vehicle. I don't know if he wasn't returning it or
Oh
what, but
wow.
the cops went to the door to get the keys. Oh, There it is. Sorry, but the cops went there to go get the keys, and then Jen's like, "Oh yeah, he quit on purpose because he's starting his own business." Like, what business? And who would do that? Who would? I just don't understand.
So
I didn't.
she came back and now she made him quit his job. Now he doesn't even have a job
He doesn't even have a job.
and he's going to be homeless. Oh my God.
Oh, they said he lost the job and he was a no-show in the truck, so they came to get the truck keys. So yeah, he did get fired. She's flat out said he lost his job, and the cops came to get the keys for the company vehicle. So now her and Jen have to share the one vehicle, and he's got nothing. And if it is
Wait,
true about this
the
401k,
one vehicle, that's Clint's vehicle. So technically there is
no,
no
that
vehicle,
was
right?
another. So I guess it's the one Vince got because Clint
Okay.
took his vehicle back. So they did have two vehicles. It was Michael just using Vince's, but then when Clint left and took his vehicle, now her and Michael share the car again.
Now, if Vince left because of violence, do you think he would take the car back because he doesn't want her in it?
He's threatened to, and he did for a while take it, but then I guess he felt bad and gave it back to them. He's got a red four-door, yeah. She said his business, she said the business, I can't remember what she said, just know it's ridiculous. Someone said a janitorial business, which
I own a janitorial business. That's kind of funny. I've had it for, and one of the voicemails, you didn't hear, you had to listen to it clearly. She says part of the name of my business as if she just discovered it. I've been in business for 16 years. I'm like, oh, you just now found it. You already know because you've already known about it. But I've had it for many years. That's how I bought, well, I paid for the house, but it's in my fiance's name because being married, Michael can be owed half of it. They can't buy anything because he owes it to me if he does. If we don't get divorced, you know.
mole removal. Wait, okay, so he's going to do a pest control business?
He needs to remove that chihuahua.
That was
Just,
good. That was funny. Okay, it has something to do with blood. I want to say, don't quote me on it, but okay, y'all just keep switching shit up, okay? First it was janitorial, now it's mole removal, now it's blood. Either way, 3 weeks to maintenance for the apartment complex. So he's only got 3 weeks left? Oh no, now someone said it is mole removal. Okay. Goodness gracious. We're starting to sound like Jen over here. All these
right?
different
Well,
stories.
it could be information that they're just putting out and everybody's heard bits and pieces of it. I mean,
Well, they're probably hearing it from Jen and they're like, we don't know which one is right.
well, you know, it's that long lost lawyer and mailman. They've probably, you know, got the grapevine story from that poor mailman. Y'all put him in your prayers. No, I'm
Now
kidding.
someone's saying it's maintenance work at the apartment complex. Okay, we're done. We're done with the job. Y'all can't get your story straight. Jen rubbed off on you in the worst
Richie
way possible.
mentioned something about roofing one time, but I don't know. And he took pictures. It would look like he was on the water and said he was working, but I can't confirm because it's just a picture of the water. And he was wearing a uniform one day. Maybe this is the place that wanted their keys. It had some kind of logo on it. I'm not familiar with the area anymore, so that's probably where he lost his job. Something to do with animals.
Yeah, someone said he used to do roadkill removal. And he did have a van, which she doxed to the internet and showed this is Mike's work van, knowing if people find out where you work, they'll call and try to get you fired, which you own your business, so no one's going to fuck with that. Patty, do you know where they said? He supposedly got a job at the apartment working maintenance until he gets his business running. Okay, so the apartment thing is true. It's his meantime job till he gets the other one. Goodness gracious.
Why would the apartment place give him a job if they're going to evict him out of the apartment, though?
Someone said he's only got 3 weeks or something.
Yeah, but I don't. That's bad business. If you're going to evict him off the property, why would you give him a job?
Don't know. It doesn't make sense to me either.
That seems kind of far-fetched, but you never know.
Well, with this, I mean, with those two,
Maybe
there's not much.
they don't know that he's. I don't know if he's on the lease. Maybe they don't realize that he's on.
Oh,
I
it's a
mean,
different apartment complex.
okay, because they're not considered an apartment complex. It's kind of an apartment strip, like a
Oh,
strip
well,
of
since we're
townhouses.
talking about it, do you know if that's low income, those apartments?
No,
Okay. Like, no, You
They
don't
are
know?
not.
They're
No,
not. Okay.
they were not. No.
Okay.
Because I had speculated of staying in there when I left, not staying in her apartment. So I was looking around. I worked for a place in Clifton, Ohio, Glass House, was some apartment. I maintenance those, and so I knew about all the apartments in town. But that one it was a nice apartment. It was a really nice townhouse. Well, not hers, but the rest of them were.
She ruined hers. I
You
mean,
should see the carpet. I wonder if the carpet. Oh my god, you should see the
she
carpet.
did the same to Clint. Clint flat out said, "See what she never takes the dogs out. And she doesn't even pick up the dog shit." He said it'll sit there for days if he does not pick it up.
Years, there was cat shit in a plant and by her back sliding glass window. Years there was cat shit in it, and you could smell it, and they never took it out. Just was always in there for years.
I
And then
don't
a
know
bat.
how she hasn't had CPS called on her for making those kids live in that environment that all that time.
For some reason, no one wants to deal with her. Like I should have called them. I never did though. But I don't
I
know
ain't gonna
how.
lie.
But never.
If I saw that in person, I would have called because those kids don't know.
As much drama and many times she called CPS from there to here, they probably think she's, the what they cry wolf thing. They probably don't even take her serious.
Well, she's convinced, from the last I understood, she convinces them that it's all malicious. And, well, now, I will say for the past 3-4 years, she's convinced the CPS it's all malicious bullshit. But when the last round of abuse videos got released, well, not the first round. I mean, sorry, not this last round, the round before that. 'Cause there's been 2 rounds of abuse videos that were released. One was last February, and then this December they got released. But the first time they got released, CPS found out about it. They did come out and they took the daughter away and took her to the townhouse and says, you can't come near your daughter anymore. This is safety plan. The safety plan is Jen's not allowed at the townhouse. Jen has to stay away from there. And she had to complete a bunch of classes just to be able to go back around. So CPS was kind of fed up with her shit. And now here it is started all over again. But nobody's called or done anything with the videos.
Does she know who called them? Because she has threatened me about not calling CPS again, but I never called them. So someone called them. I don't know.
We do know that the cops are the one that called the last time, because when the stabbing thing happened, someone called the cops, said, "Hey, I'm worried. There's a child in the house. We're finding out that Jen stabbed Clint. We need y'all to go out there. We don't know what's going to happen. We're afraid." I mean, there was panic in the woman's voice, and we know it was the stepmom. She really was freaked out. She thought he was being, stabbed, and the kid was witnessing it, and she did what was right. Jen's been mad about that ever since. So the cops went out there, and that's when they heard about the videos, and I guess, and the cops are mandated reporters. They had to report it to CPS.
Right.
Child was involved. They are the ones that called CPS, and the cop. That's what got that going. She is trying to blame everybody on the internet for that. It was the cops that did it, not us. There was
I sent the cops there once, but I never called CPS because.
Oh no, there was another one where another lady named Jessica Chastain, not the one that was in here, not the stepmom, just a stranger off the internet. She called because of allegations that Jen was saying that Clint was doing to a daughter, and which did not ever fucking happen. But Jen was making these horrible claims just because she was mad at him. And it was posted online, and someone saw them like, oh my God, this poor child. So they called CPS, like, this poor child, this is happening to her, and the boyfriend and this. And so CPS went out there, and that's when Jen really got mad at everybody. And she's like, who called? And she blamed it on everybody. But the girl that did it came on my channel and admitted she did it. She said, hell yeah, I called because this was said, and this was said, and this was said. And I'm not going to let a child just go through that and not call. And
calling CPS is not always the best thing. And what happens to the kids? They get put in there with strangers. It is not fair to the children. That needs to be the last
always
step that has to be done. I would never call. So I just, no way. And because
I would
I've
only
been
call
through
if it was like life or death, and there was a chance the child wouldn't survive much longer unless something was done about it. There's very few situations it should do it, but just because something's said on the internet, I don't know. The stuff that was said was really, really bad. And I don't know how else would you go about that, honestly.
I mean, she said it about other people before. This is not the first time.
Oh, it was the first time we knew about it though, because it was like right when we first all got introduced to her. She
That
said
was
it and we didn't know
this was a
about her.
decade ago, the last time I heard talk of it, but it was about her middle kid. And like I said, I don't know. Remember, take that off. I don't know if it's real.
Oh, I wrote down what time to take it off, because I don't. I definitely
She
don't want
comes
to
up
hear
with
anything that she
she
doesn't
comes
want.
up with a lot of crazy. Like I think she's so in the delusions have made her so crazy that I think she believes it. It just spews out of
Well,
her.
when it comes to Jen, I mean, honestly, maybe she has Munchausen by proxy, because she's always trying to claim these kids are going through this and going through this and going through this when she gets mad at someone. And then when people say, like, oh my gosh, these poor kids, and she's like, how dare you say that about my child? And we're like, you said it. We didn't say it. You said it, and
Right.
so with Jen, with that, I would always say I would take that as it was a lie, because there's there's no talk of that outside of Jen saying it, and you can't take that, like, you can't believe anything she
And that
says.
was it was a decade ago, and she used to say a lot of things, and I didn't know her. So you're supposed to believe somebody who's your friend. They
Well,
tell you
who
these
would think
things.
that some mother would make some shit up like that, like it's funny or like it's no big deal? And we've seen her do it though, probably 20 times since met her. She's always adding something new up to what these kids gone through when it's her doing it, and then later find out it never happened. Just like her trying to get your son arrested more than once, and trying to get her son arrested, and trying to get the daughter arrested, and none of the stuff that she was claiming was true. And it's just so sad that Michael was helping tag team the kids as well. That's heartbreaking.
He allowed a lot of things, and he knew it was happening, and the unspeakable things she said to the kids, and he didn't stop it. He didn't apologize. He just went with it. And when my daughter, when she lashed back at them, he told her, "You act just like your mother."
She's done that to almost everyone who repeats the thing she's told. Yeah, she's done that to everybody. Um, what are y'all saying? Thank you, Shala, for what did I miss? Something bad happened? But no, someone said, I think maybe him getting fired is his out from Jen. We hope this stream will get him out from Jen. Maybe it was the push he needed. And like I said, Michael, if you just call your family, but you might want to let them know it's you, like leave a voicemail or something, because they don't trust it's you right now. They Every time you call or text, they're thinking it's Jen. Your son said that in the chat, that they think it's Jen. So
He wouldn't reach out to my oldest because they weren't on speaking terms. So him reaching out to her was odd, and she was surprised. So she's like, "Hey, how are you?" And then when he didn't respond, she's like, "Something strange." But she didn't even know about the voicemails, and so we let her know. So she knows everything that's going on.
well, I hope your daughter recovers from all this, and your son especially. It sounds like he's still struggling with some of the
It
stuff.
bothers him a lot more than her. She was older, and she was able to just brush it off. I mean, and honestly, it may not be. She didn't show it, so I don't know that it's bothering her, but it did deeply bother him.
Well, I know it probably bothered her about the wedding, though. There's
That's
no.
actually his daughter. She's my daughter, but that's his daughter. I've been her stepmom since she was 4.
Oh wow, really?
Destiny, the one that she was mentioning about Destiny, that's my daughter. She was a year old when I met Michael, but Michael raised her. And so she was 11 when all this war happened with Jen, and then he abandoned her. Her whole life he raised her.
What? He
Um,
abandoned her when she was 11
Yep, that's how old she was when all this came out, when all
for
this stuff
some
happened.
stupid, ignorant asshole woman who has put him through hell ever since.
His middle daughter is the one who paid for the plane ticket and got married, and she has 2 kids, but I've never been out of her life. I've always been there. We spend Christmas together, we spend holidays, and I'm friends with her mother. We talk. And I don't have a reason to hate her. I mean, why would I hate her? Just I happened to date or marry someone, the same person that she had previously been with. There's like we didn't like there was no cheating. I came years later, so
Yes.
we're civil, you know.
Well, I told that to Jen. I was like, Jen, don't you? And this was when I used to talk to her. I don't talk to her anymore. But I told her, I was like, Jen, don't you want to fix things with? Hold on. I was like, Jen, don't you want to fix things with the other parents of your kids? I was like, you can, because her daughter won't have anything to do with her, and the daughter's with the stepmom Jessica that was in the chat, and they're very close, and pretty much had to rescue her from the situation. And I'm like, and Jen's constantly trashing the woman. That woman stepped up. Jen missed the graduation. She missed the graduation party. Everything over YouTube bullshit. And she's just dragging this mother
So
over and
sad.
over and over. And I'm like, Jen, don't you want to fix it? Like, if you could fix it with the stepmom, you could probably fix it with your daughter. She don't want nothing to do with you as long as you're trashing the woman who was there for her. And Jen won't listen to me one bit. She didn't back then. She won't now.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of his children graduated. One of them got married. 2 of them have had children. He missed out on so many things. So many. He only knows about one of the grandchildren. He doesn't even know the name of the other 3 grandchildren.
There's
They're
no
not-
reason for that. I will say at least Jen can't use their names and call CPS or anything, but there's no
They
reason.
don't speak to her. They don't tolerate the nonsense. They are adults now, and it's their choice if they talk to her. I can't be mad at them if they do, but it just salts her that I am allowed to be in their life.
I
Me
wish
and
you would
Michael
fix it.
split up, not the children. The children and I didn't split up. They were little when I met them.
Thank you guys. I know y'all. Look, I knew there was going to be pushback having Miss Brandy up here, but I'm not doing the interviews like they did, trying to hurt everybody. They
I
can't even try
don't
to get
wish
me
harm
to.
on her. I just want her to leave us alone and go away. And I don't wish harm on Michael. I hope that he can come in his children's life. I just want to be left alone. I don't wish nothing on anyone, but I am going to stand my ground.
Yeah, well, she's threatening your whole family, and then your kids are still hurting for their dad. So I don't think this stream is anything like some people are trying to come here and paint it as. I know y'all want it to be, oh, she was trying to break up. No, I really want Michael to reunite with his family. That's why I'm not bashing him. I'm not talking shit on him. I'm not outing all his little dirty secrets about what he's done in the life. Like, Miss Brandy Joe spoke about what she's witnessed and how, but she's reiterated over and over. The kids miss him. They want him around. That he was a great man when he was before he got with Jen. That this is showing y'all how Jen has affected all these people and the wrath that she puts on everybody once you let her in your life. That's what this is showing, and I don't let Michael know he ain't there's. It's not a lost hope to get to fix things and go back to his to family. And no, it doesn't mean to like reunite with the missus. No, it just to be back in his kid's life and actually start fixing
Him
things
and I
before it's too late.
over. We want the
Absolutely.
damage is completely done. It's way too far. But and I can't prevent him from being in his kid's life because they are grown-ups. His
Nor would
youngest is
you try.
20. Richie's 20, and I know he talks to him sometimes because he wants love, but they're grown up. They're all over 20 years old. So, and it is their decision. I can't stop them. I can't prevent it. If they choose to make amends with him, it's on them. I can't
And we
stop it.
spoke to the kids before we even agreed to do this interview. Would they be okay with it? Is there anything off limits? If at any point they want it to stop, if at any point they want me to delete anything, I would. Show me anybody else that's doing interviews that has done that or offered that and connected with the kids to see how they felt about that. Nobody. So
Both of my
again,
adult children did say that they were
they
okay
did
with
say
it.
they wanted this, that they wanted this spoken about. They wanted Jen outed. They wanted people to share, like they wanted y'all to know what they went through because of Jen, and they wanted to get messages out there to Michael and let them know that they're ready to fix things as well. If he will just get rid of Jen. So again, show
A
me
lot of the harassment is still on Facebook. You could go back years, and she's commented on every picture when my kids were younger, on any picture Mike had on his Facebook from when we were together. It's still there. Like, you can go see it. I don't have to make it up. It's still there. The terrible things she was saying about
What
all of
kind of
us.
things would she say?
Um, look at she'd call me a monster, or she'd describe I was ugly, or look at the devil. He's finally free. Just
Wow. She did that to Clint's wife too.
pictures that were years before she ever was around. Like, just he had them on his Facebook because we were together 22 years. Well,
Y'all have
technically,
kids together. That's
we
enough
were
right
together
there.
about 11 years because we've been separated 10. But actually, our anniversary was like 2 days ago, which made 22 years.
You are just like you're in the same situation with me and my ex. We've been legally
I
married
used to
21
text
years,
him every once in a
separated
while
11
and be like,
years.
"Happy anniversary," and then she would cuss me out. But I mean, technically, it is our anniversary, but I don't
Well,
know.
at least you're still able to keep some humor about it, even though it's a horrible situation all the way around.
I sleep well at night. I don't think about her, but she does not. She dwells, like, just the thought of me existing drives her crazy. And I don't even know why.
She did the same thing again with Clint's wife. She's been gone. The woman that Clint was married to has been dead for a year. Jen has totally annihilated Clint over this woman that she used to be alive, and the other wife that he lost constantly reminds him that you used to be with this one, you used to be with that one, and they've both been gone. So even if
She
you were gone,
interviewed
she's
Michael
still
one time. I found it on YouTube. I don't know where it is now, but it was when she was at Wolfpack thing, and she was like, "Were you ever in love?" And he could see he didn't want to answer these questions, and she kept. They were very awkward questions about his previous relate. They never brought my name up, and they never at all said anything about me. But she kind of went around the bush, and he looked like he just wanted to crawl into the couch, and it was like 30-minute interview of all these different questions, and I don't even know why. Like, I didn't even see an audience, like, who's watching this? Who are you talking to? Why are you making him do this?
that's they've done that's happened. Well, I'll find some video. There's some videos you should see, but like I said, the one that y'all really need to see, probably you, not your kids, because I have a feeling to break your kids' hearts. Hell, it's probably break yours. Is the one where, again, he's telling her, "You hurt me. You burned me. You put a cigarette out." He's got cigarette burns all over from her, and she's sitting there laughing about it and giggling away. And there's times, oh, he had a drug test to do to get a job. She purposely drugged him so he'd fail it, and she laughed, said that was a prank. Not even kidding. Then he had to go for work one morning. She sewed the bottom of his pants together so he couldn't go to work. The only clean pair he had, so he could get fired. That was funny. She shaved her daughter's eyebrow off for her on the first day of school. Shaved it off, and her daughter had to go to school that day, and she laughs about that. That's hilarious. And like I said, put cat feces in Jake's mouth when he fell asleep. So a parent trusted her with that child, and that's what she did to him, and she giggles about that too. And Mike's
His
like, "Yes, this
his
is
mother
not
should have pressed charges on her, but
absolutely."
why he should have never been able to hang out over there. It's been toxic for a decade, and but I don't know why those parents let those kids. There was lots of kids over there all the time. I don't know if they didn't tell or something, but they saw lots of things. She has been this way as long as I remember.
Every
I
kid that's talked out since when her kids were younger, they all have horror stories. None of them have anything nice to say about her.
See, she doesn't I don't let him know anything personal about the kids anymore because I don't trust him because he'll tell her and she'll use it against my children. But at that time, Destiny had run away from home. This is back she was 12, but back when we were there. And she was my friend. She would watch my son so I could go find her, and she would help me. Like, she knows very personal things about my children and has used it against them many times. And so he I can't even reach out to let him know things about the kids because
She'll out it.
it's not safe. It's not safe
Nope.
to tell him.
She will be in his phone, and then anything she knows, she's going to put out there.
They don't know where my daughter lives. I won't say where she lives. She doesn't live around here anymore, and I'm not. He doesn't earn
No.
the privilege to know why she's not around anymore.
No, he's got a lot. He's got way too many steps he needs to take. But the kids are doing him a favor by even trying, even open to this.
The only one that I know that's even trying is my son. His other 3 children do not.
They're done with it.
I think Gabby may take, because according to her grandma and her aunt said that every once in a while they met up one time for dinner, but he just doesn't come around, that she rarely sees him. So I don't really think they have a close relationship, but I can't confirm because I don't talk to her often. But I do know that his daughter, who is black, that has the 2 kids, does not correspond with him because Psycho is always bothering her and she doesn't tolerate it.
That is crazy. That she just thinks she has rights to take over all these relationships. Like she has some ownership and she gets to make the decisions.
She told her that she needed to disown me, to have nothing to do with me, and she was like, "You can't."
She did
I've
the
been
same to Clint with his parents about you need to block your family and you block your parents and disown them or else. And he's like, I'm not blocking my parents.
been her stepmother since she was 4. 4, and she's 26 or 20, what, 26 now? I've been in her family, her life a long, long time, and one of his parents passed, and he wasn't allowed to attend. He didn't come to her service
He didn't
because
come to the service for one of the parents, but when
his
Jen's
own
parents
parents.
died, she got to go to theirs, go to her, the services for her parents. Wow.
He found out my daughter was attending, my oldest, the one that she kept mentioning, Destiny, because Destiny was 1 years old when I met him, so that was her grandmother. The 2 of them, even they cussed her out, that she's not allowed. It's a disgrace that if she shows up, he will have her arrested, and he didn't even come. She did go. She had called his sister, and she said it was fine. You can come, no problem. And I didn't drop her off. I had someone else go because I thought they would be there, and I didn't want that type of confrontation. And it was his mom's funeral. I'm not going to do that. So, and he didn't even come. And he had come down a few weeks before she died. He was taking my son for a month, and I was like, "You need to go see your mom." From what I understand, they say she's real bad. I think she's in ICU. And she was on speaker. He wasn't allowed. The whole time he was there picking my son up, she had to be on speaker. I could hear her, and she was yelling about being pregnant again. And I said, "You gonna go see your mom or not?" And he's like, "Well, I can't change anything. I can't make her better." So he drove back to Ohio, and he didn't go see her.
Oh,
She was alive then.
Do you know what Jen did with hers when talk about the services? I don't think she should go to the services because she caused a scene at both of her parent services and then one with her dad, and she posted on YouTube. It's the only reason I'm speaking about it. If she didn't post it on YouTube until everybody worked to go look for it, I would never mention it. But she had Clint or one of the kids, I think, record her. She told, because it's her dad, okay? And there's a history between her and the dad and the stepmom, which is really bad. Well, Jen had never talked to him while he was there was bad issues. So when the service happened, she wasn't supposed to be like they were fighting at the funeral, and they said we don't want you near him or something. So after everybody left, she went back up there and said, can you please open it? Let me see my dad." So they did, which is very nice of them to do. So they did, and she had Mike or Clint record her saying these things like there's women in heaven for you that you could be with and you could party with, and then said, "Hey, someone get him his glasses. He can't see. Get him his glasses," which is exactly from the movie My Girl, where my girl's screaming, "Get him his glasses. He can't see." She did the exact same thing. And then talk about him getting ass in heaven. Like, what are you doing? And then she posted it on YouTube. And then she made Clint do a video like that with her mom as well. And then when her mom was already passed and gone, she took pictures and posted them for everybody to look at. So probably a good idea she didn't go, because who knows what she would have done.
I think not only does he need to leave the premises and go somewhere else, if he needs to flee the state. He needs to completely, because she's not going to come here. Laws are different here, and they're not going to put up with her. I will have her arrested. but he needs to be
He's going to
completely
have
out of
to.
her
That's the
reach.
only chance at freedom is getting out of the state. Clint's going to have to do the same at some point. Well, he's gotten TPO, but that's his best option. And again, why wouldn't he go back to Louisiana? There's everything to gain Louisiana, nothing but and everything to lose by staying in Ohio. I just don't understand men
I think his
sometimes.
grandmother and an aunt is there, but I don't talk to them. They don't reach out to my son, and so I don't reach out to them since they don't act like my son exists. I don't know
That's not
much
right.
about. I do believe she's alive. I guess. His grandmother, which was his mom's mom or whatnot. I don't know, but he has a sister here. He has nieces here.
And
4 of his
kids.
children are here. He has a lot here. Lots of
Apparently,
friends.
Jen said that they are moving out of the state. God, I hope she is not planning to go in Louisiana to be with Michael.
Oh my God.
Could you imagine having to put up with her because Michael goes back to Louisiana? Michael, you're still not going to be. Your family's telling you you're not going to be allowed to be involved as long as Jen's with you. They don't want no parts of it. They're not going to put up with it. They've been through
I live
enough.
in a gated community, so her causing nonsense here will not be good for her. And everyone on the block has cameras, so we would catch whatever it is she would do because my entire property has got cameras.
Girl, what she
But
does is go to the police department, though, and tries to get you arrested for everything because she's convincing because people don't realize how crazy she is.
where most of the people I work for have cameras also in their house, I can prove where I've been and how long I've been there. She would have to really. I mean, I would fight it.
Well,
But
any interaction you have with her, like I said, I would make sure I would be recording it. Same with your kids. If they get voicemails, tell them to record it and keep it because now that
once
you've
she
spoken,
sees this, oh, she is going
she's
to
going to go
lash
ballistic.
out.
Yeah, she
Yes.
knows about it, guaranteed. I mean, we had almost 300 in here. I guarantee you one of them was her. And she was live. Well, she wasn't live. She was in YouTube chats a minute ago. So she's up and wondering on YouTube.
I don't even know what her username is, so I don't look her up because I don't even know how to find her
It's
on here.
Jen and hold on, let me look. Someone sent me a screenshot of it. I want to see what channel she's under now. Hey Jen, the cops were asking what your channel was, by the way. They're looking for you, girl. Okay, give me a second. All right, let's see. She's watching. Of course she is. Okay, give me 1 second. I have to go in my 50 messages. I swear my DMs are full packed of messages. Oh, no. Wrong one. Come on now. Okay. She's under Jen and the Wolfpack. Jen, how are you under Jen and the Wolfpack when you claim you don't have that channel no more and you claim that Clint hacked it and took everything? You effing liar, you.
It is still the one that
It's
she had
still Jen and the
before?
Wolf. She swears up and down Clint hacked it and took all her information. Let me look. But she's under it tonight commenting. Oh, there it is. She is back under Jen and the Wolfpack, y'all. She says nothing on it. She has only 85 subscribers. She started the channel, this new one, about a month ago. Girl, you just can't stop, can you? Hey, Jen, are you going to throw out false strikes from that one too and lose that channel? Because I guarantee you, girl, I'm telling you, when my strikes go back on you and you get banned, you're not going to be able to have any of those other channels. Okay, pretty sure she told the cops that she had to take her channel down. Well, it's up. It's up. And it's like 84 subscribers right now, I think.
In that video, whatever, I don't know when the time frame it was, done something, she could prove that somebody was online on YouTube, that she could go log in now. But I don't know when that video was where she was looking for Clint in the car and Michael had walked behind her.
She was looking for Clint in the car.
The police were there and they were given
yeah.
in that video, but I don't know when that happened. So I don't know.
That happened 3 nights ago on the 19th.
Because she had said in that video that whoever it was online. I guess his mom. She was online, and I can show you right now. It's on YouTube, and I can log in right now.
She's talking about
Okay.
D. which D is the one. Sly and D are bet they're friends. They're the ones that were Jen's friends, trying to hold her accountable by having her tell the truth, and she flipped out on them. But D had her served with the TPO, and that's just like, she's online right now. I could show you, and the cops didn't care about that. But yeah,
Because that's not against the law.
I know it's only against the law if she's online breaking laws. But no, nobody was doing that. Jen does
Right.
that, not a. The TPO was this Sunday from D's. Yeah, I know.
Well,
Did you
Jake
watch
is
the whole?
Jake's an adult now, so but had he been a minor with when she was threatening him like that, I think they could have pressed charges, but his mother would have had to, I guess.
Well, the fact that she. Oh, you're talking about Jake. Yeah,
Yeah, the one you
I just,
posted earlier.
that would have been assault. Wouldn't that have been
Right.
assault? Because it's her putting feces with diseases and all that in a child's mouth while they're sleeping. Which they won't even let pregnant women go around cat feces because it's so toxic.
The ammonia levels.
Yeah, so I mean, people swear she is too dumb to make new accounts. If she can do it on YouTube, she can do it elsewhere. I do think she gets help when she can find it because she is lazy. Huh? I do think she gets help when she can find it because she is lazy. I don't know what you mean.
Well, she got famous meeting Clint because now, like, people interviewed her. I saw interviews where someone were talking about the new girl. It's when they first were dating, the new girlfriend.
Sherelle's World and Katie Joy. Yeah.
So she got famous. So she wants to be able to be found. If she makes a new one, she won't have people to know how to find her, I
Oh,
guess.
she's always talked about how she's famous. Everybody knows her. She's a celebrity and all. And she's not. Honey, being infamous, famous, two different things. She's not known for anything nice. That interview, the only reason the interview exists is because Clint, not because of her. But she's been trying to use Clint's name for years to get her image out there. And now because it's out there and we're exposing who she really is, she can't stand it. Now she hates it.
Oh, she's well known in town, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I believe that. I do believe that she's well known in town, especially by the police department. They know all about her. So does CPS.
I need to call the courthouse and just see what it would cost. I have the papers to divorce him, just hadn't done it. But if I do it, it also can put him in danger because then she can force him to do something else.
Yeah, she can't. That's what we're saying is, I mean, I do understand. Wait, when she walked into the police station, act like they knew who she was. I know, right? Do you know who I am? Yeah. The thing I worry about, Brandy, is if you do go through with that, and she gets that power of attorney, and something happens to Mike, God forbid, she's not gonna give him a chance.
No.
She won't.
Because no one's gonna know. His kids, if he died, she's not gonna call us and tell us. We're not gonna
Nope.
know. She's not, and we're
And then
too
you're no
far.
longer listed as next to kin, so they're not going to be calling you either.
I mean, I've been with Brad for 7 years. We're happy. I mean, it's not changing our life that we hadn't got married. He did ask me, but I kind of got to get divorced first. But it's not affecting my life that we aren't, and it's that causing problems. But also, I mean, I love him enough to think that I don't want
You don't
harm
want
to come to
anything
him.
bad happen to him. Yeah. And with Jen,
I
it's
don't like him
guaranteed.
anymore, but I mean, I can still love him and not like him.
Well, hell, I don't like my ex one bit, but I don't want him to die. I don't want someone to pull a plug on him if something happens. I want my kids to have a chance to have their
I mean, I
dad.
did tell him that when what unfortunately happened to his sister, and he's like, I need to mind my business. I'm like, you are my business legally. Do you know if they put you on a machine, they're gonna call me? Will I flip your switch, or I'm just gonna do it real quick and bring you back and make you jump? And so she got so upset that I would say something like that. But it is truth. Well, not that I would flick his switch, but that I would be legally. They would come to me since
Responsible, yep.
I'm his legal wife.
I would definitely call that courthouse tomorrow though and find out, because it's sounding like they filed something.
The courthouse there where he is, right?
The courthouse there, Claremont County. I could give you the address, and I mean, the address. You used to go there, so it's not like it's putting her in harm's way or anything. You used to go there, and hell, you're not her abuser or
I
something.
mean, I
You're
still
just
have the
letting her go out.
marriage license and whatnot, so I could verify how I'm related to him if they needed to verify that. Matter of fact, I have his birth certificate too.
Well,
I have
daggone.
all, I don't know if he ever got another one, but I have all his paperwork. I have his 401k papers. I have all the things when he was working. I can prove all of it. Tax papers, social security card. I'm sure he got another one, but I can prove how we know each other. I don't use it against him. Well, what am I going to do with it?
I know, Maisie Blue. If I say I want my kids to have a dad one day, that means he clearly didn't do anything to me, because why would I want him in her life? I mean, it would always have to be supervised. Let's be clear. There would never be allowed to be around him. As long as I'm in control, they can't be around him unsupervised. So there's that. But no, I want him to. I don't want their dad to be dead in the ground, and my kids deal with that hole the rest of their lives. That's. I don't want it to be final of never getting better.
That doesn't make the situation any better. I mean, it just make it worse.
People
And
would
even
go.
though,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. I was just saying, even if he wanted to come in his kid's life, I know Richie would open arms and be hesitant, but I can't speak for the other three. I don't know that they would want him. I can't say I won't speak on that because I don't know.
I think they have a lot of
Yeah.
pain, but if he were to take it serious and cut her out and be like, you know what, I'm done with this. I need to fix things. I owe y'all apology. I'm moving back to Louisiana. I want to start over. I think if he took that step and he was serious, I think the kids will start to like be more open to it. But right now they
What
don't know what
made her
to
want
do.
to file it? I hadn't spoke to her in 4 years. She hadn't been around because when he reached out, that's how I found out that she was MIA. And then shortly after that, I found out about her dating Clint. Because I was like, well, how are you talking to us? Where is she? And then when I realized she wasn't around, I said, oh, now you're allowed. You're talking to us because now you're allowed. I said, that's not cool, you know. And he's like, no, that's not why I wanted to reach out. I said, it was because she's not around to stop you. And so it doesn't make sense why she felt the need to go to court. We haven't spoken in years at all. So what made her feel the need now to come back? Because I hadn't
Money.
provoked her. I haven't said nothing.
I think it's money. I mean, if he did get money out from the bank or something, I don't know. The apparent again, they keep saying he did get money from somewhere. I think that is what started the whole thing with her,
I
and
don't
maybe
believe
Clint
that, but
leaving
I'm the
her.
one with the money. He doesn't make the money. I now make the money he was making when we left. With Mike, I make the money. But
I'd love to know what she did with what. Are you talking about my stuff tonight? Oh, don't worry, you'll find out at some point. They were supposed to have gone to the bank for that power of attorney, and she said they got it at the leasing office. What? You can't get a power of attorney at a leasing
on
office.
Amazon, they got it on Amazon. You can buy everything on Amazon.
Right? Probably eBay certificate or something.
I'm about to
Flip
Google
grenades.
it. I wonder if you could get it on Amazon.
I bet you could. I bet you'd get a little template or something. That is
Yeah,
crazy.
that's some first divorce papers he sent me, the tear out sheets that he got. I'm like, this isn't legal documents, right?
Well, if they get it notarized, it could be considered legal, but
Yeah, so, right.
they would have to have everything written out. And again, you could deny it at any point. That's
But
not.
he got fired from his job. So what job? What money is she get? He couldn't have been paid more than 15 an hour in the job that he posted he was doing. So there isn't enough earnings to have a large 401k.
I don't know. I mean, they said 17,000. I don't think it's 17,000. I do think there is a 401k possibly somewhere, because Michael also says that
Let's
they
see.
cashed in the 401k that he had to. And Jen
So
and him got in a fight. I forgot about this. Jen and him got in a huge fight because she was demanding some of the money that he took out, and he refused to give it to her. And she immediately started doxing his information and telling everybody where he worked and trashing him, saying he's a piece of shit and all that, all because she demanded to get some more of that money for him. He said, I'm not giving you no more money. I need to keep this money. This is my savings. And she goes, I mean, she punished him for it. She went online and trashed the fuck out of him for it. And then I think he gave in or something.
when he did the one that I know about, the 401k, so he made around about 100 grand a year, and he did
Oh,
an
okay.
early loan on the 401k, and it was in October of that year when he filed to withdraw an early whatever installment on the 401k, and he got 5 grand. And that's all he was allowed to take on making 100 grand a year was 5 grand because he took an early. I don't really understand it because I've never had 401k. It was his job. I have a cash job, so I don't get that. But it just doesn't make sense on the figures because it was the end of the year and that's all he was allowed. Now, granted, 401k jobs can match it. So if the job is willing to pay more, then I guess you could build up a bunch, but I don't know.
Oh, and I misspoke. I guess they're saying that the leasing office just downloaded the documents for the power of attorney and printed them out for her and him, and then they went to go get it notarized. So it's sounding like they did go forward with this power of attorney thing, and that it says she mentioned getting a tax return. Like I said, guys, she could get one. I don't know. Someone said as long as she's on disability, she can't get the tax refund. She doesn't pay anything in. She can't, she's not listed as dependent. The only way she could get it is if she's listed as dependent and someone gives her a cut. She's not listed as dependent. She doesn't get child credits. They haven't been living with her all that time. Uh, I don't see how she gets tax return. And she had to take it from someone
And
else,
he's not
or
getting a tax return because
he
the
owes child
IRS would
support. He
seize it,
can't get
right?
it.
Right, they would seize it.
Maybe Vince claimed her daughter and then gave that cut to Jen. Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, but a child income credit isn't 17 grand though, is it?
Oh no, hell no, no. I'm talking. There's the tax refund is something different than the
And
401 thing.
he's last that I knew, he was a fireman. I don't think they get paid a lot.
He's retired too. He's been retired for a long
Oh,
time.
okay. Well, again, that was 10 years, 10
He
years
gets
ago.
benefits. Don't get me wrong, but she does not. I
I
mean,
don't know much about his life other than him being there and the few things. He stayed in his room when he was at home. He didn't come out much. So I didn't really know. And I
yeah,
think
he
he was into
doesn't like all this
computers.
messy stuff. Maybe he had some set
And
aside.
he was an older gentleman 10 years. He's got to be 60 or so. Because he was old, way a good bit older than me then. I mean, it's been 10 years, but I'm 45. He's got to be 60 or so. He's way too old for this drama.
Wouldn't she still get a child tax credit? She would still get it if someone else paid it. Again, the only thing I think of is someone else claimed the child and then gave Jen that cut because they weren't trying to take it. They were trying to help Jen out. I think some people feel she let someone claim the child. Wait, yep. 10% off the
Maybe.
401k and needs to repay back the money for early penalty. Huh?
He had to pay back a penalty on that 401k when he took out the early loan, but this was with the company. That 401k alone was with the boat company. I'm assuming you could have more than one 401k, but that one itself was when he was a tugboat captain.
Yeah. They make this decent money, not rich, but decent. Well, they make more than Jen, that's for sure. And they make more than Michael from the sounds of it, but I still don't know how he's got this supposed money. I mean, it's just not making sense to Brandy either. She doesn't know where that could come from.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm not there. I'm
17,000,
not
I
looking at
doubt.
it.
I do doubt that. I mean, Jen's been known to exaggerate more than once, y'all. So I do think he.
Now, if you let it build up and build up, you can have that much money in your 401k if you don't touch it. But that 401k, the one that he had ended because he was no longer at the job. So, and then he took the loan out and it ended. But can you just open a 401k if you want to save money? Maybe that's what he did. Maybe he opened himself a 401k. Can you create your own, like at a one of those money places where
If the
they
job
help?
offers it,
I guess. I mean, do you have to have a job to have a 401k? Can you just open one?
best of my knowledge, you need to have a job to open that.
Because I know there's like money places that help you invest your money and things like that. I don't know if maybe through that. I don't
Yeah,
know. I'm
well, I
just
think
guessing.
401k is just one of the benefits, and not many jobs have that as a benefit. It's not at every job, and it had to be Again, if he worked for the government, I'd understand. If he worked at a predominant business, I understand. But just picking up roadkill, I don't see it. But then again, if it was for the state, if he worked for the state removing roadkill, that could very well be a benefit. They get the best benefits.
That's true.
I guess time will tell, but like I said, they got in a fight over money, and I think that kind of got her going about, oh, if he's trying to hold that money over my head, let me get this power of attorney, and then he can't do that no more. We can see you go to the restroom. You want me to turn off the camera? Wait, I don't know how to do it. Okay, I think it's okay. I'm going to remove you till you're done. It's okay. No one will see you for a minute. I'll put you back when you're done. Okay, you done?
You couldn't see me.
I didn't know if you were trying to go to the restroom. You didn't know to turn it off, so.
I put the mute thing on. I thought I had to pee. I'm sorry.
It was muted. Yeah, I think it was muted.
I didn't want to hear you. Did y'all hear me go?
Well, we've had someone come up before that went to the restroom and thought the mic was off, and we heard all of it.
Oh my god! I mean, I set it on the sink so you could see the ceiling, but you could tell I'm in the bathroom. But I couldn't handle it no more.
Okay, so someone said employees offers that not just anyone. Employers offers that not just anyone, only Roth. And yeah, there is a way. You need to have an investment firm.
Okay, yeah,
Roth or both.
I think Roth is a type of investment, right? I believe so. Or is that the type of 401k, the Roth? Oh,
I think maybe. I don't know. Like I said, considering if he was doing roadkill for, Coins 2.0, that's who, Shyla. Had to throw that in somewhere. I think if he was doing that, roadkill removal for the estate, he would definitely get the 401k. But I don't know how long he supposedly did that either. Maybe that's why he cashed in the 401k. Because he got fired and was, I don't know. If he wasn't with Jen, he wouldn't have cashed it in, he said. He already said that. If he would never have cashed that in if it wasn't for Jen's bullshit and him having to save their asses from becoming homeless.
Shouldn't even try to get enough because he's going to be stuck. You're stuck on a lease, and then they could both get evicted. And then most apartments, if you break the lease, they could sue you for the entire amount of it. And then
that's on your credit too. And you get blocked out of other places. You won't be able to get somewhere else. It's just he has lost so much since she came in his life. He's gained nothing except scars all over his body. That's what he's gained. I did used to have the pictures of her bragging about what she did to his clothes, and the only prank I know that she's done that was actually innocent was he fell asleep on the couch because he was tired from working, and she put SpaghettiOs on his beard. And that's the only prank I know to date that she's done that was actually innocent and not painful.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to scroll, try to find those pictures. Give me a second.
Well, she's upset that his name is on my leg.
Do what? I know! Get your tattoo covered up. Girl.
I'm wearing scrubs. I'm trying to see if I could get it to go up. It's old. The tattoo's been there 20 years. Let's see if you can see it. Wait. How do you turn the thing around?
That's going to be some work.
Wait, I can do it like this. I don't know if you can see it.
Ooh, we see it. Jen, that one's for you.
It's been there so long, like it's fading away on its own.
Okay, I have some pictures here. I'm going to show you, and trigger warning, y'all, it's just some of the stuff that Jen has posted. I'm glad Miss Alice already went to bed, so she won't see this. So this is kind of the stuff that she's done over the years. The first one's going to be Clint. Now, she did an interview with Clint like this, and he has 2 black eyes. And someone goes, "What happened? Your eyes clenched." She goes, "Oh, I punched him in the eyes." And Clint's just sitting there, obviously not in a good mood. She's sitting there laughing about that, and now we know it was most likely true. So he's got two black eyes. There they are. That's what she looks like. Good, holy shit. Um, there's Michael sleeping. She has a thing with taking pictures of men asleep where they don't look like they're with us anymore. So she done that to Michael. She did that to Clint a few months ago. This is where she's bragging that she sewed his jeans shut before he needed to go to work, and then putting the SpaghettiOs in the beard, which again, that's innocent to me. That's no big deal. But it's the other shit she did about burning him, cigarettes,
My son is a spitting image of
raping
him.
him. Huh?
My son is a spitting image of him. They look like twins.
That's so. I hate that for your son so bad that he's probably every time he looks in the mirror, he probably gets reminded of his dad. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you.
Kirsten. Sorry, Kirsten. Thanks for sharing your story, Brandy. I wish you and your family peace. Good night, girl. Okay, let me see. Trying to see. Yeah, I think that's the only other picture I have with Michael in it. I wish so bad I had that one video with the claims on them, but then again, that probably would have been upsetting for your kids to hear. Because Michael's not happy through any of it, and he just keeps telling her over and over, "Jen's not funny.
I'm gonna
Jen's
tell
not funny."
Richie that it's out there that he knows before he listens to it and it affects him. I'm gonna have to tell him what happened because he's gonna hear it because he wants to watch this later. I don't know if
About
he can
what?
watch it later about what she physically did to him.
Oh,
I
he
didn't
was in
know.
here and heard it earlier.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't even know it was happening. Well, Mike's not gonna tell me.
No, he's not, because most guys don't actually report abuse. It took Clint forever to finally report it. And then when he did, he then protected her right after. And then she got worse and worse and worse. And he's like, "I can't do this anymore." But those videos, you could go ahead and let them know that those videos are out on YouTube. Hell, I think it's still on her old Instagram right now. Of
His pride
them
is
doing it.
broke. He drove that fancy car, which I had it taken away. He had drove a fancy car. He had a nice house. He made great money, and he came from nothing. They were poor kids, and he was so proud. He used to go get his hair highlighted. He took such good care of his clothes himself. He was so proud of the way he dressed. My son dressed very well, and like when I saw him, he was wearing red sneakers, which is not like him, and socks up to his knees. And I'm like, did she let you come outside like that? And like, he just is not. He's not the same person.
No, he's nothing like that now. He, it's just like with Clint, they became a ghost of themselves. Same with Michael. Same with Vince. Well, Vince didn't put up with her shit as much, but they pretty much just became yes men for her. Whatever she wanted, whatever she needed, they had to take care of it. And I was like, it must, and she bragged, "I've never paid a bill a day in my life." Well, must be nice. But she's out
Right?
here talking shit to us single moms that are paying bills.
She's she's I don't know what's she's just off.
She's passed off. She's a monster. Monster. She's going to go to jail. And like I said, tonight she fucked up. She caught a charge tonight, Jen. Letting you know. So again, pack your bag. Because you caught a charge. Well,
I'm emailing you that picture that which I think triggered her reaching out to me of him and Michael and I when we were I don't know, we were like 22. I'm gonna send it to your email.
okay, let me go.
I tried to send it here, but I don't know how to send a picture here
Oh,
or
yeah,
on
you can't do it
TikTok.
on the YouTube.
Okay.
Usually they let you share, but it's hard to do when you're on your phone.
Yeah, I'm using my iPhone. So.
Okay, let me see. All right, let me know when you put it in the email.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Play what one? Sly, the one with Michael? I can't find it. I've been looking for it. I looked for it for like hours before I went live trying to find it. Oh, thank you.
The one I sent, it's the one where I had messaged him and I said, "Man, we should be young again." I guess that's what upset her. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that does not even look like him.
He was
Do
very
you want me to
attractive.
share it?
You can. He was very attractive.
Okay, y'all, give me a second. That's a trip. Look at them. Look how different Michael looks.
He was
He looks
24.
happy.
I think he was 24 there.
Dang, that's as young as her oldest now. That is crazy.
I kept all the pictures for my kids because they would want it one day.
I did the same. All the pictures with me and my ex are still saved and put in storage for when they want them, and they can do whatever they want with them. If they want to throw them away, if they want to put them in albums, whatever they want, it's theirs.
Richie wants to frame it. He wants to hang it in his room. I
Oh,
hadn't opened.
Sly has the videos. She said.
I haven't opened the box of pictures in years, but I went through them. Yeah, this weekend.
And half the community calls Clint a P word now for letting a woman beat on him. Well, those who did that are pieces of shit.
And that's
And
why men don't ask for help.
that's just, wow. Damn it, you might as well spill it. Nope, I've told you what I would tell you. Jen caught a charge tonight. For real, like, not even kidding. She really fucking did. You have to get to edit. Yeah, I know. I have 6 hours where I can edit. So Sly says she's looking for that clip, and then I'll play it. Thank you, Rainy Grace, for saying happy birthday, Laura Marie. Everybody already went to bed, because we've been at this for like 5 hours. So I know I'm not a tease. I told you. She caught a charge tonight. Jen did. So she's gonna go to jail. She said, I told you she didn't get stopped. She goes to jail, and she fucked up. I guess women who stay are PABs too in their eyes. Oh, I know. That's all they do in this community. They victim blame, they victim shame, and they do everything to defend the abuser and go after the people who dare to speak out against it. But when it's their situation and they're the ones being victims, they can speak whatever the fuck they want, and how dare you if you commentate on it. I'm so tired of those hypocritical assholes. It's such bullshit. We all know if he would have defended himself, he would have gone to jail. If any of the men defended themselves, they would have gone to jail.
Very true.
They didn't even defend themselves, and they've gone to, she tried to get them to jail as well. She already caught one for contact to D, not an hour at the TPO. Well, she caught another one too. I'm telling you, I can't wait for her to go to jail. I knew it was going to happen. All right, honey. Thank you so much, Papa Mod, for everything you do. You're a sweetheart. You're just amazing. Sly, did you by any chance get that? Oh Lord, new stuff. Hold on. Oh shit. Okay. Any idea where the clip is? Someone said they had the clip for the Michael thing, and if they could find it, I'll play it. Good night, Papa Mod. I've absolutely heard them
Good night.
critique women for staying too. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so Jen caught a charge tonight for something I won't say. Then she caught a charge for breaking the TPO that she just got served, 3 nights ago. And then Clint served her TPO, and she broke that immediately, and she's broken about 10 times. And then when her son served her TPO, she's broken that one about 10 times, and it's all recorded. Every time she's violated, it's recorded. And
Why
everybody
doesn't she
that
get
had it,
arrested?
she's on the way, honey. She is on the way. It's in our chat, unloading the clip. Huh? I don't have it. I've got loads of... Yeah, can you put the link in my DMs real quick? In our chat, unloading the clip. Yeah, I don't see that. I'm in there right now, and I don't see the link to anything that I could grab it real quick. I mean, there was something from Tuesday, but it's not about this situation. We already know she can't follow rules, so, well... I can't. She's going. I mean, it is what it is. Good. She deserves to get arrested. Yep, she will. When she breaks it, you have to call police immediately. Oh, they did. You don't go through the court. You have to go through police immediately. There's multiple police departments on her ass tonight. Multiple. I am so glad she fucked up like she did. I was waiting for it. Okay, 1 second. They're grabbing the clip real quick. Aww. That's so sweet. Okay, we can make some assumptions. Yeah, you can. Go ahead. Go ahead. Make your assumptions. I mean, just take some wild guesses on what Jen could have possibly done. Some tonight had no idea they called police in another live. I had to explain to call police. Wait, what? Who called the police? They called police in another live. I had to explain to call police for violation. I'm so confused. What do you mean someone called the police in another live? Like involving Jen or something? They didn't know they had to call police for violation. I'm just curious.
Maybe she was informing them that if they have one, they have to call the police
Oh,
immediately.
okay. Maybe that's what that is. I thought she was saying cops got called to somebody's house. They thought they wait for the courts to open. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You are right. Okay, I'm still looking. Give her a minute to find it. Well, do you even want me to play it once she gets it?
Yeah, you can play it.
It's not a very long clip either. It's just him discussing how he feels about the stuff she's done, and she's giggling through the whole thing, and he's like, Jen, it's just not funny.
And she kept it online. She didn't care that everyone could see what she's done.
She bragged about it. She laughed through the whole thing, and everyone already taught. Like when we all confronted her about that, like Jen, that's abuse. It's like, oh, y'all are exaggerating. Those are just pranks, and we're like, no, she's just not listening to anybody. Oh, okay. Alice thought Clint would have to go to the courthouse to report a violation. We let her know he only had to call the police. It wouldn't have to miss work to report it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I really think we should do an educational live in general, Siva. Locking down social media, Google searches to remove all info, etc. I know. I need to do that myself. We should be able to do that. There was another situation also. This community is so crazy. This community is insane.
I didn't realize this many people have experienced her.
To what?
I can't believe this many people had to experience her.
Yep. And I know there's way more. Aw, Callie girl. Sorry, we had a girl in here named Callie girl who gave away Jeffree Star makeup, and someone sending me pictures of it, of the stuff she put out there. It was so cute. I'll message you on Instagram. Okay, thank you. Please do. I would love to know. I'm still waiting. Trying to give Sly a minute to find that. Sly, I don't know about you, but when I used to go, I put like Jen pranks or Jen and Michael or something like that, and it usually helps pull it up. But if you didn't put posts like that, it might be probably not gonna find it anytime soon. Credentials of I know what that is. I left there here for a bit, went and checked things out, and boy, oh boy, I have to know now. I have to know now. What did you find out? I am frantically checking my DMs. I'm so far behind on a lot of stuff. Case such call. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know about that. Do. We might just have to play this tomorrow because I don't. It's probably gonna take a while. Wait. So Miss Violet Witch sent me something. So y'all know how we were asking about Miss Violet Witch the past few days? She sent me a message last night. Oh, so this was a few hours ago. She sent me a message. So she's good. Damn it, this isn't fair. Oh, we're trying to tell you. Someone's gonna tell me, and if it's something that's like can be shared, I'll let you know. Give me a second.
Did y'all reach out to Michael? Did he say he would come and talk in here?
Do what?
Did anyone talk to Michael to see if he would talk in here?
None of us could get through to him. She has control of everything. And since it's nighttime, they're together because they live together. She's not gonna let him, but he will find out. You know why? Because Jen's gonna bitch about it to him that you came up. He'll find out about that. He knows where my channel is. He'll come look, and then he can watch it whenever he's away from her. That's what I'm saying. She can't take it down when it's over here, and she can't keep it.
Sadly, if he got fired from his job, he doesn't have anywhere to go to leave the house to be away from her.
Well, they said he started working at an apartment complex again.
Well, that's good, I guess.
Let's hope so.
It's hard to keep up with the stories that they have untold.
True that. Yeah, that was a few of them. I'm still checking my DMs, y'all. I don't see nothing. And I don't mean just the video. I mean, good Lord. She's really going to end up behind bars. She may try to get insanity, but if people don't report her the right way, we can't get things taken care of.
I probably should have sent police after her years ago, but I just wanted her to go away.
Oh, she's got police at her door all the time now.
Obviously, and her lawyer.
And she still ain't stopped. So she added, like I said, she added more shit tonight. She fucked up. Good Lord. Any minute now. Okay, yeah, we're probably just going to have to wait for it. I don't think she's going to take a minute to find it. And then that way, we could do a stream tomorrow about it. And then that way when your kid watches back, he won't be seeing that. And then he can make the decision from there the next stream if he wants to see it.
Right.
I know. I'll play it and I'll just go over it.
Do you think she's going to reach out now that I came on here and talked my part?
I'm shocked she hasn't blown up your phone yet. And if you hadn't blocked her, she probably would have been. Hell, I probably would have unblocked just to see what kind of craziness she would send. Get her ass locked up. All those threats she makes.
I don't know if she even realizes I have her blocked. So I don't know what happens to the messages if she keeps sending them to me if I have her blocked.
If you have her blocked now, is it through the texting or is it just through an app?
It's through my iPhone, through message. This is her messaging me directly.
Okay. I don't have an iPhone, but I know if it's through messaging, like the actual phone texting, usually they don't even know they're blocked. They could message over and over and over and over and over, and they'll through other phones at least, and they have no idea that they're blocked, and you won't see it either. So
Sugar, I have 5 missed calls.
No, you don't.
I have 2 voicemails that says unknown, 48 seconds and 30
Girl,
seconds.
Get those. We have to hear.
I just happened to go look because you can look on where I have people blocked. It'll still show they called. So let me just look.
Oh my goodness! So she has been trying to call. Oh my gosh!
It's her. I opened one of them. It's her. It's her.
Kid, do you want to send it or no? You don't have to.
No, I'll send it to you. It was playing, so it turned off y'all. So I closed it out so I can just send it through the email.
Well, here we go, y'all. Those that stay up late, you get a surprise. Jen. Jenny. Jen, I know you thought you won and stuff, but honey, you didn't win nothing but charges and embarrassment. Congratulations. Found it. Oh, and she found it. Look, there we go. Sly, we just found out that Jen's been calling Miss Brandy and she left voicemails that she's sending to me right now. Oh, there it is. Here's one. Oh, no. Wait, looks safe. Here we go. All right, let's wait for her to get back so we can do it all at once. Nearly nightly. I think she's trying to send the other ones too. So y'all give her a moment to get what she's to go through her stuff, and then we'll all listen to it together. Good job, Sly. Thank you so much.
She's 9-year-old
Okay.
now.
Did you, huh?
She's threatening my 9-year-old now.
She's threatening your 9-year-old.
Yep. She's never met her.
Okay, so we probably should not play it. Never mind.
Play it. Play it. I'm gonna go file a restraining order tomorrow.
What is wrong with this woman? You're allowed to talk.
She said my son put his hands on her.
What?
And one of them, they're short. They're 30 seconds and one's 40 seconds. She's pressing charges on Richard for assault against her.
Okay, you're gonna have to call the police department tomorrow and let them know.
And the police are on their way, but I don't know when. Wait, when did she send it? Yeah, that was yesterday. That was hours ago, but I guess they got lost.
Okay, I'm gonna mute real quick, listen to it just to make sure, and then I'll play the whole thing. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
So yeah, she is threatening Richard, who was in here, because which he didn't even. God Almighty, this woman is. Wow, Jen, you fucking idiot. And then she is threatening CPS again. So Jen, you're just leaving a bigger trail. The fact that you're abusing these departments to get revenge on people because they have the nerve to speak out against the shit you put them through for years, and because they had the nerve to fight back, you sit here and do this.
And she knows my company, but technically it doesn't have an address. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I am sending the police to your house like ASAP, and Michael is furious, and your son is in there, and your son tried to get very handsy with me. I will press charges on your boy immediately, and yes, I'm sending CPS over there to get patients out because you are insane. Do it, I dare you.
So yeah, that's what she did. And that's just one of them. I mean, who knows what else she was trying to do. What is with this woman constantly going after kids? Jen, you've already done enough to her son, and he's now an adult, and he's allowed to speak about the shit you put him through. The fuck is wrong with you? So if I did the link, I will not be able to end the stream by 6 hours, so I can edit that part out. Is there any way? Oh, if you don't want to send it, you don't have to. I mean,
What, the other voicemail?
no, the link to the Michael thing.
Oh, I don't know how to get that.
No, I was talking.
Oh.
Yeah, I was telling Sly
Okay.
if we would not be able to finish it in time if we were to all do it. But if she wanted to just send it and I could play it, it'd be best. But if she don't want to, that's okay too. Who's the insane one? Jen. That is what she does. That is so. There's that could be. She just more proving what I said. She's using. Okay, do it tomorrow. No problem. She is once again just proving she's abusing these systems. So thank you, Jen, for more evidence. Wow. And Jen, I'll make sure the others that need that, which the ones that are family, that Miss Brandy knows, if only she agrees it, I'll make sure that they have that too. That prove you. That's all you are doing with these TPOs. It's and calling the police on people is you're trying to punish them. What do you know? Like that's 3 voicemails now of proving what you're doing with police departments to torture and punish us. And I'm glad that got sent because that's what I needed to prove what I need to prove. Jeez almighty. I'm going to say that one more time just 'cause I'm just in shock with that.
Did you not get both of them? She sent me 2.
No, there's 2 of them?
There's 2 short clips that she just left.
Oh my gosh. All right, let me refresh.
See, this is the one.
Nope, I only got one extra one. Oh wait, there they are. Sorry about that.
Hey, just so you know, what you just got accused of is cyberbullying. And I know where your company is. And Richard went off when I said he's getting in trouble for what him and Cameron did to me and my daughter. So you being up there has now made it a federal offense.
What?
So enjoy. You have slandered me. And I'm reporting your company. See, you don't really know too much about the law and or the internet. You're being served. Thank you. Oh, and you're complicit to a woman who had a man put in jail for murder.
I sure did.
Bye.
I sure the fuck did. A man arred me and murdered my friend, and I testified against him and got him locked up for life, Jen. You bet your ass.
She's throwing that in your face?
She knows about, she's done a whole bunch of stuff with that guy, or trying to threaten me with him constantly, and that ain't nothing new with her. Hold on, is this another one or the same? Hold on.
It's the same.
Okay, it's the same.
I didn't notice you didn't get it.
But no, that's what she, like, how does that make me bad, Jen? Wouldn't I be the bad guy if I didn't try to testify against him to get him locked up? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was the good guy in that, you dumbass. Good God. Sugar Cookie, if you use there's some keywords that you use that YouTube won't let come through the chat, so that might have been what happened. So just try to reword what you try to say, and then it'll show up, because I can see this one, and on StreamYard, none of the other ones showed up. And even if your comment got removed, it would still show up for me. So that means YouTube didn't allow it to come through. So maybe reword it and see if that will fix it. Do you know Jen and Clint filed for a marriage license? Oh yeah, they filed for one and it got timed out. So I cannot believe that fucking woman, man.
She said, well, I know your company. I'm going to report my company doesn't have an she's going to serve my company. It doesn't have an address.
She can't do shit about you talking about your experience of what you went through. There's nothing she can do about that. Nothing. She's the only one breaking the laws here. The only one. Nobody else has broken the law. That woman is psychotic.
She threatened my children. I didn't threaten her at all. I just spoke truth. But she did threaten my children.
Wow. They said to call the PD now. Well, I think she's going to try to do something about this tomorrow or whatever, but that is crazy for her to do that. But your PD...
She doesn't actually have my address. When Richie left Ohio from being there in Job Corp, we lived at another house, a rental house. But I bought a house since then. So she doesn't actually have my address. Which, whatever.
Jeez. There's nothing she could do about it. There's nothing illegal with what you did. Nothing at all. She's the one breaking the law, threatening you with retaliation by using the police and trying to false charges against your child, and get CPS get your grandchild taken out of the home just because she don't like what you said. Even if you were up here slandering her to filth, there's still not shit she could do about it. She could take you to court to sue you. Good luck proving anything. But she's not going to do that either. She don't got money for that. There's literally nothing.
She doesn't want
can do.
me to have witnesses for that. If she took me to court for slander, I could bring up so many witnesses where she was harassing all of us. She doesn't want us to go to court.
My God. And everybody would work together. I mean, everybody's fed up. Maybe Jen Bailey is reaching out to Mike's family because he's mentioned he wants to go back to Louisiana. So she's trying to get ahead of him. He can't support both of them. I know. He's whatever, like with Clint, it's either them or me. She's trying to do the same with Michael.
He only
But
has a
now
sister, and she's here in this state.
I think the sister should look at the videos of what Jen's been doing, and then maybe she could get him away from her because he needs to be woken up.
I told you what happened to the other sister. She is well aware. She's also raising 2 of those children out of that situation.
Oh, that's right. So she
I
knows.
don't.
Well, I don't know if she knows how bad it is now, though.
She's got a lot on her hands, though. I don't think she has time to get involved in all that.
That's true. So how's she calling you? Fake numbers.
It just says unknown on it.
Then yeah, that's a text-free app, or she did *67.
The other 2 of them was, well, I've had it saved in my phone for a long time. I just have it listed as Richie sperm donor, and then there's another. It just came up. Richie said he has 2 phones. For some reason, he has 2 cell phones. I guess maybe if she takes one. So both of them were, because the 2 voicemails I sent you first are from 2 different numbers. I blocked them both.
God almighty. She's going to keep calling and harassing you. Like, what you're doing is good, though. The fact that you're letting it go to voicemail so that way you have the recording. That's actually a really smart idea. Because if you talk to her, she's only going to get louder. She's only going to get crazier. And she's only going to use whatever you say against you further. So you could say her hair is blonde and she would say it's slander and she was threatened with bleach.
Right.
True. Good night. Good night, Papa Mod. Block private calls and call settings. I think it's better she's blocking everything. But Jen's calling from random numbers. She knows how to do text-free app. She knows how to do Google phone, what's it called? Google Call or something. So she has all these ways to get a hold of people. But the best thing is just not answering it and letting it go to voicemail. Oh, hey, Sophie, you want to hear what just happened? Wait till you hear this shit.
It's not ringing. I don't hear it. But it does have the little thing lit up showing that I had another voicemail.
A new one?
No. That's how I saw it. Because
the other one. Okay,
it's lit up on there.
Another one.
So we have 4 so far.
Listen to this. This is what Jen did tonight when Miss Brandy came up here. And this is like the 3rd thing she's done that could have got charges on her, but she did one thing for sure that got charges. But anyways, listen.
I am sending the police to your house like ASAP, and Michael is furious, and your son is in there, and your son tried to get very handsy with me. I will press charges on your boy immediately, and yes, I'm sending CPS over there to get patients out because you are insane. Do it, I dare you.
Okay, and then there's one more that she sent since this started. Hold on.
I am sending...
Oh, wait, wrong one. Sorry, getting them mixed up now. Hold on. It's this one, I believe.
Hey, just so you know, what you just got accused of is cyberbullying. And I know where your company is. And Richard went off when I said he's getting in trouble for what him and Cameron did to me and my daughter. So you being up there has now made it a federal offense. So enjoy. You have slandered me. And I'm reporting your company. See, you don't really know too much about
reporting
the
it to
wall
who?
and or the internet. You're being served. Thank you. Oh, and you're complicit to a woman who had a man put in jail for murder. That's how dumb you are. Bye.
I still like, how's that bad again? How's that bad again? I don't understand. Good. Congratulations.
What does that even matter?
I don't know. She's trying to paint me as a bad person. I'm like, how? That's the last thing you should say if you're trying to say I'm a bad person. Like, at least lie and say she helped him do it or something. I don't know. Like, but she helped get the man locked up for it. Oh, okay, yeah, so bad. I'm such a bad person.
But
What
she
a
helped destroy how many lives?
right. I don't have a wave of destruction behind me with people I know in real life. I just it doesn't happen. There's nobody out there that's bad story except my ex. That's it, and that's only because I exposed him for being abusive. That's it. That's really it. Besides people on the internet who talk shit and I talk shit right back, but I'm talking about in real life people. I don't have enemies like this. I am so happy for you, Sophia. I'm so glad you finally got 1,000. You deserve it, girl. You deserve it. Yeah, it's federal what you did tonight. Like, no, Jen, it's federal what you did tonight. Seriously, and not even joking, what you did tonight was fucking, like, you, oh, man. It was a gift. I just want to thank you, Jen, for the gift you gave me tonight. I'm excited for you,
You
Sophie.
still need to do that edit. I don't know if you can
Do what?
it. That edit you needed to do.
Yeah. I'm gonna get going because I got to do it. End up for 6 hours so I can edit it out. So if Jen is calling Brandy again, she called 5 times since the interview started and left those 2 other voicemails. So Miss Brandy has now gotten 4 threatening voicemails in the past 24 hours, and she's probably gonna get more. Especially tomorrow. I mean, I would assume it'd get worse, but if she goes live on YouTube or whatever, someone will probably grab it, and then if she does any more threats or bashes you, we'll make sure to get it to you.
Yesterday she called me once from one number, and then today she called me from another number, and then whatever those 2 unknown numbers. I don't know if it's the same, but it was while I was in here. I didn't notice it because it didn't ring.
Well, I'm glad you checked before, I, I wouldn't worry about the CPS thing, though. I mean, I know it's hard to say that, but her leaving you that voicemail was a gift. Because if she were to call CPS or the cops, all you do is show them that recording. Boom, there you go. You got retaliation and you got false reports. Those are charges.
Due to my past situation, I am familiar on how they all work. She would have to prove it, and I would let them come in and do a walkthrough immediately and show that my child is not in danger.
The fact that she even wants to risk that for just you talking about what you witnessed is insane. She wants to punish your grandchild, and hurt the grandchild. And Michael, where the fuck are you? Why are you allowing this?
No, it's actually my child. It's I had a child after him and I split up.
Oh, it's your child she's still threatening now?
Patience is my daughter, my youngest, who's 9.
Oh my goodness.
She's never met my daughter because she's 9. It was after we split up, I started dating somebody that I knew from high school, but it didn't last long. And then I told you about the trauma.
Yes.
But my daughter's been through a lot, and she doesn't even know that woman exists.
Thank God.
Matter of fact, when I was in labor for her, technically, since my last name is still Lenig, that legally, if Patience's dad didn't show up at the hospital, Patience would have carried Michael's last name because that is my legal last name. And I did talk him into coming, and they found out about it. I had to have security at the hospital room because the 2 of them kept calling, and he kept saying they were going to take my child, that she was going to be a Lenig and she was going to be his and they could take her. They never showed up, but we had security when I went in labor.
She did the same thing to Clint's ex-wife, Tracy. She got pregnant, and Jen said the same, that they were going to take the baby and raise it as their own. Wow. Wow. And yeah, you have 175 witnesses to what Jen's threatening you with. And
I'm not responding anymore. I did the first time respond to her. I sent her a message, and I did tell her I was coming here. So it wasn't,
no, I mean, you
in
were
the end,
honest. You weren't trying to be sneaky.
I told her it was happening, and I did send her a video, which I didn't make the video. It was a video of her acting crazy.
She recorded it. She put it on YouTube.
It was her video, and all I said was, "Damn, the internet knows you're crazy too." And it really upset her.
Well, I mean, it's just the freaking truth. She ain't slowed down since then either. Um, you cannot name a child any. Wait, you can name a child anything and give any last name you want, even unicorn if you want it. Yeah, no, they can't take her. That's why the goddess Tracy ended her by taking. Oh, well, I don't think that's. What do
I
you mean?
was told here at the hospital that she would carry her legal name would be my legal name, which is Lenig, but I didn't want my daughter to carry his name and have to explain that story one day.
True.
So he did. Her dad did show up. He came and he signed the birth certificate, and so her last name is his last name.
I hate that Jen even knows it. She said in that voicemail, Michael's furious. Well, Michael, no one's here to hurt you and attack you. So I guess Michael knows about this, especially now. If Jen's bitching about it, then he knows that y'all came up. But Michael, it was it to attack you and talk shit about you. It's to wake you up and tell you you have better options and a whole life waiting for you if you will just get away from fucking crazy Jen.
I'm concerned for his well-being.
We all are. I mean, she was choking Clint, and it is proven. Well, I looked up the statistics when a spouse chokes somebody else. It says that it goes up 750% the chances of you being K'd by that person once they start choking you. 750% your chances go up of being K'd once they start choking you. And Clint got out, thank God. But now that leaves Michael.
Now, if she's using and they're doing things like that, they could get extremely high, and she pulls something like that, and because they're intoxicated, it could take his life.
Right. I mean, I always compare Jen to that suitcase K woman. I don't know if you heard about, well, suitcase, I can't say the name, but it's a suitcase M word. She was mad at the boyfriend, caught him cheating. They got drunk, wasted. She said, "Hey, get the suitcase real quick. Let's play hide and seek. I'm gonna zip you up, see if you fit." And she zipped him up, and he's like, "All right, babe, let me out. I can't breathe." And she sat there recording with her phone. She's like, "Well, that's too bad." He goes, "No, babe, seriously, let me out. I can't breathe." She goes, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And he died. And she told the cops that that she just got drunk and went to sleep, didn't realize he was in there. And the cops looked on their phone. She had a deleted video of her telling him, "I don't care that you can't breathe. That's how it feels when you cheat on me." So she's now in prison facing trial for K-ing him. And I'm like, that sounds like something Jen would do. That totally sounds like something she would do to one of these guys and then claim she didn't know. Or
My only issue about serving her with a restraint order is I'm not 100% sure, but don't you have to tell them where they can't go? So then I have to give her an address that she doesn't
yeah, you
know.
would have to do that. Yes, ma'am. Well, it depends on your county, because some counties, so for instance, the stuff she's doing it all online. So some people are not giving out locations like Clint. I don't think he's giving out locations. He just wants her to stop bashing him online. And well, I don't know. I don't know. So it depends. Some DAs will let you take it off. If you have a lawyer, though, they'll just use your lawyer's address. I don't know. Some DAs will let you take that off the thing, so that doesn't get out to them. But you'll have to just call the DA and ask them what's their rules and do they give out the information? Is there any way that she can get that? And then you'll have to make a choice from there.
I never followed one personally, so I wasn't sure how that worked. Now, what happened to my youngest, there is one, but a judge ordered it. So no address was needed because it's in the custody papers that he can no longer contact. This is not Michael. This is my youngest daughter's dad.
Well, maybe if you mention, it's about protecting a minor child as well, maybe that's something that can get that information retracted. Oh, so Dee had a TPO and she didn't have to do locations either. So Clint and Dee both didn't have to use their location. So yeah, it depends on your county, but you can tell them that you want to be a protected.
She befriended my daughter's abuser. He was on her
Of course she
Facebook.
did. Of course she did. She did the same to the guy that abused me and my kids. And then she interviewed him and gave him locations and stuff. And it was Horrible. Absolutely horrible. That's why I'm like, the girl threatening me with the TPO, what a fucking
And
joke.
it's not illegal, and I can't stop her from doing it, but
It's malicious, and you have proof that she's planning it out, that she's planning to do that against you for speaking about her online. She's saying, you went online talking about me, so I'm going to call the cops and I'm going to call CPS. So that is the best evidence you can get that she planned to break the law to get revenge on you.
I'm not afraid of her, but I also don't want this. My children should not be drug into this.
Unfortunately, she was, bringing them up into it before you even spoke to anybody.
She's got to be using, because in one voicemail, 12 hours prior, she loves my son and have
She
him
loves
call
them.
me.
Have them call me.
And
Yep.
then the next day, she's having him, and I don't even know what she's actually speaking of. This is the first I've heard of she's saying that he was handsy. Is she saying that he SA'd her or that he assaulted her? I don't even know what she's accusing him of.
Well, she said in the first one, he was inappropriate with me, so that sounds like something else. It doesn't sound like she's meaning physically, like putting hands on someone, like in an angry way. It sounds like she's trying to say something else, which she did the same shit to Clint, and she actually did call the cops to report it, and then later on admitted none of it was true.
My son is going to lose his mind when he hears this.
Well, an option.
I am thankful that we are far away. We are far away because she's going to push my son to a limit, and she's too far for him to reach.
Can I say an option? I just want to throw this out there, like I told you earlier. We can just delete the whole thing. I'm open to that. It's not worth it to me. You spoke about this, and I know you wanted a place to speak, and the kids were okay with it, and everybody was on board. But now with what she's taking it, I'm fine with just deleting it, or I'm fine with that.
I'm not going to let her win. I'm not. But if my son feels a certain way, I will respect his wishes. I will ask him. I will respect his wishes on that, but I'm not going to run from her.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I just don't want them upset. Save the live, make it private in case she tries anything. Oh, I have it on the backup. I still have it on the backup. It'll still be private, but I will take this one off because it's not
You got 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, crap. Yeah, let's get going. Okay, so I'm going to actually, guys, you're going to get upset. Well, shoot. Do you want me private now so you can talk to him, or just leave it and then let me know?
Just leave it. I'll talk to him.
Okay.
I don't know if y'all get back on sometime tomorrow. I can reach out.
Oh, yeah, we get on. Well, I try to get on usually every day.
Maybe like noonish. I don't know. You want to go to sleep, so.
I'll definitely have to get some sleep, yeah.
So maybe early afternoon, I'll reach out to you.
Reach out whenever you can. As soon as I see it, I will private it or whatever he wants to do. And then I'm already going to edit out that part. It's going to go to members, y'all, just so I can edit something out of it. It's important. And then I'll go back public for everybody else. So, I know it's probably being recorded, but still, I'm still going to try to do what I'm saying. If it came down to it, I don't mind deleting it. I don't mind.
Right.
It wasn't just to get clicks and views. It was to get their side out there, and they can fight back, and they can have a support system. But
she can't deny it. Everyone knows her voice.
She can't. We all know this. She can't deny nothing that y'all claimed either, because we know this is what she does. We've witnessed her do most of this stuff. We've heard so many families say the same thing. This is what she does.
I have paperwork on a lot of it. Like, I can legally prove a lot of things that she's done. I mean, the experience is no, but there's a lot of things that I can actually legally prove.
I know. You told me about that earlier, too. All right. Well, everybody said love you. Stay safe. Thank you so much for coming up, Brandy. Please stay in touch. Please let me know what Richie wants. And then we will discuss it after that, okay?
We'll touch base tomorrow.
Whatever you need, let me know. Okay?
I'm sure she'll reach out again, and we'll touch base tomorrow.
Just record it, yeah. Don't talk to her either. I wouldn't.
No, because it's now. I knew she was going to lash out, so there is no talking to her now. She is in flaming mode right now.
No. Well, she fucked up tonight in so many ways. All right. Well, thank you again for coming up. Go get you some sleep. I know you're tired.
I am. I have to get up in a little while.
Okay. Thank you for everything. You're amazing. You got a lot of support, and we'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank y'all.
Okay. Bye, Brandy.
Bye.
All right. Dang, she already knew how to exit and everything. All right, y'all. I'm going to get going because I got to edit this ASAP. I'm going to take something out of it. Y'all, it will go to members, all members. So I'll see y'all. Y'all could go watch it over there. I got to get going. Thank y'all for everything. Jen, grow the fuck up and leave your victims alone. Leave these kids alone. What the fuck is wrong with you? And again, thank you for more evidence that I can use against you for the shit you did tonight. I enjoyed it. I needed that. Yeah, y'all have a great night. Please put rainbows in the chat. We support the LGBTQIA here. We don't let people like Jen Bailey stop that. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby, you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored again?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded?